Hey everybody, it's Shub back for another night in the salt mines of the illegal Reestreamery. I'm just a guy toiling for your entertainment, but I'm not the guy. That's what we're going to be laughing at. So, there have been some changes around here, Goob. As you might see at the bottom of the screen, we now have an active running number of kick bans, or as the guy would say, bans. Kick bans since October 17th, 2024, with a mere 7,111 poor unfortunate souls having been condemned to a watery hell-soaked lair. Alright, so, what is on the agenda for tonight? It is Mario Kart, which is bad, you know, but it's good bad. It's rough, but it's fun. So, Dave apparently had a meltdown. He apparently had a meltdown that is relevant to my interests. It's relevant and pertinent to my interests. Apparently he's threatening to sue people again. So Dave struggles with life. Snort Hogan, do you have it for me? Because I know I was watching a little bit of robust urban garlic style person. Robust urban garlic. You should go sub to him. He's pretty cool dude. He's a self-admitted 220, so you know. He also has flavorful delusions of grandeur. So, all right, does Snort Hogan have it? DSP got ripped off by Wendy's. Whines and rants about tractors could sue all of us. Yes, this is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, snort, snort. Cody, drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip. Go.
Well, someone tipped $5 and says, and by the way, I'm going to skip some of what they said, all right, on purpose. And if they know what they said in their message, so I hope they understand why I'm skipping it. But
no, this is always a good start when there is stuff that he should be reading, but he's telling the person who gave him the $5 up front, quit fuck, because I'm not going to read this. because what those things that were written probably were things that did not help his case. They didn't cover him in glory on the tangent he's about to go off on. So yeah, this will be fun.
Thank you for $5. And they said, while you have some satire viewers, do you think your detractor circles are declining? Can you see them eventually dying out?
The only that's the wonderful thing is there will always be a detractor community because there are so many clips. There are so many clips and there's so much out there and there's so much that's transformative that is entirely protected by fair use that even if Dave goes full LTG and decides to declare open warfare on anyone who ever does anything with his content, it's still going to survive because of guys like those things that guys like Ludwig do. So, yeah, you know, that year of Goji tanks that we watched a little bit of last stream and might get back to at the end of this stream. Yeah, that stuff's going to be protected by fair use because it is satire and it is heavily edited. So, yeah. So as said, this will be fun. This will be fun because if he's going to go on a copyright spurg, I might just have enough content to take me all the way to when the slideshow starts.
Thing has happened is there's two distinct groups now when it comes to people on the internet who are negative towards me. One group is very much just not harmful whatsoever. They're here to laugh at me and my you know.
Those people are detractors, Dave. That they are here to laugh at you and make fun of you. They are still detractors, but they're not there to make fun of you because they're not allowed to make fun of you in your chat, which is why they go to other places. It's because there is no fun allowed in the Democratic Republic of Philistan. Yeah, the Democratic Republic of Philistan. In the United States of Phil, if you dare make a statement about the dear leader, you will be shot at dawn. That's why there's 7,111 kick names that have been banned so far. So far. And we're not even a year in yet. God only knows what the YouTube ban list is. I mean, if there was something like if you could have all the money and could do one thing with it, that would be up there in terms of a meme. That would be up there in terms of a meme. Would be, you know, using it to get the band names list for Dave, because it is something else, I'm sure.
You know, on YouTube, bad gameplay every once in a while, and you know, they're the ones who are going on like X or TikTok or Reddit or wherever the hell the social media is, and they're making a post about me, right? And who cares? It's, oh, gaming journalist sucks at Mario Kart. Okay, big deal. People have been making fun of my
just remember, he had a meltdown back when he was playing Doom about that, about how everyone was taking him out of context. So now it's just cool to be bad at the game. So it's not a problem to be bad at the game, according to you now, Dad. According to you now, Dave. That's just an interesting development. So are those people who made the clips regarding Doom going to get an apology? And are you going to apologize for calling them dumb fucks who take you out of context? I'm doubting that you will.
Gameplay since I started on the internet. So I don't, who gives a shit about that, right? Those people go for it. And, you know, it all started with this is how you don't play, 13 plus years ago? And now they don't even really, it's not even prominent anymore. Now it's basically people posting on social media that are getting all the attention, right?
Well, and Dave, yeah, this is how you don't play isn't prominent anymore for the reason you just said. It's that YouTube as a platform for making fun of you has become less relevant because you're not relevant on the platform. You're not relevant on YouTube. And while there's absolutely a massive audience in the grand scheme of, well, there is distinctly an audience which exists for laughing at you. Because you always have new entrants in this year. You've got guys like me, who get into it just because it's fun to laugh at you. But people who have been doing this, Pop pulled north of 1,000 viewers concurrence whenever he restreamed you back before he became a dad. Tevin pulls 800. ALT pulls 1,000 for doing the podcast. I mean, so, guys like, well, ladies rather, like Toxie and Kinda Sav, they pull 400. There is an audience, and, videos of you from Mimology will, they'll get 10,000 views, 10, 20,000 views. It's not huge. You're not going to make bank on it, but there's an audience. But because there's so much lore, it is hard to get into laughing at Dave in lolcows. He requires a very particular set of tastes because there's so much lore, and he's so boring. He rewards you for engaging with the lore. You can't just, he's hard to just pick up and laugh at outside of stuff like the games journalist memes, which is why they've exploded on TikTok, is because anybody could look at that gameplay and realize this guy sucks at video games, and he's angry that he's not getting money for them, which is why it's all kind of funny. Duh. But yeah, so Dave, these are absolutely detractors, and also on you detracting on YouTube is less relevant than it used to be because you're less relevant than it used to be. I think I already made this point, but the fact is, yeah, you're just you're a lolcow, yes, and you got 200,000 subs, but you get 200 during the day. You get 200 concurrents, which I peak at single digits. I get 7 to 9 on a good night. So power to you, Dave. You've got an audience, but in the grand scheme of things, like a lot of your known detractors draw significantly larger audiences than you, just because, which is a testament to just how repulsive you are to people as a content creator. So yeah, you're trying to use this as a flex that, laughing at me on YouTube isn't so cool anymore. Well, yeah, not wrong, but plenty of people are still laughing at you.
Because everything's now instantly digestible. Everyone wants a little clip. No one even wants to see a 4-hour compilation video anymore. Everyone just wants to see the little joke and then move on to the next, right?
So Dave, stop giving them the little joke. If you want people to stop laughing at you, it's really simple. It's stop giving them the little joke so easily.
It's the evolution of this kind of content.
No, not necessarily. Dave, it's just that you've decided to make being boring part of the content, which is why this is how you don't play, is only appeal to people who've been around for a while, who find your current status funny, that you're just this pathetic weirdo funny.
The other side of it, the harmful side, are these insanely obsessed people who literally every day micromanage every word that I say, microanalyze every single thing that's done on the stream.
Names, Dave, because there's a finite number of people who do it. You are talking about Duty, Snort Hogan. You're not talking about even Mimology. Mimology doesn't do a video on you every day, and even Snort Hogan doesn't necessarily do one every day. You're really talking about Duty, because Duty's the one who just use the power of the internet goop. Just go back to YouTube and go just check out the 3 that I've named names on. So you've got Rawfill's different, but Snort Hogan has got a video today, has got two videos from today, from the day's materials. So Snort Hogan has been posting, but then you have a break from a day ago to 4 days ago. So it goes in spurts. But yeah, there's usually at least a daily video from Snort Hogan. But so that little spurt the other day was a little on the odd side. And then you've got Duty, who's got, Duty's got from the day alone, you've got from 2 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago. So yeah, Duty Chopsocky's your first stream because it's funny, because you usually are funny. Not in the ways you intend, of course. And then so Snort Hogan, Duty, and Mimology. And Mimology is actually like a pillar of restraint. So last Mimology video was 8 days ago, Dave. So like I said, name names. You're really talking about Duty and Snort Hogan. So name names.
Turn everything into a negative. to do something defamatory or slanderous to have content, which isn't.
Dave, how is it slanderous? How is it slanderous? All of this, if you're talking about Duty and Stuart Hogan, all they're fucking doing is taking your content and clipping it. That's all they're doing. This is all stuff that you say. And you know what? You know why they use raw fill? Because raw fill provides context. Raw fill includes the chats that you're looking at, which usually set you off. So, Dave, this is unhealthy. It's dumb. It's certainly dumb as well, but it's not very healthy either. Okay, so as far as oh good, raw fill's up. Good. Raw fill's up. There had been a little bit of concern because raw fill was running late. Raw fill was running on the late side of getting things turned on tonight, which was not cool. Which was not cool at all because we love raw fill. Raw fill makes my life much easier. That's why I'm entirely down with him, her, or it continuing to do what he, she, or it does.
Content, it's literally non-tent. It's lies and bullshit for the sake.
How is it lies and bullshit when it is your content? I mean, Dave, I genuinely don't get how it can be both simultaneously slanderous. Well, okay. Technically, I suppose it would be... Yeah, it would be slander because it's not in print. Libel is print and slander is oral defamation. I don't understand how it can be defamatory. We'll just go with a nice neutral word. I don't understand how it can be defamatory when it's just you. And if it is just you talking, then you might have a good copyright infringement case. You know, you might be able to, as far as trying to strike them for using your content beyond the scope of fair use. But if they're adding commentary, or either through the way that they're editing it, or through actual additions to what you've made, either through to the statements you made, either through on-screen stuff or or the kind of cuts Memology does, where bringing up things you've said in the past. If they are genuinely altering the content to make it defamatory, then how the hell is this a copyright issue? Because Dave, if it's defamatory, your only option is to sue them. Whine and bitch and moan as much as you want, but the First Amendment is what it is. We strongly prefer companies not get into the weeds of attempting to, on their own, determine whether something is defamatory, because generally speaking, mistakes will be made. That is a job for the courts to decide. And it's a good thing that we have, and it is generally considered a good thing that parties are encouraged to go to the courts to sort out these particular kinds of questions. Because you whine about YouTube AI all the time. What's going to happen when YouTube hands over determining whether somebody's content is defamatory to an AI? Because they're not going to hire thousands of attorneys to act as in-house administrative law justices doing just defamatory work. The equivalent of ALJs doing adjudications of whether something is defamatory. They're gonna do that shit so that they can, as cheaply as possible, which means throwing computing power at it. So Dave, if it's defamatory, then sue somebody. That's the long and short of it. I assume that's where this is headed, with a title like DSP whines and rants about detractors could sue us all right now. He's going to threaten to sue everybody. But so far we've just had coping. We've had nothing but coping. We have the good detractors who just laugh at him. And now we have the bad detractors who are stealing his content and making money, which is a new evolution because everybody, even the people who laughed at him, used to be evil, which is interesting to always keep in mind.
Of drama, right? But then they make this bad content that's a lie, and then millions of people who are dunces.
Millions of people. Dave, do you look at analytics? Do you know what these channels are actually getting? Because Duty was getting what? He was getting 2.5 million views a month. Is that 1 million people? I don't know. I don't know. But again, Dave, you have not outlined how this is defamatory, because almost all of it is you. I know I'm gonna focus on Duty because Duty does live stream. Duty does do daily live streams. The Meaningful Podcast, he calls it. So, okay, let's assume Duty is making statements there that are defamatory and that are lies and stupid and whatever other adjectives and claims Dave wants to make about them. Dave, that doesn't change. That for one, that is a fraction of his views. His views. Well, let's go on another field trip, guys. When life gives you a claim by Dave, you sometimes just have to go and, prove it or not. And did I lose? Yes, I did lose. That's not. Oh, there we go. Sorry, Pretzel was being a thing for a hot second there, and there's Dave's stupid slideshow because he's. That was Dave live, but DDM. All right, so DDM is okay. DDM's live. All right, I'm still getting ready for the stream. Goob. I'm having a technical night. Okay, so all right, so then to just go back and make the point I was making. Make you small again, Dave, and I'm going to bring over this, and we're going to go over here to Duty. And I narrate things like Dave. But yeah, let's see what the Meaningful Podcast is. The Meaningful Podcast streamed 11 days ago, got 1.8k views. And then another one that was streamed got 2.7. And the next day got 3.6, 4.3, 5, 3.9, 3.7, 3.7. So he's getting, 4-ish a day. 4-ish a day. So if he's getting 2.5 million or 2 to 2.5 million views a month based on the numbers that he revealed, how he was making, $5,000 a month. So if we take that, then that's what? 4 per stream. And let's call it 30 days in a month. That's 120k views. That's on the order of 5-ish% of his views are from the Meaningful Podcast. So even if he is defaming you, even if he is defaming Dave, 5% of the views of his content are the things that are allegedly defamatory, which goes back to the point. Almost all of the content on the internet about Dave is just clips of him being himself. Even if he was being entirely truthful about Duty, which he's not. Not even truthful, entirely legally correct about Duty. Dave's underlying point that if people just that all of Duty's views are liable, spread misinformation about him, it'd be patently false. It'd be 5%. So, Dave's being Dave. Dave's being Dave.
Watch it, digest it, and think it's real. And then you get these crazy people who actually think that, like, oh, well, Phil's a horrible, horrible person because of the video so-and-so put out today. And he deserves
No, Dave, people think you're horrible. The people who actually kind of pay attention to you, who know you the best, are the people who watch you on the internet. They know you're a horrible person because of how you treat Jade. They have long memories and remember things like the time that Jade wanted to play Street Fighter with you in a community night. And you did nothing to facilitate that. All Jade wanted to do was play Street Fighter with you. And you did, and you did that to protect your fucking ego because you probably couldn't restrain yourself from beating up on Jade like a set of bongo drums. And yeah, Jade's atrocious at Street Fighter. If Pop, once upon a time, we went on a fishing expedition, if you were on the stream, showing Jade's ghosts. Yeah, guy's bad at Street Fighter, but he wanted to play with Dave more than anything. And Dave did nothing. Dave let the community be taken over by detractors because he doesn't understand how to run a lobby. Because he refused to do what was necessary and to figure out in the moment what was necessary to play with his unironic number one fan. So there was also the time that last year where it was Jade's birthday, and Brian, top tier rated, wanted to do something special for Jade. He was trying to organize something. He was trying to get Jade on stream, and Dave was just having none of it. Again, Dave wanted nothing to do with being on the same stream with Jade. That's how we know you're a piece of shit, is because this is the guy who gives you $20 every month and has for literally years, and you will not do him the common courtesy of playing a few games of Marvel Rivals with him, or Street Fighter, or whatever it is you're playing right now that he wants to play with you. And you justify all of it because, guys, I can't because the detractors will ruin everything. And Dave, you know what? If they did, they'd be pieces of shit. They would be utter pieces of shit who vindicate your narrative. You would be able to just stand tall and say, look at all of these small dick losers who have nothing better to do than ruin the fun of this poor gentleman who's in a wheelchair who just wants to play video games with me. And you know what? A lot of us would agree with you, because I know you don't pay attention to detractors from what you say, Dave, but there's a really low tolerance for gay ops. This isn't the Wings fandom, and that's one of the reasons why there's a low tolerance for gay ops, is because, touching the poo is what Wings fans do. It's what Boogie fans do. I'm not going to say we're better than them, but it's a belief that one of the things that makes this fandom, that was a slip of the tongue, but it's not wrong. That makes this community enjoyable to be around, and more enjoyable to be around than other detracting and A-logging communities, is that it is very relaxed and chill, to borrow a term you hate. And a term that you love, which makes us hate it, which makes me want to strangle you for abusing it, it's very laid back. It's just a place to hang out and point and laugh at you. So, but at any rate, that's why people don't like you. The people who have been around the block, who have seen how you behave without even getting into your arcs, the iJustine arc of how you credibly said on air that someone got a gig hosting a E3 thing because she was getting gangbanged by EA executives, which be glad she didn't sue you for defamation. It wouldn't have been provable anyway, because what damages? Because who listens to Dark Side Phil? But or the whole mess with how you alienated basically everyone in your life in Connecticut who was social with you, and that there's evidence of you being social with. Everybody burned the bridges with you. The FGC burned its bridges with you. That's how people who pay attention know you're a piece of shit. Not detractor videos. No, admittedly, a lot of people do watch and consume them who think you are a piece of shit. But yeah, no, the people who really don't like you are the people who know you, or know you as well as anyone can know someone who is an online personality.
Nothing, and I wish death upon him and his family. And gee, what can I do today to make his life miserable? Can I
also hyperbole? That's how you know you're close to something that his subconscious will concede as a point. It's when he goes into full hyperbole, because if he's gotten death threats, again, gay ops are dumb and you shouldn't run them. They are touching the poo, which is bad. But who out there? Where's your document? Where's your evidence that somebody's actually ever said, "Wahaha, what can I do to ruin Darkseid Phil's life today?" Wahaha. And as he strokes a white cat sitting in his lap. That just doesn't exist, Dave. It really doesn't exist. It really doesn't exist.
In his chat, can I charge him back? Can I harass this? Can I do that? Can I find someone who contributed and stalk them on the internet? What crazy thing can I do today? That's not cool. And sadly, and for as many of the people who laugh at me and it's just kind of a funny joke and then they move on, sadly, the other group, the crazy obsessed weirdo group,
Dave, the thing is, people don't move on from you. People will leave for a while, then they'll come back because you do something else that's dumb. People do accumulate lure on you. I mean, you are a lol cow. How many people in this world can claim the privilege of having an entire board at Kiwi Farms? There ain't many, and you are one of them, sir. So, yeah, people leave and then they come back. It's a revolving door of content because while you are immensely boring a lot of the time, you always end up doing weird and funny shit. And we haven't got to the law stuff yet because I keep getting off topic.
I wish you could have just the one group rather than the other. I don't care about everyone making fun of me for my gameplay and shit on the internet. Who cares? I do care about people who actively want to hurt me and my family. All right? So...
You very much care, Dave.
It sucks, but it's reality right now. Is it on the decline? No. Because what's happened is there's people who have made entire businesses out of it because YouTube allows it because I don't sue them. If I sued them...
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Please, Dave, tell me how you're going to sue all of your detractors into the ground. And, give me a reason to do not DSP, Dave Burnell Legal Beagle episodes. To turn it into an actual series about drafting a pro se copyright infringement claim. Please, Dave, please give me an excuse to actually do that content because it will be amazing.
It would all come to an end. If I just slapped the ball with lawsuits, it would go away. But I'm not rich and I don't have the time to do that. So sadly, it continues because YouTube doesn't care.
In short, we come back to, because I am too lazy and I do not care enough about this thing that I bitch about every day and I maintain is what has ruined my life and made me poor. That's what he just said, because he goes on and on and on and on and on and on about this. He keeps coming back to, if the detractors weren't ruining my reputation, I would be a big shot and I'd be the big swinging dick of the internet. And nobody gives me a fair chance because of the detractors and all of that nonsense. And they're always stealing my content, and they ruined my revenue all those years ago, and they've been stealing my content ever since. And if you've spent any time around this Snortex of ours, you've heard most of this nonsense before. So, for better or worse, the legal system is adversarial. If you want your rights respected, you've got to enforce them. And there's a process there for it. YouTube provides an administrative process to allow for the voluntary removal or the removal by those who are afraid of litigation. But at the end of the day, if people don't want to take their content down because they think because they think it's not a copyright infringement because it is transformative. Not because it is fair use, because it is transformative, or it's fair use because it serves a greater public use consistent with the constitutional purposes and public purposes of the Copyright Act. Well, Dave, you have a disagreement, and the only way to solve it is to sue them in federal court. And you can do it yourself. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. That, again, you could actually make content out of that. You could film your taking your detractors to court. You could make some vlogs about it, about the process of drafting the complaints and building your case and all of that. You'd make some money. You'd make some content. But you won't do that because, one, it's work, and two, you'd lose. No, not even you'd lose. You'd be afraid that you'd lose because that there are downside risks here. If you get into it with detractors about how they are slandering you and how all of these things are defamatory, and you'd have to explain what's defamatory about. Is calling you a degenerate e-bagger defamatory? Well, that means we're going to get responsive pleadings that say things like, on June 24th, 2025, at timestamp X, the Mr. Burnell requested money for a fast food item. And then at timestamp Y and Z. And then he says, come on, guys, let's get some support. Guys, support is really slow, etc., etc., etc. Till at the end, you have this whole list on just this one stream, fully timestamped and with links. And it's like 30 begs. And then you can just do a cross, you could build up a sample, a broad cross section of his content. You could do a couple of streams a year and just randomly select them. You could build a bot. You could build a bot to just randomly select, to randomly generate which streams you look at. And you're going to find begging. So again, and then you're going to get hard numbers of how much begging is done. You're going to get, is saying you still have WWE champion, you spend all your money on WWE champions defamatory, because that's going to open the door to doing discovery into your finances, you know, or that you spend your money on stupid shit or what have you. That people say something that is wrong is not defamatory, even if it is something that makes you look bad. If there's a good faith belief that that is the truth, that makes it hard to establish the necessary mental state to establish defamation. So, yeah, Dave, you're lazy, and you know you run real risks of things getting out that you will never live down. In all likelihood, probably. I don't know what you have kept secret, Dave. I don't pretend to know, and I don't like speculating on it. I know I'm a little different than a lot of detractors in that regard, but yeah, you've got, who knows what's going to come out if you sue somebody, Dave. And that just goes back to, you are ultimately a pussy because you don't have the courage of your convictions. If these people are genuinely stealing your content, you should want to sue the fuck out of them, and you should find a way to sue the fuck out of them. Because they exist. They absolutely exist. And Ethan Klein gave you the way to do it. Yeah. You know what it would have been, Dave? Is you would have done the June React, but then done what Ethan Klein did and register it, and then so that you could get the statutory damages and attorney's fees. That would have solved your problem of finding an attorney. Because if you would have done the Down from the Rafters reveal in a video you made, that would have gotten 2 million. That would have gotten millions of views. Because unironically, a lot of people know about the mobile game memes. Okay, so now Dave, come on, tell me how you're going to sue all of us into oblivion. This should be fun. Take a sip, you piece of shit, etc.
So, it is what it is, all right? Do I see them eventually dying out? No, because they're profitable. No one's going to stop doing what they're doing that's printing them money. It's that simple. They're going to keep doing it forever until I decide to hang it up. The day that I decide to retire, they'll be crying because they'll have no more content, all right? But until then, they're going to keep doing it because they're making money doing it, all right? This person says, these people don't have anything to show for the last 10 years. Well, to some extent, you're right.
Dave, they have the exact same thing that you have. They have a massive back catalog of stuff from their content creation. And they've had the fun of laughing at you. And so, Dave, be very careful about what you're about to say, because you really like swinging your dick about how you're been a content creator for 17 years, and every single one of those 65,000 plus videos deserves to be on the internet because each one of them is a brick in the wall of the edifice that you've built to your time on YouTube. So if you come out here and say, well, yeah, they're nothing but basement dwelling losers who have nothing to show for it but the money that they stole from me, which I suspect you are, something like that, you're going to be raising questions about your own content legacy, because what do you have to show for 17 years on this platform? You've got 200 people coming over to watch you a day, and you're constantly panhandling for money on stream every day. So just be careful here, Dave. I know you don't care about being a hypocrite, but that doesn't change the fact that you are potentially going to end up looking like a massive one.
Sons of Kojima have diddly dick. They got nothing. But this new generation...
The Sons of Kojima have been dead for years, Dave. So, yeah, of course they don't have anything, because they've been dead since 2017, 2018.
Of people who have monetized YouTube channels of hate, yeah, they have something to show for it. And that's fucked up.
They have the money.
Exist.
Yep, they have the money they stole from him. Yep.
I should have a piece of that fucking pie since they're doing it on my expense, right?
Dave, then if you're gonna take this tack, you're okay. One, Dave, go look at what people say about LTG and his policy when it comes to detractor content and people clipping him, because that's the tack you're talking about. LTG has no sympathizers amongst his peers because he goes nuclear on anybody who posts anything of his. Because he wants to keep all that shit bottled up because he knows how weird it looks, how bad it looks for him. And you know what? It works. It works. Actually trying to enforce your copyright claims and using the system to do the things that you want. It'll work. It works. And there's a reason why LTG detractors just marvel at the resources that are available to people in the Snortex, because you put everything out there and then you attract nerds, generally speaking, who apply their skills to making heads or tails of the shit that's out there, while the stuff that survives from LTG is stuff that's clipped and then nuked and then passed around and then re-uploaded and then nuked again, because he aggressively goes after the stuff that people put up. He polices the use of his content. He does it for even dumber reasons than you would, but it's also the same reason, I suppose, because it's all to protect his ego. And yeah, you would use it to protect your ego too. So Dave, you've got a massive bar of people who, in YouTube, if you go to your, to copyrighted material being detected, you can go and just start doing claims. You can just go start striking them. Your problem is people are going to counterclaim saying it's fair use. And then we're going to be back to, you got to sue them. So, and you can say, well, give me your money, but that's not going to help you with like guys like me and people who aren't monetized and people who don't have any real money coming in. Again, Dave, if you want to declare war on duty, go for it. Go for it. That's nothing but popcorn for me. Because duty is dented. Duty's as big a dent as Lance Catamaran. Or Slayer. No, Slayer's better. Duty is dented. Duty's absolutely dented. And there's Dave. So, all right.
Here as we finish up the final steps for our Mario Kart stream for the week. Hope that you guys are ready to chill in Mario Kart and see how I do tonight. I have won a match of Knockout Tour. Last week I did multiple top 3 placings, even got second
and
place.
cue the evening night stream.
We'll see how I do tonight. Just got to get this chat open here. I'm already feeling the aftermath of DSP Tries It, for the record. I'm hoping it won't affect tonight's stream. I already did get affected by it. So we'll see how tonight goes. Hopefully it's
so you've got the runs, Dave. That's
I seriously, I hope not.
Dave, you really just made a joke about having the runs. That's quality content. Quality content. Amazing content, Dave.
Toilet? I didn't look, but my butt cheeks were burning.
Yep, he just made a joke about having the shits.
That's all I'm gonna say. I was like, oh, cha, man, that's hot.
He just made that's multiple scat jokes. It's gonna be, oh goodness, it's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long ass night if he's making shit jokes already.
How are we doing tonight, everybody? Did some support just come in already? I'm just loading everything.
Oh my god,
I can't see anything yet. So hold on a second here.
As the song says, the dented will not be led astray.
Oh yeah, look at this. Wow. On the kick side of stuff, we already got tons of support. It looks like Lance Catamaran did a 5-sub bomb, and then Squirt Rocks did a 5-sub bomb. That means that both of you guys are entitled to pick a racer and a cart in Mario Kart tonight.
Oh,
and I'll do that.
God, that's going to be bad. That's going to be bad.
First, so Lance can choose who he wants to have race and what cart first, and then Squirt Rocks can choose. So thank you guys.
That's going to be rough. That's going to be rough.
Right off to I didn't even do anything yet, just getting coordinated here, and thank you for this early support.
So he's gonna be riding the money buff for a lot of tonight, I suspect.
Excellent.
He is gonna be feeling himself. He is absolutely gonna be feeling himself.
No, I don't have Bitcoin. I don't accept Bitcoin or any kind of cryptocurrency. I have a million ways you can support outside of that, like literally. So
remember, give him the monies, but only in the ways that he demands, which is in the form of U.S. dollars. So if you're one of them Argentine peoples who's got, Las Malvinas por siempre tattooed somewhere. Get fucked.
There's, on the YouTube side, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. On the Kick side, there's subs and gifted subs. There's tips, which anyone can do through PayPal. You could pledge to my Patreon at patreon.com/darksidephil. That's enough ways. I don't think we need more ways than that. That's quite enough ways to support.
Heaven forbid people actually give you money, Dave. No, Dave getting into crypto would be great, though.
Did you have
It would
the
be
fire
hilarious.
department called on your toilet? No. But it was pretty violent. Like, I was relaxing with my wife. My wife was playing a nice, relaxing farming, like a farmer's market sim game she was playing.
Do you know a name, Dave?
In the living room, and I was watching her play. It was funny. There's some funny stuff in it.
No. So no, you have no idea what the fuck it is. Good to know.
Game. And then I was getting ready to come up to set up this stream, and it went blah, 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 blah. I said, "Oh, brother. Uh-oh."
And now
said, honey, I gotta go.
Now we have scat. We have literal overflowing scat.
And it was very violent and very, very spicy.
All right. So
okay. But the funny part is, I didn't get my creamed corn. It's ridiculous. Yak Almighty says, I ate a family-sized bag of Takis 2 years ago. My stomach has not been the same since. That's disturbing, actually.
I hate the night pre-stream.
The funny part
night
was
pre-stream
the
is
chips
terrible.
didn't taste good, but the fries did. How does that make sense? It's supposed to be the same seasoning, but it tasted pretty awful on the chips, but the fries were actually very appetizing. I'm confused. I guess maybe combining it with a
Do you have a point, Dave?
Fry was the right way to get that seasoning to pop.
Nope. No
Perhaps.
point for you, Dave. Got it. Got it.
Jade says, can I choose when Rocks is done? Well, Jade, we are doing contributions for it. However, maybe Jade can do last race of the night or something tonight. What do you guys think? Let Jade pick last race of the night when we're adjourning. Mildcat911, how you doing? 18 months as a member, so looking forward to Mario Kart tonight. Me too. I know I'm not good at it or anything, but I enjoy playing it. I like the retro vibes, the music. There's a lot about this Mario Kart I like, even though there's like no content. Mozzie did a $2 super chat. Is Trump involved in creating this explosion? No, not this particular one. Perhaps others, but not this one, Mozzie. Trump was nowhere near my house. Nor does he work for weapons.
That has to be like the 6th or 7th scat reference in this sequence, which is kind of impressive that he could so casually bring up scat like that.
Willow, how are you tonight? Eddie Chill wants to say hello to Jade tonight. So Jade, Eddie Chill over on Kick is saying, what's up? Did I eat all the fries? Oh no, the only thing I ate was what you saw me eat. That was it. If it wasn't in the video, I didn't eat it. Okay?
Wow.
Oh, Lance Cadmoran says, let Squirt pick both characters in both vehicles. All right, Squirt Rocks, did you hear that? You can pick 2 characters and 2 vehicles for me to start off the stream.
Who gives Dave $25 and then when he actually offers to do something for you, you say no? I mean, someone who's obviously quite dented, but you know, that was implicit.
Did I even post up? I didn't. Holy crap, hold on. I didn't post up anything. So hold
on.
Post up. Is this DSP tries it? That went live. I want to make it my featured video as well on the channel. Let me do that.
Wow, Dave. Impressive. Dead air. You couldn't have done this beforehand.
Challenge. I still don't even understand what it is.
Which, okay, I will admit, I've had some dead air segments, and last night there was that slight issue with Stellaris causing everything to explode. But, you know.
So let's see. This is the shareable link. Get a shareable link. There it is. Okay.
So, Dave, you gonna do something? You gonna do something other than be annoying? That I know I'm asking too much. I know I'm asking way too much with that. So it is currently 7:20 Pacific time, and he's supposed to start the slideshow at 6:45, and we are still a long ways from gameplay. We are still a long ways from gameplay.
There we go. So that's now there. Let me post this here.
Because we still probably have another 10 minutes easy of the night pre-stream.
Because I haven't posted anything anywhere yet. I was on the toilet.
Jesus Christ, Dave, that's like the 8th time. I'm counting that as an 8. That's the 8th scat. That's the 8th scat. That is the 8th fucking scat of yours, Dave. How do you do that? How do you get 8 scats? That's just ridiculous. And dead air. Dead air. Jesus Christ, Dave. Say or do something. Dave? Seriously, am I live? Am I live? This is ridiculous.
There, posted that up.
There, he finally said something. Yay!
My air conditioner, because it's kind of stuffy and warm in here. It actually was a warmer day outside today.
Oh my God!
So,
now we have a climate segment.
It'll cool down. I'll be able to concentrate on the game tonight. Here we go. Here we are.
Oh my God, Dave! Play the game. End the pre-stream. Do the play.
And it's super spicy.
End the game. End the stream.
What did my wife have for dinner? Oh, she had a poke bowl. She got a poke bowl from somewhere else.
I've lost the ability to speak straight because of you, Dave. Thank you.
Sure, because the poke bowl was way better than what I had. Like, I liked the fries and I liked the junior bacon cheeseburger, but the chips.
Why are you still flirting with your food, Dave?
So I wish that I had a poke bowl for dinner, but what are you gonna do? That's DSP tries it. By the way, we did confirm.
Couldn't you have got? I know you got yourself a little junior bacon cheeseburger as your fallback. Couldn't you have just gotten a poke bowl and just had that as your backup instead? I don't understand. I don't understand a lot that you do, Dave. So, to maybe finish my thought, end the pre-stream, play the game. There. I got it. Got it in like 5 takes. Still fewer than the number of scat attempts, though.
The next DSP tries it will be the new pickle-oriented menu from Sonic. Sonic, the fast food chain, the burger place, is doing it starting on the 30th. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it in the delivery apps because they're
more
not
food
selling
nonsense.
It yet. It starts on the 30th. So
nonsense.
FYI, that's the next DSP tries it. So let's hit it. Let's do it. It's a burger. It's a double smash burger with a whole bunch of special pickles on it. It's a pickle seasoned tots or fries, and then we've got a drink that's a completely unique drink. It's like a green drink that has boba pellets in it of pickle flavoring. So
wow.
Pretty interesting. Oh, what's that? Chat says to let Jade pick.
Wow.
Let Jade pick the racers. For both of you guys, is that both for Squirt Rocks and for Lance Catamaran? You guys are both okay with that?
You gonna do something? You're not gonna play the game.
With that. If you guys are
not
okay
even gonna
boot
up the game.
Who would you like
Good to know.
Me to race with first tonight? People are being very nice to you over on Kick tonight.
Good to know, Dave, that you're not even gonna bother booting up the game.
Pick.
So I guess this is what we're doing, Dave. We are not even scanning for money. We are scanning for. Well, I suppose we are tip scanning in a way.
It's not out yet. Just for you, Lance.
Oh my
okay.
God, I hate these night free streams. These night free streams are miserable.
So we'll let Jade pick the first racer, and then after that, it's up in the air because the people who contributed don't care. I guess that's fine.
Yes. So start the game. Play the game.
All right. Bowser Jr. and his dad. So you like Bowser, the Bowser family? We picked the whole Bowser family. All right. That's a good idea. I think a good start. Okay, let's get
Pain. I never thought I'd be saying this, but if it meant escaping this night pre-stream, I'd go back to Minecraft.
Remember, Mario Kart. I think I have to be on the other side, don't I?
Oh my God! And he couldn't get any of this set up beforehand. Couldn't have gotten any of this set up beforehand. Because that's too much to ask for, Goob.
Let's see here. Every game in my rotation is a completely different setup. Yup, it's left, middle, and leaderboard is on top. Okay,
you could create different. You could create a different scene, one for each game, Dave. That would be a change of pace. That might be interesting. You actually, in theory, know how to use OBS.
I have to rotate my camera then. So hold on. Let's scoot this to a mirror view. There we go, and then let me go on the other side there.
So, Dave, are you gonna? We are really doing this. We are really doing this on camera. And he really could just create a scene for Mario Kart that has a.
It's a little off though.
that has the camera in where it has the camera where it needs to be.
That's a little better. Okay.
He could create a
All right. So thank you everyone for the early support. I appreciate that very much. As you can see, I am here on my very well-populated Switch 2. The entire one game available for the console right now.
I don't. That wasn't even YouTube mode on. That was just him getting weird.
Great. That sounds great. Let's do a system update. The one
my
game
God,
he's
running an update.
I don't know what they're updating about the system. There's nothing on it, so I don't know what they could possibly be updating for the console.
Oh my God, Dave. Why don't you turn this thing on like before the stream starts?
Jade wants to say thank you to the people over on Kick. There you go.
And Jade, for some reason, refuses to go over to Kick. I mean, it means he's smarter than he's given credit for being. But yeah, this is bad.
Your game did not come out today. Your game only came out today for people who paid exorbitant amounts of extra money for it, which I did not do.
So it did come out today for people who were willing to pay for it.
Play it on Thursday like everybody else who's normal. So,
Dave, people who live in glass houses should not cast stones. I mean, you are in no position to tell anybody you are in no position to talk about who is normal and who is weird. And Dave, you're the one who's obsessed with day one views and creating content. You've justified in the past spending the extra money for a game so that you could play it early for the views. So why are you shitting on people who actually want to play Death Stranding 2 for paying more money to get the game early? That was just, I gotta hear that again. That was bad.
Game only came out today for people who paid it.
Yeah, there we go. All right, Dave. All right, Dave, be a jackass for now that we have some concurrent viewers.
No, Hideo Kojima, your game did not come out today. Your game only came out today for people who paid exorbitant amounts of extra money for it, which I did not do.
Oh my God, Dave!
And play it on Thursday like everybody else who's normal.
Oh my God, that was bad. That was bad, even by Dave's standards. That's just. Dave is insufferable. What else is new?
True.
I know.
They're doing that. Real Trap Sheets says they're actually updating the consoles so if you hack them or do anything to them, like jailbreak them, they'll become bricks. You're right. You're actually right. Which
is pretty shitty. That is admittedly pretty shitty. Yes.
Okay.
But we'll see if Nintendo actually does it. We'll see if Nintendo actually does it, though. I know. It's a hell of a threat. And it's a hell of a threat to make if you're not serious. But it could be a psyop.
Tips and advice on the game. So I want to record that. Hold on.
Oh God, he hasn't even started YouTube mode yet.
For $1 tip, whoever that is, I'm not sure. I think it was anonymous.
So,
but let me take a sip of my water, and then we'll start recording, and I'll read this advice out.
Oh my God, this is gonna be. It's almost 7:30 his time, and he still hasn't started actually gameplay.
Hello everyone, welcome
YouTube
back to
mode
Mario
on.
Kart World. Another week, another night of crazy violence on the tracks here as I play Knockout Tour.
Not wrong. It's going to do violence to all of our sanities.
I've gotten several top 3 finishes. Last week I got a 2nd place, but we haven't played it since.
And
now,
still flexing about getting second in a children's game.
Some advice on the game. So let's see what they have to say here. They say a couple things I don't know if you know about.
Oh God.
First, characters do affect stats in Mario Kart. Big heavy characters will give karts and bikes higher speed and weight, but lower acceleration and handling.
Yes, that's been true since the original Mario Kart, Dave. You know, there were 3 in the original, the one that you claim that you played. There were 3 broad classes. There were the lightweights, the medium weights, and the heavyweights. The lighter they were, the lightweights had the best handling and acceleration, but the lowest top speed, and the heavyweights vice versa. And you loved Yoshi because Yoshi was a lightweight, and the lightweights, thanks to their superior handling and especially acceleration, it meant that you ran into things less because you were bad at cornering. And more importantly, even when you did run into things, you had a greater window of opportunity to recover, greater margin for error because of the greater acceleration afforded to you. Because if you could just get out in front, because it's not hard with the AI to get out in front in the early games, you can just do whatever, and so long as you can use that acceleration and that tighter turning, you'll win. So yeah, Dave, thank you for stating the obvious. Whatever Dent gave him this information deserves to be whacked upside the head for stating the obvious.
Light characters do the opposite, and mid-range characters do give more even stats. I didn't know that. I thought they were all exactly the same. Secondly,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dave. You seriously didn't know that. How the fuck do you play Mario Kart, like the early ones, and say that? Because there wasn't a kart select. There was only character select. And there were very obviously weight classes. They very obviously handled differently, and they correlated to size. I mean, the lightweights were Yoshi, Toad, and Peach in the original. And yeah. Oh my god. Either he's an idiot or he's a pathological liar. Both of which are bad, and neither is a good look for him.
if you set up your own lobby, you set up a knockout tour with items turned off. I don't know if you're interested in that.
Oh,
no, I mean,
fuck no.
I understand that. Listen, when I play this game, I complain.
Yeah, so he is now gonna walk back that baby rage from maybe 10 days ago, where he was whining about how items are broken and he wants to play a more competitive version of this game. He really wished it existed that just didn't have the items, so it could be just about the racing. And he's about to fucking walk that back now that somebody's told him that that actually exists. Because if he doesn't walk it back, then he's actually going to get pressure to do it from his fans. And he's never going to do that.
There's been multiple times where I've been in the lead and I only lose or even get knocked out of the running because I get hit with multiple items in a combo, which is ridiculous, right? Like, if I get hit by the blue shell, I'm already going to get downgraded. Why do I then need to get hit by another 4 items in a row? And
because there's 24 freaking vehicles on the road, Dave. That's why. This was a selling point, according to you, way back when this was first announced. You wanted to see what it was going to be like with 24 people, given that there were only, I think, 8 in the last one that you played. You were really hyped about how it was just going to be so cool to be racing 23 other people. Well, it's like if you had a 12-person version of Smash. It's going to be pandemonium. And the comfort in this is, yeah, there are times when you're in the lead and you're going to get a cactus shoved up your rectum because you are going to get the bad luck of 4 people lobbing things in your direction that are going to end up hitting you, be they red shells, blue shells, green shells that bounce the wrong way, or that you run into a banana peel that is stationary and yet you claim moved in front of you. Whatever. You're going to do that event. That happens to everybody. But the same thing is you get to do that to people periodically. Sometimes the shoe is on the other foot. So why are we complaining about this? It is the nature of the game. The chaos is part of the fun. If you're not a competitive tryhard who sweats at everything, which is why you really should be playing Forza Motorsport or GT7 at the very least, if not like iRacing. So you can actually find people who also want to be competitive and sweat like you do. But you don't want to do that because you're going to get your clock cleaned if you actually go play a competitive racer because you don't want to learn how to race. You want it to be casual. You want it to be casual so that you can sweat and win because you're willing to sweat. But the moment somebody else tries to be sweaty and a tryhard, well, they're a bad person and this game sucks. Especially if they're able to be better at it than Dave.
In last place, I was in first, right? That I think is stupid. But items are...
He thinks the game's stupid. Full stop.
Gameplay mechanic of Mario Kart. Mario Kart with no items is kind of lame in my opinion. So
and remember, again, he fucking asked for that. He asked for that. He said, yeah, guys, I really just want to do something more competitive, like Mario Kart without items. He wanted that. He wanted that within the last 2 weeks on one of these streams. And I'm unfortunately I'm not ALT, so my knowledge is not encyclopedic enough to go be able to find it, but I know he fucking said that.
To play this with items, even if I bitch about it all night long. All right,
so you think that is good content for your audience, Dave? You think it's cool for you to engage in baby rage, whining and bitching and moaning about how items totally fuck you over and the game sucks because of them, but you still rather play with the items and all the bitching rather than playing without them? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I like to think I can understand the psychology of the guy, or at least get into his head a little bit. I don't understand that aspect of it. If he's being honest, I can understand wanting to bitch about things. I'm the same way. I tell people around me in real life, once we get to know each other reasonably well, you should be really worried when I don't have something to complain about, because that just I'm naturally pedantic. It is part of my charm, for better or worse. So if Dave just wants stuff to complain about, well, Dave, just complain about money. Just complain about how they haven't given you enough money yet, because they never will give you enough money. So that's just a natural solution. You don't need to involve the game at all in your bitching if you just need to complain about something. But I don't understand why you would keep playing a game that you're whining and bitching about constantly, while acknowledging that it's a core mechanic and you'd rather play the game that you bitch about, the thing that makes you bitch, rather than taking that thing away. I think I just confused myself. And Shub hurt itself in confusion. Fucking Dave. The point is that Dave will complain about everything, but if you genuinely think items fuck you over and they make the game unfun, then try it without items.
The way we're doing it, everyone, for a $10 contribution tonight, you can pick the racer that I use. For $20, you can pick the Kart.
And there's the nightly scam.
We had 2 people who did not giant, but significant sub bombs, and they said, we don't really want to pick, so we'll let your viewer over on YouTube, Jade, select. And Jade said, let's do Bowser Jr. and regular Bowser tonight. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Let's do that. So that's what we're going to start with.
They're also entitled to pick the Kart, but we've forgotten that apparently.
Jr. There's Rosalina's arrow suit. Where's Bowser Jr.?
So, gonna have some commentary for us, Dave?
Bowser Jr.
You just went by him, you idiot.
I can't find Bowser Jr.
You just went by him, you fucking idiot.
He's not here. Do I not have him? Do you have to play with Bowser to unlock Bowser Jr.?
Went by him again.
Oh, I went right over him like
twice. You went by him twice, Dave.
Okay.
Not once, but twice.
No idea. I guess we're using this bike because we ran out of time. All right. So we start with Bowser Jr. tonight in Heart Rally, and we see how we do. And from there, we'll adjust on the fly. Let's find out.
Yeah, and he ran out of time, quote unquote, and he just happens to pick the bike that he actually has won on and he usually does well with. That is a good fit for how he races. So, I'm pressing X to gout, but that would require him to have a level of subterfuge that is beyond him, I think. It requires more cunning than I think he's capable of to actually try to run that scam. That was pretty good.
Bad luck right there.
Good job admitting that was bad luck, because it was. All right, so... All right, he's not doing bad. Not doing too bad so far, so okay, there. That is good. That was a horrible shot and missed that. But, like I said, he likes this particular bike. That was a waste.
Twice.
That was a waste of a green shell. Well done, Dave. He likes this particular bike because everyone has particular driving characteristics. Everyone has particular driving characteristics, and this bike happens to fit Dave's natural reactions in the way he thinks, for lack of a better word. So that's why it just comes naturally to him.
Nice.
So yeah, nothing to comment about so far. So that's actually a nice little drift through that corner. That was actually not bad. Props, Dave. You're off on this first round, not doing too badly. And it's reflecting in the rankings. It's amazing what happens when you drive relatively cleanly. Now watch how he fucks it up, because he will inevitably fuck it up, because he is the guy. All right, and then he's just holding the drift pretty well, and he's through, and again, not bad. He usually fucks this up though, so he's coming in and he's trying for that, and he manages to stick the landing. Okay. Not a bad go of it. Not a bad go of it. I mean, I'm kind of shocked. He's actually having a very clean race. And that wasn't great. He should have drifted through there, but let's keeping it off the wall and keeping himself moving forward. And he hasn't really had any bad luck so far. Like he hasn't really gotten he's gotten pretty good RNG so far. And this is only the first of 6 stages, 6 legs of the race. So there's still plenty of time for him to, get fucked by the game. And right there, yep, he fucked about.
I didn't even know that could happen.
Let's go back and watch that. That was him fucking about and screwing himself. So he's gonna come in. He's feeling himself. Barrel roll, flip. Yep. He is not focused at all upon getting where he needs to go. And then, yep.
What the?
He needed.
I didn't even know that
needed to stay up, and he didn't.
No idea that could actually happen.
He had no idea. He had no idea that altitude loss happens.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Oh, Dave, come on.
I did too many air tricks.
Yep, you did.
It cost me.
Unironically, you did.
Crud.
Unironically, you did. You got to feeling yourself, and come on, Dave. You just missed an item that last go round, and come on, we need some complaining. I've got a poll running, man. I've got a poll running, and the only vote we've got in so far is 5+. So come on, man. My own personal guess is I'm going with 3 to 4. So, which would put us on track for 6 for the night, which is probably more than what we'll actually get. So yeah, no, he's running. I mean, he's out. He's in resting gout phase, so he is tryharding right now. But he's.
Whoa,
that was avoidable. But again, that was the correct response. That sucked. No blaming the game. No claiming it cheated. So, well done, Dave. I'm pleasantly surprised so far. But if something's up, if you're this reasonable though. You're behaving like this, something weird is going on. I'm not quite sure what it is. I don't have enough evidence to speculate on what it could be, but something weird might be going on, given that he's just being way too reasonable. I mean, it could have been just that he got what he felt was enough money during the pre-stream, nightly pre-stream. And he drifted through there. Okay. I mean, he's not running as well as he was. I mean, he's not running as clean as he was, but he's still very much in the thick of it. And oh, that was a bad line right there. Ooh, that was rough. But and he went off. That was a terrible line. That was a terrible line right there.
Biker Jr. That's cool.
And he's off again. That first lap was a fluke. This run is starting to look more like a fluke because he's starting to drive more like he used to. That was bad lines, bad reactions, just fucking about when he's not fucking about. All right, and he takes that. Okay, not a great drift, but all right, that's riding it well. All right, that's a good line.
Love this music.
All right, so again, not bad swerve there, which that's how Dave operates. He does not put a lot of thought into how he
banana. How dare you steal my banana?
Dave, that was bad. That was dumb, but it wasn't related to your driving, so well done, I suppose. You can't help being dumb. It's just part of who you are.
I definitely think Bowser Jr. and this bike are both my style.
The bike has always been. That's you're always bragging about how you won with Shy Guy that one time. It was on this bike.
You son of a.
Okay, again, that's a reasonable. He had a little flare of anger, and then it's gone. So yeah, again, not unreasonable so far. He'll get unreasonable, but it's already.
I did it too. Dang,
and that was a terrible line. That was an atrocious line.
To the music. Stop paying attention.
Oh God. Music segments are the worst. Music segments are absolutely the worst.
Oh, green shell of all things.
Situational awareness, Dave. It helps. It absolutely helps. And you have absolutely none, which we routinely see in the ATS streams. All right, so far it's pretty quiet. It is 8:45 my time, but so we're about 8 minutes back, and so yeah, it was like 7:30. Yeah, it was 7:30 Pacific time. The time he got started. That's just.
Just as I got them, all those speed boosts gone.
You should be. You're normally toxic about that. So something's definitely up. He's in too good of a mood.
Jeez.
Yeah, that should have gotten him a little bit volcanic, because that was a little bit of bullshit. He's right on the bubble.
Nice. Made it to the next qualifier here. Oh, what was that? I don't even know what that was.
A bomb. It had to be a bomb.
Oh, man,
There was the only thing that caused that effect, Dave.
Dead last. I gotta hope for a good item. That was just a bad exchange right there.
That's, again, Dave, I'm concerned. You're being reasonable. And you're running terrible lines, so, yeah. That doesn't surprise me. You're desperate, so you're doing dumb things.
Still freaking 7.
All right, so you're just avoiding traffic. Good, and you should be drifting at this point, and you're running a not optimum line for drifting. And boom, okay.
Item, nothing I can do there.
Nothing I can do, so okay.
Another item, nothing I can do there. Oh man.
I should have started the nothing I could do counter.
Back.
That's what I should have done. Is nothing I could do. Evening, Dasher Pie and Phazon. Yes, I'm going to choose to construe that as a stationary banana, Phazon, because those exist in Mario Kart according to Dave.
Nah, I'm not going to make it. Nope.
They're also what he's wanking when he does the dual fist bump thing.
It was a good run. I was in first. I had no idea you could air trick too much and kill yourself like that.
You've done that multiple times, Dave. You have done that multiple times.
Oh, you could do that? Man.
You've done that multiple times.
Now, right? You'll learn through experience. Now I know when you're doing these flying things, don't go insane. Right? Do not go insane. Do not go crazy air tricking.
Dave, you've literally done that like
all right.
3 or 4 times that I've seen you do that.
I would have done a lot better if I didn't goof it up, but that was my fault. I mean, who else could take the blame for that one but me? I completely owned myself in that one.
Again, lest there be a broken record, I'm concerned because he's being reasonable.
I want to do that. That was a good.
He's fucking up and taking credit for it. Which
came in, we had Nick with a $2 super chat, and he said, "Is Jade a family member?" No, he is not. But he is.
I mean, he kind of is.
He's a viewer, and I appreciate him checking my stuff out as always and supporting. And then we have Coolio Couch with a $1.85 Canadian super chat. So thank you both.
And Jade kind of is family. He has always been a sort of adoptive son of Dave's. Dave's always gone out of his way to befriend is the wrong word, but look out for Jade and acknowledge him. Because he knows who Jade is. He knows Jade's a genuine wheelchair, and he knows Jade is genuinely disabled. But with Derek gone, yeah, Jade's become even more important to Dave's ego because Dave needs a son. Not necessarily a son, but Dave absolutely needs someone that he can be a mentor to reaffirm his own importance and worth. He needs people to think that he has something worth passing on. And, well, that's why he gets on his high horse about his legacy and how how this video library is so important. It's all part of the same complex of his. It's something that I'm sure could give us a hell of a Steve of the Dead video if he didn't already have like a dozen 8-hour videos that he needed to make.
We also got Princess Luna with a $20 super chat here tonight. That's the biggest one so far. Princess Luna is enjoying the Mario Kart streams. Thank you, Princess Luna. So that's about $24 of support.
Wow.
Go up to around 77.
But money counting session.
Officially halfway to the goal. Nick Smith did a $1.99 super chat. Says, would you rather $50 in $2?
$52 super chats or
$100?
This could be good.
I don't know the answer to that. The only way I would care would really be if they come in so fast that it's impossible to read them all.
I'm going to say Nick Smith is a detractor because or he's in contact with detractors, because it seems like a hell of a coincidence that I tuned into Robust Urban Garlic's stream a little bit earlier, and he actually brought up that point that he could get 150 $1 tips and he'd still be pissed that he didn't get a 50. And that's what that question's kind of in the same vein of. It's a coincidence, and coincidences are sometimes coincidences, and sometimes they're definitely not. So it'll be interesting to know the answer to that. Phase on why would he need a son? He's married, dude. Nah. And more importantly, he already has a son. His name is Jasper. Now quit fucked. Nah. But seriously, Dave's at that age, and it's settling in that he's not gonna get to have kids, but there's still that biological imperative, that part of his psyche that is very primal, very primal part of his psyche that still feels the need to pass on something to the future, to pass on part of himself to the future. And if he can't do it through an actual son, a surrogate is necessary. And I still think that's why he protected Derek. I mean, we joke about Derek being his son, but he saw something of himself in Derek, and he sees something of himself in Jade. I think Jade is less. It's less that he sees something in him, but it's more an actual, like, he is a guardian of this person who is disabled, who looks up to him, and that's why, and he likes being looked up to by Jade in that regard. With Derek, it really was, Derek got protected because Dave saw something of himself in Derek. I would be fascinated to know what, but we will never know, because Derek's absolutely back. Derek is 100% Vietnamese comrade, but he's never going to admit it, and anybody who asks about it is going to join the 7,111 poor unfortunate souls that have already been banned on Kick, and the functionally infinite number that have already been banned on YouTube.
Oh, by the way, the pop-ups are right in my face. Let me move that over.
That's
obviously 50 of something is a lot harder to manage than say 1. But also, I don't know how.
Also, note that he does not give a flying fuck about obstructing the interface and about the pop-ups blocking things, except when they block him. I mean, I'm not saying he's a narcissist, but he behaves like one an awful lot.
It works on YouTube. Like, I think technically I should get the same amount. I think from all of those.
You would, Dave.
It's not like, oh, I'll get more of a cut or less of a cut. It's a bigger or smaller.
Nope, you get the same amount. Maybe depending upon how that.
Preference. Gee, I just got clobbered. I guess there is no preference.
See, I just got clobbered. Okay, yeah.
Wow, I'm getting completely destroyed in the early going. But remember, in Mario Kart, it doesn't really matter.
Dave, you want to be hot and sweaty in this game. That you're still being weird. But he might lose a few pennies one way or the other if he got $50 super chats versus $52 super chats versus a single 100, because of how the 70% worked out. He could conceivably lose a few pennies one way or the other. But given that this is Dave, he would figure that out, and he would hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, whichever one got him the more pennies. All right, so Dave, what are you doing? Again, that's actually not a bad drift, not great, but it's and see what am I supposed to be seeing, Dave? Seriously, Dave, what am I supposed to be seeing? You're gonna edify me on what I'm supposed to be seeing? No, okay. Brilliant commentary, Goob. Brilliant commentary. Oh, and he's still going on about the music. Okay. Singing segment. Ugh. Things are getting very unga bunga around here, Dave. You have something to say about that?
Classic N64 music, man.
All right, Dave, you're being boring, which is, when you're salty and in baby rage mode is great.
Whoa, they teleported. Did you see that? Did you see how bad they teleported there? That means that person has a really bad online connection.
You gonna rant about the netcode?
Now you have no idea where they actually are.
Gonna rant about the netcode? Come on. This is all the Cannon Brothers' fault, right? Right? Or resting gout face. Okay. That.
Oh, bad luck.
He knows I'm running a poll.
Oh, Shy Guy hit me.
He knows I'm trying to have
Guy,
fun at his
crazy
expense.
driver.
That's what it is.
So this is a racing zone.
That's what it
Out of the
is.
way.
He
Oh,
was.
another speaker. Damn, the speaker gameplay is top tier right now.
Okay, I see what the son of a bitch is doing. He was ranting earlier in the podcast about how it's totally cool for people on Twitter to be tourists and come in and laugh at him that he's bad at video games and he's bad at Mario Kart. They are not the real problem. The real problem is those damn dirty detractors who are obsessed about him, who constantly make videos about make videos about everything he does. So he's in clown mode to show that he's a chill guy who's to give a full context to all those tourists. So no, he laughs at the games. He doesn't get sweaty and demand that they be more competitive and have a netcode rant on Mario Kart. That would be stupid. He'd be some kind of weirdo if he did that. He's just a chill, robust, authentic, interactive style streamer, Goobs. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay, all right. I feel much better. I am way less concerned than I was because now. Okay, now I get it. Dave, it takes me a little while. I'm a little slow on the uptick sometimes when it comes to Dave's social neuroses, but I get it. So let's see how badly he screws this up.
People using speakers really effectively. No bomb. Oh, I just nearly got out of the way of that bomb.
So, if I were anybody in this poll, I'd say take a none. Take a none because he's on his best behavior tonight. He's going to do everything in his power not to get into baby rage. And somebody might have eyes on him.
Yeah, baby.
Somebody might also have eyes on him and communicate that to him. There's also that.
Charge and chuck. Whoa, he actually hit me? I didn't know how close it was. It didn't seem to make a noise like it was close. It sounded like it was far away. Next thing I know, it hit me.
Dave. That's kind of what happens with shells. You know, if they do hit you.
All right.
So.
Nice. I hit him and I got a bunch of coins.
Nice.
Michelle up there. Oh, the flat son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Dude, double flat and nothing you can do about it whatsoever.
That we're getting the mask is creaking a little bit. You know, it's slipping just a bit. You kind of feel it a little bit there. He wanted to be salty about that. And again, it is bad luck. I understand wanting to be salty about bad luck. It helps you process bad luck to be salty about it. So give us what we want, Dave. We want you salty and baby raging because the problem is you can't just be a little salty.
I was going so fast I couldn't even see that car. So how was I going to avoid it? I literally couldn't see it.
By using your situational awareness, but yeah, you are critically lacking that, aren't you, Dave?
Here, apparently. Yeah, that's it. Damn.
That was a W pose. That was definitely a W pose.
Oh, let's see here. We had Sigma Sam with a $1 super chat. Thank you to Sigma Sam. Nick Smith did another $2 super chat. Are you wearing your Tuesday underwear today? Laughing out loud. No. I do have a set of underwear that actually has the day on each one. I'm not kidding.
Yes, Dave, you've shown people that.
This week. I have more than one.
Dave, if you're trying to appear normal to the tourists, bringing up facets like that for the Kino arc, not helping. Not helping your case, my guy.
Of underwear, so I'm not wearing those today. King Michael, good evening. And then we have Dan Zach with a $5 super chat. If blue shells are destiny, Rainbow Road is the path of truth. Who are we to question the banana peel that chose us? There you go. Very philosophical from Dan Zach tonight. Thank you, Dan Zach. I will have to think about that for many, many millennium to come. So there you go. We have $5, $2, $1, $2. That's $10. all together, that's 10. So we're already at $87 of support from Mario Kart. Thank you guys so very, very much. Let's continue. Let's do one more with Bowser Jr., then let's mix it up and let's pick his dad. There you go. By the way, Princess Luna, you did a $20 super chat. That means you are entitled to actually select a racer tonight and a cart if you're interested. Any contribution of $10.
And we get back to the cart scam.
Cart. So let me know. Type me in the chat if you're interested in selecting a racer or cart.
He does.
Still do
will.
regular Bowser. And then after that, we are open for suggestions.
Keep pushing your scam, Dave. I will give him credit. He has finally figured out a scam for every single game. He does have a $20 scam for every game.
I got Pro Racer. I got Pro Racer Bowser Jr.
I mean, it's disgusting that he has a scam for every game, but you know, this is the guy who's dead serious about this being a business. So.
Did a super chat. He said, "I wish there was a multiplayer Grand Prix mode." I do too. It's huge that there's no circuit in multiplayer. What were they thinking? Knockout Tour is the closest thing to a circuit because they eliminated circuits. It's just single races. That is dumb.
Dave.
I always raced a whole circuit or set. I never did single match races in Mario Kart. So I don't know why they did that.
So
look at this. What is this outfit?
Because I need to shut him up for a moment. Yeah. Dave, so you're gonna then, when they offer it as a DLC, you're just gonna be a good boy and buy it because you want it, right? You're not gonna rant about how this is anti-consumer and evil, bad, wrong, and just all that not even nonsense, all that stuff that you normally rant about how they're cutting content out of the game to sell it to you for more money, right? Because you want it so badly, right? Right?
Like patches on my back. What was that? I guess it was like a tourist. You have patches. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Coolio Cats. I'll add that to the leaderboard after this set here. I'll remember that you're the super chatter.
So
that I have to start
you gonna be fun, Dave? You gonna do anything fun, or are you just gonna be this weird? Are you gonna just keep being politely boring?
And I get no item right from the start.
Hey, we got one. We are at 1.
And again, no item. That's twice in a row.
Okay, Dave. Now you're back on track.
What? Whoa! I have absolutely no clue what touched me.
Okay, now we're getting there.
So I'm not sure.
Now we're getting there. The universe doesn't like him being like this either.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. Everyone has items here. Look. Everyone has. Yeah, oh my lord.
So anybody who mentally picked one of the bingo card, you guys can quit fucked. Pick none on your bingo card. And so just remember, if you follow my advice and picked one mentally, yep, you can get fucked now. Yep.
As soon as I went to use it, oh no!
Clown mode engaged. Clown mode absolutely engaged.
100% boned by the lightning. Wow.
Clown mode 100% engaged.
No items.
And people who chose 2 or less, quit fucked. I'm gonna count that all as the same. That I'm not gonna get. That's not 4. That's all part of number 3. All right, so he's been okay. We're getting back into the spirit of things now. Now it's turning into a Dave stream. He's complaining. He's not being weirdly reasonable. All right.
I knew it. He landed right next to me with 3 shells. Son of a bitch.
Come on, Dave. You're still being weirdly polite. Like, let the salt flow. Be angry. We are here for the Salt Fighter rage. At least I am.
Draft them, yeah.
All right, so then you are still running. You're still You're still
Now remember, you can miss the tube if you trick too much.
Can.
Which I didn't know before.
Yeah, if you focus on tricking and if you focus on not maintaining your altitude, you can kind of fuck yourself. Yes, and you almost fucked yourself again there. So well done, my goob. Duh. and ran right into that.
Nothing I can do there.
No, you ran right into
Right
that.
next to me, and he was gonna turn no matter what. Oh wow!
You ran.
Triple red shell into triple green shell.
Yep.
Can't do anything again.
He is at more. I need to start a separate wager next time for nothing I could do, Goop. Duh. Nothing I could do. All right, so he's just running. I mean, he's nothing to write home about. He's not. He's had his luck has left him this game because he was having the pig roach luck last game.
No item.
That's 4. One more, and everyone who thought he might be reasonable, like, or at least exercise some moderation, can get fucked. Clearly need to expand the brackets. Clearly need to expand the brackets for the second half.
Oh, I need it right down here in the water.
All right, and he's just needs to not screw up too badly, and he will survive.
No
this
idea what hit me again, but at least I got the boost here.
Yep, so just keep running cleanly, Dave, and you will advance to the next segment, because that's really all that needs to be done at this stage of affairs. Okay, that was actually a pretty well thrown gold shell, so
Don't flatten me.
I'm sure we will have some bad usage to make up for it later. All right, that was not a great drift. All right, and oh, he got some. He got some that time. And he screws it up by driving off the road because, yeah, that's what Dave does.
Oh, flattened.
All right. Got any commentary, Dave?
Very chaotic.
Do you have any commentary that isn't just describing what's on screen? No? Okay. So you're usual then. You're usual then.
And shrunk. Thank goodness I used all 3 speed boosts.
All right. So then up through the turn, decent line, kept.
Oh, nothing I could do. I was staying ahead and still got flattened.
All right. So yeah, nothing really interesting going on as far as his driving goes. You know, he's not running very cleanly. He's getting fucked up and then compensating by driving badly because he's in a hurry, which is not, it's working okay for him, which is, it's a valid strategy.
One of my favorites.
The valid strategy, but it requires you to keep getting speed boosting items, which,
Wow. No clue.
anything that takes chance on RNG is dangerous.
Wow, and here we go. Get hit once, instant combo. Can't do anything about it. Lost all momentum. Can't even catch up to them now.
You don't know that, Dave.
No items anywhere here. Jeez.
You don't know that, Dave. Just drive the race. Race the race. That's why the race is run, because you never know what's going to happen.
Enough of this.
Yeah. Guys, they can't catch up with them.
That's got to be one of the best places to use the bullet bill, because you don't have to slow down to do those jumps. That's amazing. Or not to do the jumps, to do those turns. Oh my god, now I screwed myself by hitting the grass.
Yes, you did.
That's all on me right there. I hit the grass.
That's the second time he's said that's all on me, which is just...
I don't know what hit me, and I don't know why I just lost both banana peels.
Well, okay, yeah. Now we're back to normal. But it's weird that he's saying, oh, that's my fault, guys. Bleh. So, Dave, you gotta do something, Dave? Gonna say something interesting or otherwise? Okay, so Reese Wild is an idiot.
Again with the lightning. So many freaking...
$2 super chat. MK9 makes me so mad. I don't know how you stay cool. Lol.
Again, what hit me? I actually don't know.
Reese Wild is either a LARPer or he's a LARPer, a tourist, or a plant.
Wait, I made it? Holy crap, I made it? I don't even know what happened. How did I make it? He said I was in 12th. Next thing I know, I qualify.
Yeah, because Dave, the positions disappear right before the end, so that's why it's important to run the race.
All right.
But yeah, Reese Wild is.
I have the grass again, son of a bitch.
So, Chad, inquiring minds want to know: is Reese Wild? He's obviously a dent, but is he a LARPer, a tourist, or a plant?
I missed the speed boost. Oh, is that a shortcut jump? That might have been a shortcut jump right there. It was, and I had the feather. I just didn't realize it was a shortcut.
So you're not paying attention, okay? And you weren't paying attention. It wasn't even a money counting segment.
Damn, he's got triple green shell.
Wow, kind of impressed that you
Take that.
missed something just due to your own ineptitude rather than being distracted. Not that your own incompetence is pretty great, and so is your ineptitude.
Now I'm done. I have nothing. I have no items.
Well, you ran in.
Over.
You ran.
Close, but it's over.
It wasn't that close, Dave. You ran a.
Good race.
You ran a
made
race.
A couple mistakes. I critical 2 times I went in the grass.
You made a few.
Fault.
You've made more than a
But,
few mistakes.
A lot of that's just bad luck.
So
Item combinations.
we are at 4. We are at 4. Guys, I didn't get an item.
All right, we're gonna switch to Bowser now.
And all of them in that particular race. And all of them in that particular
let's
race.
See here. We've got Coolio Cats had done that super chat. Let me add that to the leaderboard. Princess Luna did a $2 super chat saying Rosalina with the real racer. Real racer. Okay, I don't know what that is. We'll have to see. So we're gonna do Bowser.
Probably
next,
fishing
then
related.
Rosalina with the real racer. And then Reese Wild did a $2 super chat. And he says MK9 makes me so mad. I don't know how you're staying cool. I don't usually stay cool. Maybe it's just I was so
That's so not a plant. Not a plant then.
Today.
LARPer then.
With the first stream, such a frustrating stream trying to beat Liza P that probably I'm all raged out, and I'm ready to just kind of chill with this. This is just silly fun. It's fun though. It's silly fun. So
no,
just $6.
No,
right
that's
Thank you guys so very
that's a
much for
dented
that.
explanation even the best of times,
let's see
Dave. So
here.
no, absolutely not. I choose to disbelieve. I
don't even know what
choose
this
to
means. I'm just gonna
disbelieve.
ignore it. Okay.
So
Well, I don't even know what that means.
that's normal. That's normal.
Okay. So, okay, Bowser next, then Rosalina with the real racer. But first Bowser. I wonder what vehicle would be good for Bowser. Let's go to I don't think I've even used him more than once, Bowser.
Yeah.
So I don't think
Get
I've
the black.
unlocked an alternate outfit for Bowser.
Get the stationary urban style colored one that you see periodically. The black one is unironically cool. The black card is unironically cool.
Is there something that's huge?
Yes, there is. The big black
horn. Let's
one.
give him the big horn.
No, get the big black one, Dave.
Speed and weight, but no acceleration and no handling at all. Oh God, this is probably really bad, but I'm gonna give it a shot anyway.
Oh my God, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. It's not my style, yeah, Dave, because it requires you to be very. I mean,
it's ridiculously slow. Oh,
it's not slow. It
I'm
accelerates
doing truck
slowly.
right now, hauling a big ass load.
The point is it is quite fast once up to speed, Dave. That's the point. Is it accelerates slowly, so it takes a while to reach top speed. Okay, that was
poor Toad.
Just remember, he's willing to do that to Toad, but he's not willing to kill a cow in Minecraft. A wild cow. A wild cow. Killing cows on the farm, though, that's a different. Well, that's a horse of a different color.
Big horn for Bowser. When he's got big horns on his back.
Those are more spikes. Those are spikes, Dave. Actually, they're osteoderms, I believe the technical term. All right, and he is just flexing, literally, but he's actually supposed to flex, so can't complain too much about that. He really should have used that shell rather than let somebody run into it, but, you know, whatever, Dave. If that floats your boat, go for it. All right, so then he's just
Can't believe I just got hit.
going into it.
Touched me.
And he's bounding along. And he went off the road.
He actually drove off the road in order to flatten me. What
Yep.
a dickhead. He slowed himself down to flatten me. What did
That's a
Wario
little
have
salt.
against Bowser?
It's a little salt. A little bit of salt. A little bit of salt. A little bit of salt.
Sadly, this is what the problem is. If I get hit by lightning and stuff, I cannot accelerate. I have such poor acceleration. I'm always going to go to like last.
Then you best not get hit, Dave. Then you best not get hit.
Supercharged, look at this.
Okay, that is
Holy
that.
crap.
I detest the usage of the word metal as an adjective, but that is metal as fuck.
What? Wait, what?
Okay, what the fuck was that? Okay, we need to. Dave just got vaguely interesting. So okay, so here we are in 24th. Let's start here. We are in 24th. He hits his infinite mushroom. He's closing 23rd, 22nd, 21st, and we're about to lose it down here. So this guy right here is in 20th, and he's gone. And that other guy was across the line first.
Wait,
That other guy was across the line first. Also.
What?
All right, let's have that again.
What?
With the what into the what? That's what. That was a hit string of was that had. I mean, that was 4 or 5 thick. So I mean, Dave cannot combo anything in Street Fighter to save his life. But that was a pretty good lingual combo with a lot of was. So well done, sir.
I actually did get past 20th, and they
No, you
didn't
didn't.
give it to me.
No, you didn't.
I was in 21st. I used the bullet. I passed 2 people, and it said I was eliminated.
No, you did not. You crossed the line in 21st.
Nonsense. 100% baloney.
You crossed the line in 21st, Dave.
It said 21st, and I hit it, and you saw me pass people, and they clicked. I still didn't get 20th.
1, it never showed you in 20th.
It's like I said,
and 2,
this game's what you're seeing is not representative of what's actually happening in the race. It's just not.
Well, Dave, no, it generally is. It generally is. That's the whole purpose of rollback netcode. Is the principle is it starts with the assumption that what happened in the last frame is going to still be occurring in the current frame. So if you're driving forward, it's assumed you're going to be still driving forward in the next frame. That you might turn that frame. That's why it rolls back. So, maybe if you watched any of the number of good videos people have suggested to you on how to understand rollback, you might understand that.
You're actually seeing something that's not actually what's going down in the race. It's what they want you to see to make it look fluid. But did you notice in that match, the guy that was in first was teleporting back and forth?
Come on. Cannon Brothers rant.
Not good. It's just like everything. They use this netcode to fool you, but it's not good.
Yep.
You're jumping all over the
Come
place
on,
all the time.
you're really close. Now give me a Cannon Brothers rant. Drop the name.
I actually don't know how you wall jump properly. I've done it a couple of times, and every single time it was by accident. So I don't actually know how you wall jump in this.
Maybe you should go into the free roam mode and try to find out?
Okay.
Or is that too much work at this game that's not competitive that you wanted to be competitive last stream? And then you were told how to make it competitive, and then you whined that that's a core gameplay mechanic and you can't remove it.
I like this outfit for Bowser. He looks crazy metallic cyborg or something.
Admittedly, yes, that is an awesome skin for Bowser. That is an awesome skin for Bowser.
Oh, man. That's it. Again, once you lose your speed with this, you're done.
Well,
you have to maintain your speed.
It
I don't
requires.
know how that works long term because everyone's always going to get lightning.
Well, Dave, it requires you to think ahead. Requires you to drive smart.
I'm not sure how to use this effectively.
Requires you to drive smart.
Oh, man, I can't even make a turn with this thing.
Yes, you can. You just are really bad at it. Like, really bad. Phenomenally, cosmically, indescribably bad.
I can't speed up.
There are 10-year-olds who are better at this than you are when it comes to handling this combination of character and cart. I'm saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy. As the heavyweights are, yeah, they are naturally harder because they have a smaller margin for error due to their general to the lower acceleration and the worse handling. At the same time, though, they've got a higher skill ceiling because of the higher top speed, and they are also more resistant to when you get into a bump when you're bumping and grinding with people.
Okay.
And he hit that.
Oh, I drove right into it, man.
Another stationary banana.
I saw it too late and did not react.
The bane of Dave's existence. The infamous stationary banana. If only we could get a black one.
And that's it. Now I've lost speed. I was doing good. Lost speed. It's over.
No,
I can't
it's
catch
not,
up to that. Look,
Dave.
I'm so slow.
No, Dave.
You've got to keep maximum speed. You can't win with this. Like, you can't take a hit.
Except that's the point, is you can take a hit. You can bounce around and jockey for the better line because you have a higher weight. It helps if you don't run into the big size people. And now you're going to fight through here because it requires you to actually power slide. See, if you were lighter weight, that would have ended poorly for you. And yet you're right in the thick of things. You're right in the thick of things. You're coming up on the checkpoint. So, yeah, for all the whining he does not understand the game. And he drove off there, which lost him some of the speed that he claims he desperately needs. I mean, I haven't played a Mario Kart since Double Dash. And again, it's not these games aren't hard. But there's shit in this game that I don't remember. I don't recognize because the game has evolved since I last played it. But I mean, the basic dynamics of the racing are not complicated, and they haven't changed much.
Almost passed all the penguins. Damn.
And you ran a bad line.
Close to being perfection.
You had plenty of warning.
Almost doesn't count.
Only in horseshoes and hand grenades, Dave. Only in horseshoes and hand grenades. And you're still right in it. Still right in it until you do stuff like that. Well done. And then you've got an item that lets you get right back into it in spite of your own incompetence.
Oh, what the hell? The car. Someone hit the truck, and the truck bounced and landed on me.
Yes,
Holy
Dave.
crap.
That was perfectly.
That's a first.
That was.
Did that person fly off the track? Where are they?
That was entirely evident, Dave. Stop describing things that are on screen.
Air. They were somehow flying, but then we all just got hit.
Yes, and
there's the problem. I couldn't even get to the item, so because
Dave,
of that, I got screwed over.
Does that count as a complaint about an item? That count as a complaint about an item? I think so. But I leave it to chat to make that decision. Did everyone who in their mind chose 4 or less, are they gwit and fucked? Because that was a soft complaint about no item.
Oh man, I got owned, completely comboed. I don't even know what hit me. I know there was a boomerang. I don't know. I'm done now.
Well,
now I can't get speed back.
Well, Dave, you were far more entertaining when you were being salty.
Can't do jack.
Far more entertaining when you were being salty.
This has to be a great item. It's good.
No complaints about how you can't see? Because that actually would be applicable for once.
Oh my god, I was going so fast I couldn't see the duck. Oh.
Let's watch that again, because this is like he's got it, he's going fast, right there, you can see it, and right there it is, right there it fucking is with the exclamation mark above its head, no less. And his claim is that he cannot see that at this point. He's just going so fast, Goop. Duh. And
oh my god, I was going so fast I couldn't see the duck. Quality content.
Because if it's true, you're terrible at this, and if it's clown mode, you're an asshole. Or no, if it's an excuse, you're an asshole. If it's clown mode, you're just terrible at your job rather than this game. Well, in addition to this game, I suppose. And you drove off for some reason. For some fucking reason.
Oh, come on. Oh, my Lord. I'm so boned now.
Dave, just drive. Just drive. That's the part of the chaos and the pandemonium is...
No, come
okay,
on.
now you're screwed. Now you're screwed.
Oh, no. I'm done. That's
yeah,
it.
now you're done.
No way to catch up. Damn.
You weren't out.
Shell booby trap got
That wasn't a booby trap. That was you ran into it. It was Dave. It was a
Bowser, I think.
Dave. It was a stationary
dude, I got hit
object.
by so many items. It was like Combo City. I just kept hitting things left and right.
Dave, let's go back and watch that. Just okay. So he's gonna come up.
Lord, I'm so boned. Oh, come on.
All right, so
oh,
bone,
my Lord,
lightning
I'm
bolt.
so boned now.
Okay, we've got a stationary green shell right there. This isn't the one he hits, though, I don't think. No, he doesn't. So there it is, right there in the foreground. That my mouse is pointing at is a stationary green shell. Now, Dave, you spend your entire life finding ways to avoid stationaries. You should be able to avoid this one. Does it need to be black just for your brain to make the association? Who knows? But let's watch him not. Let's see him not react to this and drive right into the perfectly stationary object.
No,
like that.
Come on, I didn't see it. Oh no, I'm done. That's it. No way to catch up. Damn, the green shell booby trap got me.
That was not a booby trap, Dave. That was a hazard that you ran right into.
Damn, dude. I got hit by so many items. It was like
that was really bad. That was really bad, Dave.
Game Boy, how are you? Good evening. Good to see you here. Let's do one more Bowser, then we'll switch to Rosalina, as promised to Princess Luna for the $20 contribution earlier. Let's
all right. Okay. So Dave, you're gonna keep being bad at the game. Okay.
One more for Bowser. Look at this, Biker Bowser. Yep. And what was it? Oh, if he's Biker Bowser, I should put him on a bike, should I not?
I mean, that would be interesting, but
maybe the Blastronaut. Oh, we like something big like that. All right, let's put him on the Blastronaut. See how that goes. Okay. I received a $3 tip from Chocoboco. I'm a fan of the Fuego fries. I like them better than actual Takis. Nice episode. Thank you, Chocoboco. I agree. I thought the Fuego fries were
more
delicious.
food nonsense. Chips, no. Where's my skip juice?
Thank you, Chocoboco. That's
food nonsense.
96 bucks of support. We're well on our way to the goal.
The money buff is in effect. That's also helping keep him from being salty. Is the money buff?
20 bucks, you can pick a cart. I'll be doing
and that's the
next with a real racer.
And that's the third time he's run the money scam, the cart scam. That's the third time he's run the cart scam. Just so many counters, so little time. So many counters, so little time. All right, so yeah, that he's still holding the drift. Not brilliant, but okay. And
you stole my banana.
You got to sing about it, Dave.
Steal banana.
No, you're not going to sing about it. All right, good.
I threw it right off the track. I didn't mean to do that.
All right, and he's just resting gout face. Nothing to say. All right. And this is at 1.25 speed because. So just imagine how bad this would be at normal speed.
Oh no! Oh, that was close. That was so close. Oh, come on! I was doing fine. Someone got me drifting with a shell around them.
I was doing fine and the game happened, guys. So give me monies.
Jerks.
I was doing fine and then the game happened.
Wow! And now I'm at a disadvantage.
How are you at a disadvantage?
My acceleration is really bad.
He was. Yep.
But I did survive it, so that's good.
He was at a disadvantage and he ended up in a better place than he had been in when the disadvantage happened, guys. Totally disadvantaged. No, that he keeps doing that's how he ends up actually genuinely disadvantaged.
Look at this. I've never done this before. Well, this is cool.
Why are you jumping? Why not just grind?
Holy crap, this is neat.
Because when you jump, that shit happens rather than just grinding. Really okay, So then...
See, those are the kind of shortcuts and things I gotta look for. I don't even know about them.
was that really a shortcut? I mean, I suppose it was, but... I mean, you screwed up the shortcut, Dave. That's the thing, is you screwed up the shortcut.
Too many, look, multiple bullet bills. They all got the best stuff, man.
All right, so then... Again, resting gout face, no commentary.
Let's go. Come on.
Boring. Dave, where's the salt? You were great last week. You were nice. You were a nice, salty little bitch last week. So, you know, we could use that. That was fun. That was interesting. But we can't have nice things.
Avoided the blue shell. I don't know how, but they did.
And why did you use it when you're so close to the front anyway? Whatever. That's me trying to use logic, which, you know, trying to use logic in when involving Dave is always hazardous to one's own health, mental health. We got to save that sand score for the coming battle with Great Cthulhu. Not that it's going to be much of a battle because we're all going to be driven mad by it, but you get the idea. Better to die on your feet than in your bed. You know what I mean? He's going to start feeling himself soon. And he got a worse costume, which is appropriate. Got anything to say, Dave? Anything at all? Anything at all? Nope. Okay. Nothing to say. Resting gout face set to maximum, and thank you whoever fired that blue shell. Nothing I can do about that, Goob.
Nothing I can do about that. It's 2 in a row.
That's like 6 nothing I could do about that. Ken, get on it. Ken, make Dave regret dressing up as you. No, I'm sorry. Is that Ken or Un?
I was doing fine, but when I hit the guy, it pushed me into the car, which I didn't know would happen.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah. People ran into you and you bounced into things. It is what happens in this game.
Dude, I'm screwed. I can't get anything going. There's no items. I'm done. It's over. This is the qualification right here. Yeah, I'm done. I can't get up to him. Nope. No, it's over. Dude, I was in first, dominating the whole race. Then all of a sudden it was hit, and that was it.
That's what happens.
No opportunity to ever come back from being hit multiple times.
That's the nature of things, Dave.
There's nothing you can do. Literally no chance. That's Mario Kart.
Yes. So why are you complaining about it? It's cool. It's fine in the heat of the moment to bitch about it, but to maul about it after the race is just dumb.
Like, I think the feather and the speaker avoids the blue shell, and I didn't have either one, so there was nothing I could do about that at all.
I mean,
well, that was some good Bowser gameplay.
There's apparently a high skill way to do it that involves mushrooms too, but
there is no OG badge on YouTube. It's on Kick. And then we have DSP is to go with the $10 super chat. Baby Mario, please.
Money counting segment.
Thank you, DSP is to go.
Money counting segment.
That. Last week it did. I actually did pretty good with Baby Mario last time, right? All right, so that is another $12 of support. Which means we're up to 108 climbing tonight, everybody. Thank you so very, very much. We're now switching to Rosalina and the Real Racer.
I'm sensing fishing. I'm sensing fishing will be
We
involved.
unlocked a new Rosalina last time.
Arrow.
There she is. Arrow Rosalina, but now we have to find a Real Racer, which I don't know what that is. Where the hell is it? There it is, Real Racer.
Huh.
Okay.
I mean
Princess Luna for the contribution and the request for this. See how this drawing, I have no clue.
the joke is REEL, but I had expected something distinctly more fishing related. So well, I'm not sure where the reel's coming from. Oh, the movies. It's okay, yeah, movies. It's a movie part. Okay, all right.
I've unlocked every vehicle at this point.
So is that supposed to be a flex, Dave, or what?
Sorry to hear about my battle with Wendy's, says Skyheart. No battle, just disappointment. Just disappointment again at a major American fast food chain that doesn't make the food right.
So then why do you keep doing DSP tries it then, Dave, if they never make anything right?
She's going to lose control of the car. She's going to fly off of it.
And also, for those who missed the start of the stream, he did no less than 8 scats. There were 8 scat references to him having the shits after that Takis meal. So, if I had to endure it, so do you. And so we're up to 9 then, because he just added another one to the count. Will we hit a dozen? That's another good poll question.
Look at the stats. That was pretty
Another
dumb of me.
great
I
poll
should have.
question.
I didn't want to throw a bomb. I messed up.
So,
My fault. Press the button like a fool.
so Dave's out here being a little cock
Oh,
tease.
what happened? Oh, I lost control.
He's out here
I
being a little
couldn't take the
cock
corner
tease
for
because he had
That was really weird.
4. One match he had 4 goddamn. I got screwed out of an item, guys. Duh. And because Chad hasn't responded, I'm gonna say that one that I argued might have been a 5th is not. So everyone, the person who guessed 5+, still on the way to take home bragging rights. Probably not even on the stream anymore, but doesn't matter. We have got someone who might have, they might have called it and they might not have. That was a weird flicker. Sorry about that if anybody saw that.
Camels.
All right, so Dave's just puttering along, and
What the? Did you see that? The random green shell hit the camel.
more commentary on what's on the screen. Dave, do you have any commentary that isn't about food, scat, or what you just saw on screen? Like, and I don't mean like analyzing it. I mean just describing what happened. I'm asking a stupid question. I've watched enough to know that you do not. So resting gout face, and he is in try hard mode, but he is in first. He's not run bad.
A hat on. What's he doing? Look at this outfit.
I mean,
Interesting
it's not as good as some of his other runs, but he's actually had some decent legs tonight, like legitimately good legs.
No idea.
And he's always going to fuck it up, like he's starting to do now. So he had a good leg, and now he's going to compensate by coming out and running really badly.
And you get the bag, son of a bitch.
Why is that worthy of a son of a bitch? You made an attempt to get an item and you failed.
There's no way I could even see him at all.
You're a weird one, Mr. Dave. You're a weird one. All right, so he's just in the fray of it. In the fray of it, yeah. And he ran right into someone coming head on because, yeah, that's what the guy does.
I'll take those. Thanks. Needed those.
And yeah, the car's hanging on really well. There's some times he would have been utterly wrecked in using other combinations he's used in the recent past, and that car is just hung on.
I pressed the speaker. I swear when I was next to Wario, I pressed it. It didn't give it to me.
Keep telling yourself that, Dave. Keep telling yourself that. I'm going to go. Why did you blow it there?
Well, now I'm boned.
Why did you use it there?
With items. They all hit me, and I can't do anything. Look, they all cluster on me. They all hit me. I'm driving amazingly well, and I get screwed by that nonsense.
Well, Dave, there's still a fair amount of the stage left.
Bullshit.
Still a fair amount of the stage left. The leg left. So go and stay in it. Don't.
No power-ups on this thing. How am I supposed to catch up to them? Where are all the damn power-ups?
You're supposed to just drive well. Driving well is the greatest power-up that there is.
Had enough.
Yeah, and
Have I ever driven across this bridge? I don't recall this stage at all.
yes, you have, Dave. Remember, he was out of it, and there was no way he was going to catch up. Just remember that. Okay, that was some bad luck. But, yeah, he was never going to catch up, Goob, and he keeps missing speed pads when he really doesn't have the ability to lose them.
I didn't hit the speed boost? How? How did I miss?
Because you took a bad line. And yet he's still in it despite having pronounced at least 3 times, guys, I'm not going to catch up. I'm fucked. All right, decent drift. decent drift, and now he's going off road for some reason. He's going to run out of. Ooh, okay, I'll give him a little more credit. That he timed that pretty well, better than I thought it was going to. And he's
Where's the person
just.
in first? What is going on here?
You can see him, Dave. You just got to run clean. As always, you just got to run clean. But now enjoy the blue shell that's going to end up coming your way because you've taken first. So yeah, you gotta run a pretty good line in order to get out of this intact because something's going to screw you over. It's a matter of when. It happens to everybody in first. It's the nature of the game. Like that.
Damn it! I was doing so good.
Exactly like that. Exactly like that. All right, and
Whoa,
to infinity and beyond.
Let's do it, baby.
And-
The finals.
Yep, and he is holding it down, and he's actually not screwing it up yet. I mean, he's come close a couple of times, but he's really hasn't screwed up. He should have been drifting through there though. That was not great, and that was also not great.
Well, I got screwed. I can't drift. I'm trying so hard. It's really hard to drift on this stage.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. I can't say affirmatively one way or the other, but I suspect it's not.
Unless someone does blue shell, he wins.
Well, Dave, you never know. Making better use of your items is probably a good idea, though.
What happened? Oh, come on. They gave him an offensive weapon. They didn't give me one.
And Dave? And?
Well, fourth place. That sucked. They gave them offensive weapons. I didn't get nothing.
Okay, and?
Wow.
Dave,
All right,
is there a point to your whining?
Fourth place ain't bad, right? And I was in first heading into the top four, and then bad luck. What's weird, I couldn't take the turns I was trying. It seemed like the turns were really sharp. And for this build that I have, this Rosalina and what is it, real racer build, it was hard. I couldn't get the curve.
I'm sorry about that. We have an idiot in chat that I just feel the urge to comment upon. From that $5 from Jimmy DeSanta. Yo, B-Dog! It's your boy Jizzle, bro! I saw you at Wendy's and turned your bathroom into a biohazard zone. Scat explosion emojis. Nah. Much love from Los Santos. Keep grinding. Nah. Someone gave Dave $5. Someone took $5 whole to do a super chat in which you had a poop emoji next to an explosion emoji. So somebody gave Dave $5 to have him read aloud about a poop explosion when you could have just asked him, Dave, what's your favorite poop explosion? And he would have read it and actually had an answer for it because, as always, scat.
It's doing good, though. And I was in first for a lot of the race, so not bad, not bad. Pretty good. Okay. Pretty good. I'm getting better, right? Here, let's quit out of this. Jimmy did a $5 super chat and says he saw that you ate Wendy's and turned your bathroom into a biohazard zone. Much love from Los Santos, so keep grinding. Thank you, Jimmy.
I won't. No, Dave. You didn't read the super chat. It's yo P-Dog. It's your boy Jizzle, bro. I saw you ate Wendy's and it turned your bathroom into a biohazard zone. Poop explosion emojis. You forgot the poop explosion, Dave. That's a critical part of the message. You have scammed that gentleman by not engaging in scat talk, which is quite strange for you because I know how much you love the scat talk.
But it's all in the name of content, right? Thank you. $113 of support. We still have an hour left. Thank you, guys. Let's split the part here. When we come back, more Mario Kart
Split
World
the
Madness.
part.
Can I actually win one? I'm getting closer and closer. We'll see. Very nice. All right. Excuse me. I'm just going to stretch my legs here for a second, everyone. We're going to continue on. Another race or two with Rosalina. Then we have Baby Mario on deck. And then if someone else contributes $10, you can choose another character as well. But I just want to stretch for a sec.
So, this is the part split. He did not, that little bitch, he complained 4 times about missing an item. He complained 4 times. And then there was the soft one where he was complaining about missing an item, but he hadn't actually missed the item. And then there was another time early on where when he was still in clown mode from the start of the stream, that he also missed an item and he didn't bitch about it. So, we only had one person in the poll, and that person picked five or more, and that person can get fucked because the correct number is 4. Wow, I would have lost money on that one. Good thing there is none.
The sleepy song. It's playing the sleepy song. Sat down right after, right? All right, it's time for the second half of the night. More Mario Kart Madness, 1 or 2 more Rosalina in this Real Racer, then we'll go to Baby Mario, and then we'll see what's after. Yes, Dunsfelter, the next DSP tries it is this new pickle menu at Sonic. It actually doesn't launch in the United States until June 30th. I didn't know that. I went to their site and it was listed, but when I went to see if I could order it, it wasn't on the apps, and that's because it's not there yet. So they are going to get it, and then I'm going to have that be DSP tries it next week. So there you go.
Well done, Dave.
It's
done.
A super loaded, like a pickle loaded double smash burger, pickle seasoned tots or fries, and then a pickle drink that has these boba pellets of pickle juice in them. I'm serious. So that'll be interesting. Okay. Let's continue, guys. Thank you. Such amazing support so far tonight. We're on pace to hit that goal tonight. Thank you all so very much. Let's do it. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Mario Kart World Knockout Tour Nights here on DSP Gaming. We're currently cruising with Rosalina, and that last one was quite a good placement, top 4. I actually feel like I would have done even better if it was just for the bad luck at the end there.
Yeah, Cope and Seed, that is the MO. Cope and Seed.
Touring Rosalina with the hat on. I like the hat, actually. It's kind of cool. So now we got the underwater stage theme music. This game has all the classic Nintendo and Mario stuff when it comes to the music. It's all remixed. Really cool.
That's okay.
Abdullah,
how is it that you remember music?
The next DSP tries it that I'm going to do, which is my taste testing series. There's going to be a
How do you remember music, Dave? You can't remember anything else, but you can remember music.
In a few days. I said that's what it's going to be. Abdullah says, don't get the meal from Sonic. It'll be a nuclear explosion.
And absolutely, Dash Pie, that was an oof. That was an oof.
What do you think that was? There's a smoldering crater on my floor of my bathroom right now, all right? All right, here we go.
Also, more scat. We're up to 9 scats.
I knew that was going to happen. I knew I was going to lose control and drive directly into a shell.
Dave. You just keep telling yourself that. You just keep telling yourself that.
What? They're saying that to me? What?
Excellent driving, Dave. Excellent driving. Good start to the second half of the stream.
Worse than a pop music station.
What? What does that even mean? What does that even mean, Dave? Elaborate. Or are we just throwing out non sequiturs? I guess we are.
What is this nonsense? Are you kidding? I have absolutely no speed at all.
You got hit by lightning.
Oh, that was awful. What a horrible time to get hit by lightning. I see a shortcut. I gotta take it.
Well,
and that happened.
At least.
You want? Oh, and then I don't get an item. This is ridiculous.
You piece of shit. Where was that? Where was that last race?
Insanely bad luck.
Where was that last race, Dave?
I have absolutely no hope right now.
And absolutely, Dasher Pie, that Dave ruining the bet was an oof. Not that it was much of a bet, but you know what I mean. It was. He was on a roll. He was a good boy, and then he was just salty as fuck for one race, and then he kind of leveled off, which was, yeah. And he can't drive, and he can't avoid basic obstacles. So, Dave, there's a difference between luck and being bad. You know, you've had some bad luck, but you've been really bad too. Really bad, like phenomenally, atrociously bad. Also, Dave, atrociously. You can use it without it. You can use atrociously as an adverb in and of itself.
Awful luck. All right, one more with Rosalina. First match went really well. Second match went atrocious.
He wants to be done with this.
Super bad luck.
When he was doing good, he was down with it. But now that Rosalina is not notching wins for him, she can get fucked because she's a lady and he's married. Damn. Stupid.
That sucked big time. Big time.
Yes, it did, Dave. It did. It absolutely did. So, are you going to you know? You gonna do better? Dave?
Top 4 where I was literally in first place half the time in the race.
Oh, we're just
in
gonna
last
cope
place.
instead. Okay. All right. That
Great.
coping is definitely a strategy. That's definitely a strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works.
Apparently a bunch of people just lost an insane amount of points on that. I'm very sorry about that. I swear I'm not trying to sandbag or anything, but
Dave,
the game is like that.
you are too bad an actor to sandbag.
See what I mean about the open world? There's nothing
If you
in it.
tried
Look,
sandbagging,
what does it exist for?
it would be
What am
obvious.
I doing right now? What's the point? Just empty. All right.
All right. Yep, and he's in there. He's hanging in there, which is about all that can really be asked for from the guy. But you know, you gotta say something, Dave.
Wow. What effective items?
That is something other than food scat or describing what just happened on screen. So I will accept it, but I will still give you points off for violation of the spirit of the request rather than fulfilling it. Then, you know, for fulfilling the letter of the request but violating its spirit. Because while wow, what items is not describing what just happened on screen, but it is living in the same neighborhood as it.
Lost the outfit as soon as I got it. Wow.
Dave, if you want to collect outfits, then just go do the free roam mode. I mean, that seems much easier than trying to do it while being competitive. And ran into the wall because he just can't drift. He can't think ahead and plot his lines. Okay. And we're still being brilliant, Goop. Duh. And no commentary at all? No? Okay. All right.
I got him. I got Baby Bowser with the bouncing shell. Nice.
And
I
that's
didn't drift and now I'm screwed. Yep, I didn't drift. It completely screwed me over there.
yep. And still describing what he's seeing on screen. Okay. And resting gout face. And I'm officially on loop tonight, and I really wish I had some better commentary than that, but
Bag of chips. Pro racer, and I don't know what just hit me. And I completely missed the items. Great.
that's
not
two.
good.
That's two.
I was doing fine. I was doing pretty decent. Now I'm way boned.
All right, so you are a cool dude who is a great streamer, Goop. Totally cool guy and stuff. Duh. So yes, we gonna do something. We're gonna say something.
No, off the track with that. Oh, terrible. And then lightning on top of it. And then lightning on top of it.
Devour. That scenery is very tasty, Dave. Devour it. It's seriously
them apples.
clown mode. Clown mode. Clown mode is out in force tonight. So yeah, we've got that to deal with. So that'll be fun. That will be fun.
How on earth? Wow. So there was no way for me to see a blue shell was going to hit someone in first place directly in front of me. Then there was a second hit from off screen that hit me from behind. No way I could have seen that.
There were situational awareness, Dave. Situational awareness. It helps. Life is so much easier when you are situationally aware. But you never are, so I guess you wouldn't know how to experience the good life, and he got lucky there.
Need that item, okay.
That wasn't bitching about missing an item. That was just claiming he needed one, and he got one.
Nothing I can do about that either. Stuff from off screen, not.
This is $2 super chat from DJ and DJ. Next DSP tries it, some type of African country. While DSP tries it, Nigeria would be fucking hilarious. Can you just imagine this guy showing up in Lagos? This guy just showing up in Lagos. Or a DSP tries it Cairo. Or even DSP tries it Cape Town. I mean, Cape Town wouldn't even necessarily terrify him, necessarily. Because there are white people there. But, yeah. I mean, we would get a 3-hour pre-stream about the flight. Now, guys, we started off by taxiing onto the runway, and then these dumb fucks made it really loud because the jet engines for some reason spooled up, and then we took off, and it was still really loud, and I couldn't think straight because it was so damn loud. And then there was this person next to me who was snoring. Bunch of dumb fucks. Yeah. And then, like, when we landed, there were a bunch of stationaries, and it was really scary. And now I have no fingernails, guys. Fucking stationaries. Yeah.
Able to be dodged.
So yeah, I'm down for DSP tries in South Africa.
Random.
We get some spicy content. Because Dave would not be able to control his mouth.
What the dude? Are you for real? Did you see that?
Yes, Dave.
I was power sliding and max boosting. It was an insane combo of things.
Let's go to the tape. Coming around. Gets an item. Gets an infinite mushroom. Hits it. Starts drifting, gets hit by gold shell, and then gets run over.
Dude, are you for real? Did you see that?
That's not a crazy combo.
I was power sliding and max boosting. It was an insane combo of things to completely destroy me.
It was bad luck.
Combo.
It was
I
bad
can't even
luck.
say what all the things were. I'm not sure.
You got hit by a gold shell and then run over. That's not an insane combo. That's just bad luck. It's kind of what happens in these games. Not that you'll ever admit it, but you know, it is kind of what happens in these games. All right, so you're just back to resting gout face, okay, and you missed the ring.
What is going on? What is hitting me? I can't even see right now. Yo, what happened? Literally, what happened? It was just amazing.
You had some bad luck, Dave.
Any of them or make heads or tails of anything that's going on.
Fell through the floor.
And then I get a good item, I go to use it, and it doesn't work, and the screen goes black.
The screen didn't go black. The screen darkened. It didn't go black. The screen went black. I wouldn't have been able to see anything, Dave, nope. And you would have been biting your nails.
Now to Mario Jr. Mario Jr. is the only other character that we actually have set. So after that, whatever you guys want, let me know. Depending on contributions, a $10 contribution.
So that what has that race taught us? It's that whoever chose not once in the poll can get fucked because we're already at 2.
DJ and DJ did a $2 super chat saying next DSP tries it, try African country. They don't have any African food out here, sadly.
No, he didn't say to try African food, Dave. He said to try an African country.
Sadly. And there's a $5 tip.
No, Dave, you need to go back and apologize to that guy. He didn't say try African food. He said try an African country, which means either like actually getting some dirt from the country and eating it, or going there, which would be pretty good content either way. DSP tries it, eating rocks would everyone would wonder what the newest memology clip is about, and then they'd realize that it wasn't a memology clip.
In the open world, there's not 396 P-switch quests to complete, 150 panels to find, and 200 peach coins to collect. Yes, but they don't do anything. The P-blocks, I'm not kidding you, the P-blocks give you stickers that have absolutely no effect on the game.
Dave, like it's fun to collect.
Things are just things to do as distractions.
Yes,
they don't give you anything.
It's fun to collect.
Yeah, racers and all of the carts just by driving.
Not everything needs to be a collectathon.
They should have had something in there like a challenge or some kind of story or something. It's literally a waste of time. I don't know why they did that. Because the thing is, I do like.
It's not enough to have a. It's not enough to have a driving game that's got a 7-circuit, 7 Grand Prix, so 7, each of which is 4 races. It's not enough to have that mode. It's not enough to have a time trial mode. And it's not enough to have an open world that's got all kinds of little things to do that make use of the open world. Every single one of those things also has to have to be part of an integrated progression system, so that everything you do makes you a little bit better. This guy's brain has been destroyed by RPGs. It's been destroyed by WWE Champions, specifically, because WWE Champions is all about incremental progression. But he wants everything to have an RPG progression system. And then he whines about how RPGs take too long.
That all the courses are connected. And I do actually enjoy how you have the lead-ins between courses, and I love Knockout Tour. I think Knockout Tour is the best part because it connects all the courses. But the fact they didn't implement the open world to anything significant is pretty sad. So, okay. Thank you for the $5 tip. We're at 120. Joggin Muse just gifted 2 subs on Kick. That means that Joggin Muse will get to choose the next character after Baby Mario. We're now at 130 of support tonight. Thank you guys so much. Let's now go to Baby Mario.
All right, folks, I gotta briefly hop off, but I'll leave Dave running. I will mute Dave and turn up the background music so that you guys have got some stuff to chill to. If anything interesting, chat, leave a timestamp for Raw Phil, and I will watch it when I get back. Life has a terrible way of interfering when not intended.
So what are they just not doing the corn? Are they lying to everyone and saying that it has the corn and it doesn't actually have it? Or how much do you want to bet they had the corn and they sold out with it? They sold it out right away. So now none of this.
And back, guys. So, sorry about that. Small household emergency had to be attended to.
Darkside Jasper has gifted a sub tonight. Thank you, Darkside Jasper. We're to 135. We're only 15 bucks away from the
And
goal.
with nothing in chat, I assume
Yoshi
nothing
on
interesting
deck
has
after
happened.
beating Mario.
So,
Okay, so Yoshi is coming up, and then after that, it's all up for grabs depending on what you guys want.
and the cart scam is still in full force and effect. Good to see.
Tonight. Damn, I was doing so good on that one now too, and then it all fell apart just based on one stinking item.
And now we run into the small problem of
What was that?
how many item misses are there that could be lurking that will never be found. Oh well. Oh well.
This is cool.
The fun game, but yeah. What can you do? What can you do? Am I right, guys?
All right.
So Dave, you're gonna be bad at this because I'm gonna assume that you are.
You lost $800 gambling today, or else you would support such a good deal. If you already lost 800, then 10 more ain't gonna hurt nothing. You might as well just go ahead and drop the 10 and pick a character.
Wow, Dave,
You're already
you
in the hole,
are
you're already boned. It's not gonna
you
get any
are
better,
being
that's for
a
sure.
good sport about all this. So such a cool goob. Duh.
What? I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to get a final boomerang out, and I used 3 speed mushrooms at the same time. Oops.
You mashed,
Oh, now
Dave.
it's
You
snow, man.
absolutely meant to do
Got
that.
screwed. Now flattened by a power-up. That's complete baloney. Complete baloney.
No, that's situation normal for you, Dave. That's just situation normal for you.
Somehow I didn't get lightning. I don't know why. I didn't get lightning and I didn't lose my item. I have no clue why.
Are you
I
going
was
to
just
complain
normal
about that?
power fighting.
You are seriously complaining about that. That's impressive, even for you, Dave.
Stole my bomb.
That was a bad read. You want to do that line read again, Dave? Resting gout face,
Nope, took that shit
standard
out.
complaint.
It was another one. Hot 2 red shells in a row. Talk about bad luck.
That is how it goes, isn't it?
Stole my leaf.
Oh my
my
god,
feathers.
my commentary is getting as bad as Dave's. The retard aura is affecting me.
Nice. I clobbered a few of them.
So, Dave, you gonna say something? Again, that isn't scat, food, or
Wow.
describing what just happened? Wow is describing what just happened, I think. I think that's
Oh
what I'm
my
doing.
lord.
Exclamations about what just happened also
Bad luck,
count.
and there's no power-ups now. So I can't even do anything about this. Oh.
Amazing gameplay, Dave. Amazing stream. You are the greatest. Say something, you pillock. Say something.
As I had the speed to go into first, lightning bolt.
That is something. I cannot complain that you've given me what I asked, but you are definitely not helping yourself with that. Definitely not. Definitely not. All right, so we have got a very cool style stream. It's so cool that it's chill. And it involves the guy who's got a resting gout face, and he's try-harding in a
Everyone has a
children's
zillion
racing
items. What is
game.
going on? How do they all have that many items?
Because they all drove through the bricks, Dave. There's 20. Well, there's 16 of them
No,
at this
I can't
point.
do nothing. Nope. They all have items. I couldn't do anything. Literally, every one of them was using items at once. I never got one. Even though I don't know.
They all have items, guys.
All right, who's switching now? We are now switching to Yoshi. That's correct, Yoshi.
Okay, so you're switching to Yoshi. Are you going to somehow become interesting? I have my doubts.
I received a $15 tip. Best current playthrough, in my opinion. Dry Bones if there's time. All right, so we got Yoshi and Dry Bones to end the night tonight then.
And
we have some extra time. Maybe we'll
are
sneak another one in, but Yoshi and Dry Bones is it. Let's see here.
We are going to come on, Dave. Start the stupid coin fall so that I can press fast forward.
No, because that would have been the top tip, but we don't know the name, so just an anonymous $15 tip. Thank you so much with that, folks.
Yep, you're
It's time to celebrate because, ladies and gentlemen, we've done it again. We've hit the goal. We're thirsty. Pickle neck. Taxes on stuff. Brand of shoes is my favorite. For purely comfort purposes, New Balance. I've owned 3 different pairs of New Balance sneakers, and every single pair.
Dave, you allege that you are a 43-year-old man. Your answer should be. Let's just go back and watch this. Maybe I'm being too hard on him. This is a $2 super chat on what is your favorite brand of sneaker, of shoe rather.
There's also a $2 super chat from Iris who says, "What brand of shoes is my favorite? For purely comfort purposes, New Balance."
Okay, Dave, you might want to just if you could pause your brain for a second and think about how you answer this, because you just said that you think about shoes. You have multiple favorite shoe brands for things other than comfort. And you allege that you are a 43-year-old man who is straight. Your answer should be, my favorite brand of shoes is the one that I'm wearing. And I kid, but only a little bit. I mean, that Dave, that you know shoe brands off the top of your head, and you have them categorized by comfort and other things. Because you can pick a favorite for comfort, which presumably implies that you can pick favorites for other things, is weird. I mean, it's not weird. You're playing, again, this is not a, Dave, you tell everybody that you're not a closeted homosexual, and you keep doing things that indicate that you might be. That make it easy to make jokes about. Like statements like that.
I've owned 3 different pairs of New Balance sneakers, and every single pair has felt insanely comfortable to me. So, and I compared it with other ones too, like Adidas, or Asics, or Under Armour, and others. And I'm sorry, New Balance just feels so comfy. I love them. So, good stuff. All right, it's time for Yoshi. Captain DCW, how are you tonight? He just joined us. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. It's Yoshi time, and then we've got time for who was the last selection? Who was the last one that we're gonna do tonight after Yoshi? I forgot. We do Food Slinger Yoshi. What do we want?
Baby Mario, Dave. Also, I remember your scam better than you do. Just how do you do that? How do you run a scam like that and then forget about who you're supposed to be giving?
I've forgotten. Someone just said it in the tip for the $15, and I forgot.
Yep, and he's forgotten.
Tipper, I apologize. Who the hell did you say you wanted me to play as? I forgot.
Gin brain at work. Gin brain at work.
Iron Man the Power is very excited for Ghost of Tsushima 2 in October. Well, it's Ghost of Yote. But yes, hopefully it's a great game. You were playing Pokemon Violet? Sounds fun, Captain. Akuma says charge jumping around tricking is actually slower compared to drift boosting. Only charge jump if you plan on jumping on a rail. Okay. Gotcha. Drift boosting's better. You're feeling better? I'm glad to hear that, Captain.
Captain, no. Captain DCW needs to have bronchitis forever because it means we will never have another haiku. Dent haiku if he's forever sick.
I didn't get an item at all.
There we go. That's 3. That's 3. So everyone who guessed 2 or less can get fucked.
What? I only used 2 mushrooms. I don't have one left. I had 3. I pressed the button twice. I don't have any mushrooms. What happened? It didn't show anyone steal them. I just lost them entirely. It disappeared, that last mushroom.
Let's go to the tape. Let's go to the tape and find out. All right, so he's driving along, drifting. All right, so he's going to come up here and he's going to get some mushrooms. He's got... Okay.
What?
One
I
of...
only used 2 mushrooms. I don't have one left. I had
Sarah
3.
used
I
a
pressed the
shell
button
of some
twice.
kind,
I don't have
Dave.
any mushrooms. What happened?
Sarah
Didn't show
used
anyone steal them.
some
I just
kind
lost
of...
them entirely. It disappeared.
Some kind of shell or something.
I have no idea.
It's not terribly hard. Not terribly hard to see. Anything else you're going to complain about, Dave? I know that that's your natural toxicity, but it is nice when... Yes, they had a bunch of items, and yeah. They use them. It's the game, Dave. You're the one who was told that you could set up a lobby with no items, and you went on a spurging spree saying you would never do that because it is a core mechanic.
Biker Yoshi, new one.
Dead air. Still dead air.
Missed it. I missed the item. Oh my god.
And that makes 4. And
I can't believe I missed it.
that was incompetent. That was your incompetence showing, Dave.
Are you kidding me? How did he have that speed to begin with, and then he stole the item directly in front of me? Oh my god. That's 0 luck.
We need some salt. So it's far more interesting when you were salty.
Oh my lord, man. It's just so insane. The bad luck is ridiculous. Fuck you, Charge and Chuck.
Yes, Dave, the bad luck is ridiculous, so get angry. Get angry. Get into it. Tell the Cannon Brothers what for. Call everyone a pattern-playing scrub. That'll help, I'm sure.
Pushed me into the banana. I didn't drive into it. They drifted and pushed me into it.
So why are you coping about it, Dave? It's the nature of the game, so why are you coping about it?
That didn't really help me at all, did it?
Maybe if you would have actually ground on, maybe if you would have actually done the grind rather than constantly jumping off like an idiot, you know.
Barely made it.
Might have helped. All right, hammer down, mushroom out. Missed the boost pad. Gonna miss this one? Okay, you didn't, so good. Come on, Dave. We somebody needs to win our little poll, our little game. So you just need to miss one more. You need to miss it, and then you need to bitch about it. You need to miss an item and then bitch about it.
You kidding me? Oh my god, this insanely bad luck.
Oh, that's
I've had no coins this whole run. Did you notice that? I've had 0 coins. I just can't get any.
Dave just told all of us to quit fucked because he had the perfect opportunity to bitch about missing that item. And he just sighs and doesn't actually bitch about it. He implied it heavily, but I will defer to chat. Chat, is that a complaint, what he just did on when he missed the item? Inquiring minds want to know.
I made it. I beat Mario there. Holy shit, dude. That was awesome. Insanely lucky, but awesome.
Yeah, that's some Dave commentary right there.
I didn't realize that. Shit.
All right, and he's gonna need to drive clean.
What the hell is Matsuri Yoshi? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what Matsuri Yoshi.
Of course, a car could not see because it was behind a bus.
All right, so he's gonna need to step it up. He's gonna need to step it up if he wants to try to get out of this, make something of this, because he needs to keep hitting boost pads. He needs every bit of speed he can get to keep it tight. Yeah, to avoid stuff like that happening. To avoid stuff exactly like that happening.
It's over. I can't catch up. I have no speed in this thing. All I have is acceleration, no speed.
But you
Of course
said
he had an item, you know? Like, what am I going to do? They gave him a good item.
people
That's
don't...
it. It's over. No way I can catch up.
Dave, you're the idiot who uses every item you get
Was I
immediately
outplayed?
because out of fear that someone's going to take it away
Right,
from
they
you.
just kept giving me crap items over and over. I got like almost no good items that whole time. I got one lightning bolt. I just was not getting anything good. Damn, look at this. Look at this Yoshi. What
That is
Roxy
definitely
Yoshi?
that was
Get that
definitely
out.
a
Have good night, Captain. See you later, man.
failing pose. That I will admit that was definitely a
Matsuri
pose that was
Yoshi.
failing.
All right. Ooh.
I'm assuming it's Japanese food,
Fun racing night, everybody.
Japanese
It's been
food
fun.
cook. But yeah,
Matsuri Yoshi. Yellow Yoshi. So what were the stats for this? I'm just curious. See, it's all acceleration, no speed, and no weight. Exactly. So if we're on a straightaway and I don't need to accelerate, I'm getting owned. Let's try
well,
to find one's a little
that's the
better.
point. If you're trying, is
Let's
if
go with
you
this one. Let's go
have
Funky Dory.
insane acceleration, you're trying to
Try
put
that.
yourself in a
Dory's
position
the,
where you can
dolphin,
leverage
right,
the
from Super
acceleration.
Mario World. Look at this one. Oh my god, Frosted Yoshi. That's cool.
Nah, what?
Outdoor Frosted Yoshi. Covered in snow.
You are so
Crap.
easily, you are so easily amused, Dave.
Very good.
You are such a pain in
How
the
many
ass
wins
for
do I have
someone who is
overall?
so
One.
easily
I beat
amused.
this mode once. It's just so random to get the win, but everyone is constantly drafting good items if they're behind you.
And you're still whining about this. Okay.
Just remember, staying on the side of the road, you can avoid a lot of items, especially from a pack of racers.
I guess that's what we're doing. Is just more bitching. Because that's what good streamers do, right? Duh.
That's a good starting item right there.
It's definitely a thing, Dave. It is definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. All right, so are we gonna say something?
I know.
Resting out face or resting out face. Yep, resting out face it is. All right, so I do dig the Bowser's Castle revamp. It is pretty cool. It is very apropos if you're going to redo it all in, you know,
Fast
glorious
right
modernish graphics. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Finally got him on the board, but he hit me. We hit each other. That was pretty epic, actually. I hit him, and he hit me. It was a trade.
Uh-huh. That being said, the Bowser's, like the segment that was just in on this particular track, it is channeling Mordor a little harder than perhaps is desirable.
Random shells. Random fucking shells.
But Mordor right next to a busy cargo port, you are probably making some commentary with that, Nintendo. I will not go any further in my analysis of it than that, but you're probably making a comment with that.
Oh, that was sick. That was sick. Went right up the middle and crushed a bunch of them.
And thank you for illustrating my point about commentary, Dave. As I was making idle commentary on the nature of the game, on stuff that's going on, stuff that I'm seeing and interacting with, that isn't just describing what's on the screen, offering opinions about the environments that I am seeing and experiencing, admittedly vicariously. And your contribution this entire time, that was cool.
2 items too, man.
Oh,
That guy
also
fell off the bridge. Oh, he was gonna jump up. He was gonna jump up, and he got hit by lightning and fell completely off the bridge. That sucks for him.
Yeah, it happens. Oh, but fuzzy batteries also not dispelling my there's some China illusions going on around here. Thought.
Of course, you got my item.
Of course. Wait. I need to back it up. That might have been number 5.
Of course, direct.
That might have been number 5.
Of course, you got my item.
Yep, that's number 5. And we have a winner. 5 plus is the number tonight in the second half of the stream.
Of course, direct hit. Direct freaking hit. No way to avoid it.
Which means we are at 9. He took my items, or I didn't get an items. But he has to actually say that, or something to that effect. You can't just heavily imply it.
Another direct hit. No way to avoid it. Sheesh.
And he has to say it in response to actually missing the item. He can't rue it later. The game evolves with
Guys, it's just a
every
mess.
race.
I can't even speed up, because again, sucks. Random freaking boomerang.
And yet you're still in it, Dave. And yet you're still in it in spite of all the whining. In spite of all the whining, you're still here. Bonk.
Oh my God! Hit. Can't do anything about it. Okay.
It happens, Dave. It happens. It's all part and parcel. All part and parcel.
That guy went behind the
We
fence.
got to be live. We're pretty darn close. Yep, we are. Well, we're still only 10 minutes back. He's still failing in the future. All right.
Great.
Well.
No items. Perfectly aimed off the screen. No way to avoid it.
Oh, so
I'm done.
I got distracted in my tism. I heard no items. Let's see.
That guy went behind the fence. Did you see that? He got stuck behind the fence.
Yep, Dave. Okay.
Great. No items.
Yep, 6.
Perfectly aimed off the screen. No way to avoid it. What the hell, dude? Nah, I'm done.
Well, you kind of done yourself in.
Look, they all got great items. I got nothing. Leave me no items.
Kind of done yourself in a little
Nothing I
bit.
can do. I'm done.
All right, so and he just immediately deploys the item he got because, you know,
What hit me? Yeah, I hit the car, but the car didn't make me spin. What
someone
made me spin?
bumped
I
into you
literally
who
don't
was heavier, Dave. That's how it's always worked.
know. What exploded? What happened? Couldn't see anything.
All right, well done. Well done. We've had a lot of memes tonight. We've had a lot of meme
What?
answers.
It said I was
Couldn't
in 11th.
see.
It said you needed top 12. I was in 11th, and then whatever.
Oh, we're
The game was
go-
randomly stupid.
We're going back to the tape again, apparently.
I was in 11th, and then
So he's in 10th, 11th, and then 12th. Let's just see if we can catch this. Right there. He goes to 12th, and he's got someone coming up that is presumably obstructed by his big ugly face because he can't just put his... Like, he can't just make himself small and put himself, like, right down here, like where the shell would be. No, we can't do that. Can't do that. Okay, so someone's going to come up on the inside.
what?
Yep.
It said I
Yep,
was
right there. That person up there came roaring up on the inside. You couldn't see him. It wasn't easy to
in
see him,
11th.
but
It said you needed top 12. I was in 11th, and then
no, Dave. You went to 12th and then you fell to 13th.
it said I was in 11th as I crossed the finish line. Great game.
No, it didn't. It didn't say, Dave. It never says what position you're in when you're crossing the finish line because that fades
I told
away
you the
very
online play is
specifically
not
so that
accurate at all.
this
It's nonsense.
doesn't
What you're
happen.
seeing actually isn't what's going on in the game. Sometimes you're seeing a misrepresentation of where everyone actually is, which is horrible for a game that's supposed to be online competitive. But that's the netcode they went with this game, so sure. That's touring Yoshi. Do we have any of Yoshis? We do. We have biker Yoshi.
Brilliant commentary, my goop. Brilliant commentary.
Try another different.
And I just realized that after my connection had a little sputtering, that DDM got knocked down to 480p.
Let's go with this again.
Sorry
Look
about
at
that.
me, Twitch
I
Hopper.
have
did
fixed
earlier
it
today with this, so-
belatedly.
Look at this. This is where they ended me. How you doing? Yes, hello. What an asshole.
Why is he the
I
asshole?
don't really know. Ever since the days of SNES, I think Yoshi, I might have picked first. I think first Mario, then Bowser, and then I tried Yoshi, and I was like, I just like Yoshi better. He handles a little better. He was faster.
Yeah, he's lightweight. His acceleration is amazing, and his turns well.
Kuma
Yes.
says if you just narrowly missed the item set, you can back up and grab it. I mean, that is true. If you're in last place, I guess it's worth it. Probably the only case, right? You don't want to stop the path.
Keep telling yourself that, Dave. Keep justifying using cheese.
That is not what I wanted to do. That was a complete mistake.
It's definitely a thing. I will give you that. It was definitely a thing. Definitely a thing, George. Definitely a thing. Absolutely, positively amazing content.
Boom. Already a blue shell. That's ridiculous. Why a blue shell this early?
Because somebody happened to get
Damn,
a
Joe
blue
Party
shell,
to the
Dave.
banana, I
That's
accidentally
why.
threw it. I didn't mean to do that.
Somebody just happened to get one, Dave. That's kind of how it is. I mean, that's... What were you expecting?
Nothing I can do about that.
What were you expecting, Dave? Also, any comment? This is a neat little helix. It's an interesting way to incorporate a long turn to incorporate drifting. See, that's commentary on the tracks, Dave. You should be doing this. You should be able to naturally do this while racing. Not, you know, go full gamer face gaming. Yep, and grind. Yep. And you might want to be worried of that bullet bill. You got a little bit lucky there that he wasn't bearing down on you. Also, yeah, you are juddering a little bit. Maybe it's your connection that's the problem, Dave.
Okay.
Any thought to that?
The moment you showed the shell, it connected with me.
But the guy remains in the thick of it. I mean, he's 13th. And see, by not fucking about doing tricks, he easily clears it. So, yeah. This is a skill he should have learned pretty early in his playthrough. I mean, it's deep enough it shouldn't have come as a revelation tonight. But I'm not the guy, dude. Nah. I am not the guy.
Ridiculous.
Well, that was
absolute ridiculous combo of events I can't control.
That was amusing. That was pretty amusing. That was pretty amusing. And that's part of the fun, Dave. It's the chaos. And yeah, bullshit happens, but sometimes you get to inflict bullshit on other people. Oh, look, with Wade doxing Dave's address. Because that is absolutely Dave's address. I mean, that's a gay op. That's touching the poo and wasn't worth giving him $2 to do, but at least he won't sue you for defamation, dude. Dah. All right, so then I'm kind of surprised somebody hasn't leaned that yet. There are no mods in YouTube chat. That's good to know. Not that anyone would run gay ops, but
this guy, dude, that was like 6
that no
to
one has
7
leaned
different
that.
things. How exactly do you expect me to stop 7 items in a row from hitting me from behind?
No one expects you to stop it, Dave. They expect you to just suck it up and deal with it.
It's over. I did nothing wrong.
Well, that guy's getting leaned. That guy
perfectly.
is absolutely getting leaned.
They hit me with 7 items from behind. 7 items. I had 3 shells.
7 items, good.
And then a 7th item hit me, and then another one hit me. What would you like me to do exactly, game? All right, this next one will be the last one for the night, everybody.
So is he still going in the present?
All right.
He is still going in the present. And Wade is still on screen. Wade has been that super chat doxing. That super chat doxing Dave's address has been on screen for like 5 minutes.
I did try the dread sled once. I thought it was.
And it's actually gonna get pushed off. It's actually gonna get pushed off. That's fucking hilarious. Mods are not doing their job.
Oh, dry bones! I totally forgot about dry bones. Shit, I'm sorry, guys.
Mods are absolutely not doing their jobs tonight over in YouTube chat. But that's what you get when you don't actually pay people to do that kind of job.
Before, and when we grab the bags, he never really transformed. I think he unlocks other characters.
That's what you get when you ask people to do work for you for free. You get what you pay for. So, as far as I know, that guy was not leaned.
Wow, what an exciting open world. I'm finding so much to do.
You're not trying to find things to do, though, Dave. That's
practice shortcuts. You play the game on a schedule. Otherwise, practice item manipulation and pray RNGesus. Yeah, you see, I'm playing so much gameplay every week. I don't have extra streams to practice.
Well, Dave, it's not supposed to be competitive. It's just supposed to be fun. It's just supposed to be fun. That's what you were saying this morning. You know,
Lash, kick down there, dry bones.
You shouldn't be. This isn't a thing to be sweaty about. That's what you were saying earlier. You know. So why are you talking about practicing? It's just have fun. Fuck about. Or is that asking too much, Dave? It's asking you to just try to have fun with the game and like not be a sweaty tryhard too much.
What, did you see that?
You got lucky.
It crushed him. That was insane luck.
You got lucky, yeah. So what? So just remember that next time you're bitching about bad luck, you get good luck too.
Oh man.
Wow, Goob.
Oh my god, twice.
Wow. It's kind of, connection's like herky-jerky. I'm not sure if it's on my end or Raw or on Dave, but whatever it is,
What are they doing in the city? When have those guys ever been in
whatever
the
it
city?
is, it's
Like never.
whatever it is, it's fine. Come on, Dave. You were trying to set a record.
Hooray.
You need to get back to setting that record. The record, of course, being for most times complained about missing an item since we started this game. You're at 6. You're at 6, then you had another one that was a borderline, so you're at 6.5. Can I get 7.5, or at least another half? I also very much find the Arabian desert motif interesting. A very Japanese take on a particular
Great.
narrative
Well, I
trope.
missed the corner. I'm screwed.
And again, Dave, you should be able to do this. You know, just comment on what you're seeing. You know, don't just describe what you're seeing, comment upon it. Or am I just asking too much? Am I just expecting too much from the guy? Yeah, probably I'm expecting too much from the guy. And crack-a-foom.
I lost my shell. What happened? I had a green shell. It disappeared.
You just what? What? That was almost as good a combo as we got earlier. So he gets hit with a blue shell. So he's got a green shell. He's got a green shell. And he knows when you're hit with. Okay, he gets hit by a blue shell. Okay, he gets a green shell again, and okay, guy ran into him. Right there. Boom. Right there, that Waluigi hits him and detonates his shell. So that's where it went.
I lost my shell. What happened? I had a green shell. It disappeared.
His brain really is on a 750 millisecond lag.
Can I do about this?
He does just, he is just slower than everybody else.
With a blue shell. There's actually, look at that. I'm getting eliminated because I was in first and someone hit me with an inescapable blue shell.
No, they hit you with the blue shell, and then you had a series
great
of
competitive
unfortunate
game.
events happen after that.
Amazing. I play extra well. I'm in first. Blue shell. You get eliminated.
Extra
instantly.
well.
Amazing game. I will do one more because that was so fast. That was
Extra
incredibly
well. He played, guys, he played extra well,
stupid. Your top 3, try to open the
Goop.
mushroom so that way you can recover when you get hit. Yeah, that's a good idea.
He played extra well.
All right, last one.
And also, he's still not checking stats before he's picking carts. One would think he would not be such an idiot, but well, if you
Last one,
think like
everybody.
that, you're not thinking like the
Mario Kart Park
guy.
next week. We'll see you next time. Next week.
Such brilliant content, such brilliant commentary.
Double flash kick.
This pastiche of the American Southwest is evocative
Yeah,
of
I hit the bag. It didn't give him outfits. I don't
cartoons
think
from the
Drive Outfits gave me
1950s and 1960s. Again, Dave, comment on things that you are seeing. Don't just describe what you're seeing on screen or make.
Last one for the week.
But I will give Dave credit.
Rally.
I will give Dave a little bit of credit. He did make a reference to Street Fighter, which is like bad. You know, double flash kick is bad because it's Street Fighter.
I didn't get that. Okay.
Okay, that's
If you
7.
say so.
That's
I mean, I was watching a
7.
different
Thank you,
game. I
Dave.
definitely drove into the box.
Yeah, the connection, it is jumping about. I don't. I'm not showing any. I'm not showing any frames dropped on my end. Well, I'm showing a few, but those are from some time ago. Huh. Well, that's not cool. That is not cool at all. All right, so Dave, you gonna come out and give us any salt? Any salt at all? Any salt at all? Let's see if taking it down to regular kind of smooths it out a little bit, or if it still judders. 'Cause I don't know if that was a 1.25 or a just Dave being Dave thing. Because it could be his connection too. I genuinely don't know, but I'm having graphics tism because Dave isn't saying anything. And Dave, you know, I would take your graphics tism right now. Tell me how many frames it is. Do something other than just resting gout face. I mean, you are supposed to be entertaining, right? And tryharding at a children's game is.
Saw that? So the guy was grinding, and all of a sudden he teleported down and up again. You know, the game doesn't even know where he is.
He jumped. Dave, you're getting salty, which is a shame because the night's almost over. Okay, so this is Chris. Chris is the person he's talking about. So let's watch what Chris is doing. Chris is.
Oh, look at him teleporting. Saw that?
Okay, so I will give Dave credit. I thought he was just having brain lag, but
down and up again. You know, the game doesn't even know where he is.
But Dave is right. Dave is right. That was absolutely a network-based issue. That was absolutely connection-based. So, okay, I am sorry for being hard on you, Dave. I am sorry for being hard on you. But I know because I've been a good sport about this and have pointed out when I was wrong, you're going to do something really stupid in the near future. You're going to do something in the near future that is just, you're going to have a volcanic meltdown, hopefully, because you are on the edge. You're on the edge. There's something spicy there's something spicy wanting to get out because you are fed up with this. After that last race. Yep, like that. All right, yeah, come on, Dave, come on. That I know what's behind that resting gout face. I know what's behind it. All of tonight. Oh, come on, Haro. Come on. No, was it Horo? I don't know my kana nearly as well as I should. In my defense, it's been 20 some odd years since I actually took any formal Japanese language instruction. All right, but Dave, you gotta say something, Dave? Why don't we get little flashbacks on the sides like that? I know it's bad form for me to reference my own streaming experience when critiquing Dave because he legitimately has been doing it a hell of a lot longer than I have, but these are not hard to do unless you're being a sweaty tryhard at a children's game, which he obviously is. But remember, guys, he's not that serious. That's what he was saying at the top of the stream. It is very serious, Dave. Shah Nathan. That's not a very Persian name there, King of Kings. And also the King of Kings Nathan is dealing with the King of Hate, Dave. Who wins? So far it's Nate. It's Nate Pahlavi.
That sucks. I didn't mean to use my coin. I screwed up.
Dave, but you ran into it. You ran right into it. It was easily avoidable. That was really dumb. That was really dumb, Dave. But congrats, you are in first, and well, you know what happens when you get into first. So I will leave you to it, sir. Yep, and now you're just kind of driving cleanly and not screwing it up yet. So, you know, yep, keep at it, my goop. And the juddering seems to have cleared up, so I can turn you back up to 1.25.
Well, I tried to jump over it, and I still got hit. So I guess the doesn't work. The leaf, I keep saying leaf. The feather doesn't work. Doesn't avoid it. And
he's still alive at the moment, so...
Well, they gave me the speaker after I got hit by the blue shell.
Remember, guys, he needed to be done by 9 o'clock his time so that he could go spend time with his wife. Which is why he's still here 48 minutes later. And... so... yeah, I
thought the ghost makes you invisible, and you pass through stuff. How did I hit the car?
Might it make you invisible to contact with other racers? Or to items? You know, to like shells and whatnot that might hit you? I don't know. And you still don't know how to take a line through that corner, which you do it. You play this game often enough that you do this track often enough. You should, because this is all 3D modeling of a classic 2D Mario Kart.
I'm gonna let it over. You've got to be kidding.
Yep.
Dude, I had a bullet.
Good way to end. Good way to end, Dave.
Immediately
well done. Well done.
Item, you're eliminated.
We got a detractor in chat, a red detractor, in fact. The feather doesn't work. What are you, stupid? Of course the feather works. I was mashing buttons the other day, and I did a jump. Yeah, but thanks for the heads up for that, detractor Red. I kind of figured it had to be something like that. With regards to what the ghost does, but trying to learn a game through watching Dave it actually does help your logical deduction skills, because you just have to kind of look for how the game mechanics are supposed to interact and think it through, because God knows Dave doesn't actually ever use them.
How could you? The match where I was in first the entire time, get hit by a shell, eliminated instantly. Okay.
Keep complaining, Dave. Keep complaining.
Dodge the blue shell with a rewind. You need the timing. Otherwise, use a mushroom right before you get to hit the iframes to avoid it. What is a rewind? I don't know what that is. What's a rewind?
Dave, the phrase iframes in Mario Kart should get your blood pumping.
Of the feather. It seems completely worthless. Like, it doesn't do anything because you can jump anyway if you charge the power slide button. You can jump anyway, so why do you need a feather to do it? Right? Okay.
Yeah,
all right, well, I do hope that you guys enjoyed Mario Kart World Knockout Tour. I had a good time. Tonight, and I hope that you did too.
It was mid. It was mid.
I am getting better. If you notice, many times tonight I was in first place. Like, many times I was in first place. It's just a random factor of the game.
Yeah, but you didn't win at all, Dave.
Hit me with a blue shell, then I get a speaker.
So,
thanks. Yeah. But thank you guys. Consistently, you guys are showing up, hanging out, engaging, and supporting.
Yeah, you made money, Dave. That's what it's really all about. That's what it's really all about. You made money.
For as long as we're enjoying it. I like the fact
you
that
made
we got
money.
Different characters that I'm rotating between too. It's pretty fun.
So
Mario Kart World still on the agenda. See you next week for more. Peace out, everybody.
YouTube mode off. Now the begging can begin.
Thanks for saying that to me. Syndication's feather can get you on rails and walls easier and for shortcuts. Well, it would be nice if
Detractor Red, that's my complaint. That's absolutely my complaint, is that he was for the first probably 20 or 30 minutes. He was laughing it off. It's like, oh shucks, that was bad luck. Oh man, I should have done better. That was my fault. That was really weird. It was really weird. I think it's because he was ranting on the pre-stream today about how the tourists from Twitter are not the problem. They're just here to have a good laugh at him and laugh with him. Ha 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 ha. I think he was trying to cater to them with, he's just a fun, chill streamer, etc., etc. No, he got a little saltier as the night went on, but no, I was counting the number of times he complained about not getting an item. That was my little equivalent of face touch bet or something like that. There were 11 complaints about that, and there were at least 2 more times they absolutely were complaints, but he didn't say the words. So he was still salty. It's still going to the usual complaints.
If I knew the shortcuts, that's kind of the problem, right? I don't know the shortcuts. It's because I don't know them. I can't get them. I can't take them.
Dave would never say that they're here to laugh with him, Detractor Red. It's I'm paraphrasing, and yeah, they're not the problem. They're not the obsessive no-life nudnicks who monetize him and take him out of context to make a dime. They're tourists who aren't members of the Snortex who really know what Dave's about. So therefore, they're not the problem. Little memes on TikTok are apparently fine, according to him from this morning. Which, can we go back and show that to the salty little piggy who was ranting about Doom and people taking him out of context?
But check controls to see what button it is. Huh? There's a rewind button? I don't even understand what that means. I thought that's only for offline. That's not for online races, is it? I don't think so. Anyway, good streaming day. That's the halfway point of our week, folks. I hope that you've been enjoying everything that I've been doing this week on DSP Gaming. Let's talk about the second half of the week now, shall we? So, It is offline. That's right.
Extreme Machine 3K2 is angling for a ban. Gotta watch those shortcut tutorials on YouTube and learn the Mario Kart meta, because it doesn't matter whether he's LARPing or being serious. Both of those are bannable offenses in the current United States of Dave.
I thought it was for offline play. How are you going to rewind in the middle of an online match?
I don't know, but whoever figures it out is going to have one hell of a mechanic to play with.
The rest of the week. Tomorrow, it is a level 1 podcast. We will do one. Now, what will we talk about? We'll probably lock in that I'm going to be doing this, Sonic, Dino's Dill Pickle thing.
Oh my!
For DSP tries it. We'll see what else you guys want to talk about. I don't think there's going to be any gaming news, but we'll see.
Food segments are the worst.
And then after the level 1 podcast, it will be the conclusion of Onimusha 2 HD. What I'm going to understand people are saying, probably 2 hours left. So if we have some extra time, we'll just do a little bit of a hangout session. So,
oh God, he's back to doing Q&As.
2 remastered tomorrow on the first stream after the podcast. Tomorrow night, it's a don't miss stream. Taxi Life.
That's gonna be pain. It's gonna be pain.
It was very weird and different from what you would expect. It was like, whoa, stop and go, traffic everywhere, pedestrians, ghosts in the back.
Why is it going to be any different tomorrow night, Dave?
Of course, you guys will have a couple drinks tomorrow night for that, all right?
Why is it going to be any different?
So I hope you'll join me for that. Keep in mind, Death Stranding 2 will premiere on Thursday. Some people are excited, other people are ready to sleep. Just like and I can't blame you, because the story will be great. And I heard that the graphics are exciting and there's no load time. And then you have to start playing. You do this.
You know, I was making this point yesterday. It's Hideo Kojima does understand that, or does understand that video games are an art form, and that the mechanics are part of the expression of the art. Him doing this is incredibly disrespectful to Kojima as a creator, because even if you don't agree with what Kojima's doing, the man does tie the mechanics in to whatever he's trying to accomplish artistically. I mean, we laugh about eating frogs in the jungle in Metal Gear Solid 3, but it still was part of the aesthetic and the mood he was trying to set. And I'm sure whatever he does in Death Stranding is going to be in the same... Death Stranding 2 is going to be in the same vein. And then you've got this idiot who plays video games for a living, and not competitively. He plays video games to fuck about in them for a living. Just doing this nonsense about how, well, guys, the story's going to be awesome, but, the gameplay's going to suck. And I'm sorry I had to put your ears through that half snort, half snort, half snore. My apologies to anyone who had to actually listen to that. But that gets to that is a fair encapsulation of just how repulsive he is on this particular topic.
I guess we'll see how it goes on Thursday. All right, guys. All right, thank you so much. Have a good night. See you tomorrow for another fun day here on the channel. Peace out. Good night, my friends.
All right, Dave does another Mario Kart stream. He learns. Yep, Detractor Red. Yep, he will pay for some things if he wants to. If he wants those day one views, it's a totally justifiable expense, and you have to be a moron to not think he should do it. If he doesn't want to do it, then, well, you can get fucked. Then everyone associated with you can get fucked for suggesting that he pay extra to get it early. All right, so then while we wait for the daily FAP, we can go back to this particular clip from earlier with Snort Hogan, in which DSP whines and rants about detractors. He could sue us all, which, I was at it for about a half hour. And I only got about 4 minutes into it. So, given how he has been of late with the daily FAP, and he's probably not going to, given that it's about 9:58 his time, it's probably going to be until 10:45 until it's actually up and ready. So, yeah, we might be able to get through this, and even if not, it'll still be fun to try.
Anyway, this person says, "Long live the king." Yeah, I don't dwell on the nonsense. I'm not here to care about it. I just want to chill with you guys and have fun today.
Dave, if we could somehow figure out all the non-Euclidean geometry in your head that you're letting people live in rent-free, we would never run out of space for anything ever again. Because Dave, everyone lives rent-free in your head. Everyone who has ever done anything to slight you, there's a grudge being held, and there's a free room in your brain to live rent-free in for that grudge.
All right. No, that is true, but it's not completely true. When it comes to content.
So let's hear that again. Let's hear that again.
Okay. No, that is true, but it's not completely true.
Well, that is true, but that's not completely true. Is that like being dead in The Princess Bride, in which you can't be dead? You're just mostly dead. If you're only mostly dead, you can be brought back to life. You're dead, but mostly dead. It's fine. It's only when you're dead that it's a real problem. So this is like it's not the truth. It's just the truth, mostly the truth.
When it comes to content, the only way that you're allowed to rebroadcast someone else's content is if you're adding commentary, criticism, and you're making it a transformative work. Someone who is live broadcasting me literally right now, you can't do that. It's impossible. I'm giving the original work right now. You have
okay, Dave. That is not technically true because there is a slight lag. There is a slight lag because most people use raw. Well, everyone is receiving it, so there is a lag between the broadcast and the person who gets it. And if they're not raw fill or DDM, they are running behind to some level or some degree because they're pausing it to talk, or to let their audience, or to detox, or to call you a dumb fuck who should rope, or whatever. So, but yes, this is kind of a strange area when it comes to rebroadcasting, because when it came to radio, there wasn't really a way to, it was very difficult to rebroadcast something with commentary. Because like back in the olden days of radio, it's if you can pick it up, most other people can pick it up too, because, or if they're not picking it up, a repeater is picking it up, and you're going to have to broadcast that repeater anyway in order to send out whatever your commentary is. The internet makes everything easier. But, Dave, here's the thing. Do you know why people, why raw fill is such a vital resource to this community? It's not because raw fill takes money from you. I mean, that's funny. That's a funny side effect. And I know some people watch raw fill and give raw fill money just to spite you. But raw fill is such a vital resource because if I am someone who wants to make a video about you, if Dave, because this is me talking. I know this isn't the normal detractor position, but my position is that if I want to make a video about you, I'll go to the original sources and clip them, because that is your content. That is your content. The problem, Dave, is I can't go to the originals because you private the streams. You don't preserve the chats. So if I want the context, the full context, the thing that you are so obsessed with, if I want those things, I have to go to raw fill, because raw fill actually puts the effort in to preserve those things. So you don't get to complain about people rebroadcasting you when they preserve things for historical posterity. They preserve the context that you are obsessed with. You could remove the need for raw fill if you would just set up an interface where you can see your chat and the kick chat at the same time and leave the damn stream up. And as Detractor Red has made a wonderful point of, yes, people also go to raw fill because raw fill isn't a dictatorial mod state. You know, people do get moderated in raw fill's chat. Yeah, they get moderated for posting porn links and shilling cam whore sites. They don't get moderated and banned for saying your wife's fat. Hell, a lot of people go to raw fill's chat to say cat's fat. It's what complicates the copyright issue here is what is the experience that DDM is offering. They're not the same product, Dave. There is a significant differentiation between the product that you offer and Raw Phil offers. Because Raw Phil offers the chat. Raw Phil offers the ability. Raw Phil does transform the work significantly, and Raw Phil offers a transformative experience in Raw Phil's own chat. Enough to overcome the bias that is in the law that would view it as a substitution for your product? I don't know, but it's not as open and shut as you seem to think it is. I might have to do. I need to learn more copyright law. That's a deep dive. It's an interesting deep dive subject. But while I am law trained, while I am a lawyer style individual, I've never done much in federal court, so it's not something I know a whole lot about. But if this is going to be a thing, if this rant comes up again, I need to start learning about it. I need to start learning about it because there's probably a video that needs to be done on just how this applies to detractors, just to shut Phil up, or at least get him being less of a piece of shit about this.
Absolutely no time to make it a transformative work. Even if you're talking over the live broadcast right now, you're still not making it a transformative work.
Yes, you are, Dave. Yes, you are. And Dave, here's the other thing is, what if you're doing what I'm doing right now, or what I was doing just not 5 minutes ago, where I pause it and I talk? That's transformative. That's transformative. Talking over it can be transformative depending upon what you're doing. If, for example, you've got a sporting event and you mute the audio and you're offering your own commentary, that could be transformative. I think it's still going to have copyright. It can be transformative and still have copyright issues, though. So, fair use is what it is, but that it is transformative is not the be all and end all of the analysis.
You can't live rebroadcast something. That's not allowed. Period. The only way you can live
as said, Dave, you might be able to if it falls under a recognized exception, which includes fair use. And Detractor Red says, I wonder if the Level 1 podcast is copyrighted. The answer to that is, it depends. How's that for a lawyer answer for you? How is the lawyer answer for you on that one? It is absolutely copyrighted in the sense that Dave has a copyright to the IP, and he is the creator of the work. He does have an intellectual property interest in it, and it is a form of copyright. It is not protected under the Copyright Act the way, for example, the content nuke in the Ethan Klein lawsuit was, because Ethan Klein actually registered that with the Copyright Office. And he did that specifically to gain some of the benefits of the Copyright Act when it came to statutory damages and attorney's fees. But Dave absolutely has a copyright on his own content as the creator of it. But that also gets into, if he wants to go, it is up to a content creator to assert their rights over the content of any IP. But so, Nintendo could come out tonight. Nintendo could strike his channel and sue the shit out of him for what he was doing tonight. He was broadcasting their game without their permission, which that would be a dick thing to do. Don't get me wrong. It would be a dick thing to do, and there'd rightly be public outcry over it, because as much as a piece of shit as Dave is, he doesn't deserve to have his channel struck and be dragged into court by Nintendo for the temerity of being bad at Mario Kart. But I mean, it's the exact same legal principle. It's the exact same legal toolkit. So yeah. And I do apologize if I'm breaking up a little bit. I'm having some frame skips and whatnot because of upload issues as it's been storming out, so that might be affecting things, and I do apologize for that. So, but at any rate, that's so yes, Detractor Red, the Level 1 podcast is absolutely copyrighted, but it's not copyrighted in the way that like the material at the heart of the new Ethan Klein lawsuits are.
rebroadcast something is if they've given explicit permission for you to do so. For example, the Game Awards outright say we give explicit permission. You can sign up, you can rebroadcast, right? You cannot do that with anything else unless you have permission, period. That's why when a TV show is live on TV, you can't just rebroadcast it and talk over it.
But that's the thing, Dave. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. Now, Dave, that doesn't mean it's a good idea, but there is no reason why right now I could not go if I had a capture card set up, I could turn on broadcast television, run it into the capture card, and then start streaming it. There's no reason why I cannot do that. It is a very bad idea to do that because I will immediately open myself up to potential liability from the rights holder, but it still requires the rights holder to do something about it. Because that is very clearly, that is about as open and shut as this kind of stuff gets. With live streamers, it's kind of different because live streaming isn't just the content. And there is a material difference, I would argue, between a live stream and edited content. And is that enough to change the outcome of a legal dust-up between detractors and Dave over copyright infringement? I don't honestly know. I don't know the issue well enough, but I think there is a appreciable difference. I think there's a material distinction, and I think legally significant distinctions can be made between a live stream and edited content. So, yeah, Dave, it's more complicated than you think. That doesn't mean, and that's the thing is, the point he's making is that he would prevail, that he could sue all the trolls into oblivion and he would prevail. He could well be right. I think there's certainly a colorable argument, and as much as I hate to admit it, there's probably a good argument here for him. But it's not as close as he thinks it is. DDM and Raw both have their defenses. Snort Hogan has his defenses. Memology has even more defenses. And guys like Dick Stroking Phil Vlogs are immune. Those are absolutely transformative and absolutely covered by fair use.
Can't rebroadcast a movie and talk over it. It doesn't happen. Can you?
Yes, you can, Dave. You do it at your own risk. That's what it boils down to, is you do it at your own risk. There's no reason you cannot do it, in the sense of no one is going to stop you. YouTube is not going to magically, it's not like you're going to start the stream and then a flashing sign come up and say, yeah, Goob, this is a TV show. You can't do this. No, you're going to start it, and then its copyright detector is going to pick it up because it's got to comply. It's got a system in place to try to deal with IP issues, IP management. But if you start a stream and you stream this television show, and the stream then, and then you do the stream and then you leave and then it gets taken down and your account gets struck, then that's just the normal copyright system, Dave. So I get hung up on this because you can absolutely do something, but that doesn't make it a good idea. Dave's point is you can't do this in the sense of you would have to be an absolute fucking moron to do this. Because, yeah, the rights holders in this case have lawyers on retainer who are on the lookout for people who are doing this because they've been fighting piracy and that sort of thing of the content for decades. So it is a tremendously bad idea. But that doesn't mean you can't actually do it. It just means doing it is a bad idea that will probably end horribly for you. And this is, again, why he wages war against the English language and the clear meaning of words, because you can absolutely do it. You're just not going to get away with it. And there is a difference between the two.
Review those things? Yes. You can selectively take clips out of them to add commentary and criticism. That's a review. That's allowed. You can't rebroadcast an entire show in its entirety so that you have an alternative way to digest that content, and the original broadcaster cannot get opportunity to get watched on their own medium. It's illegal.
No, Dave. Okay. You absolutely can create derivative content. That's what derivative content is you put out the live stream and then you chop socky it up to make derivative content. Your problem is that because you refuse to leave the original up, Yeah, people who chop socket, people who do their own clips, beat you to the upload because you, for some fucking reason that has never been explained properly, you take the original that anyone can view when the stream's done, and then you make it so that you can't see it, so that you can then cut it up and re-upload it. And that's why. So yeah, yes, people beat you to the punch because of your own fucking ineptitude. All you have to do is leave the stream up, and you would not lose the engage. First off, you wouldn't lose the engagement and the views that you already lose, and more importantly, you would at least have a leg to stand on and saying, these people are stealing from me, because the only way we can see the original content is through Reestreamers, is through raw fill, because you purposely hide it. And yes, Detractor Red, Dave does need to cut out the begging segments. He won't, because he's, it's all about the money, and the money counting segments are the content these days. And you are also right. So that's a twofer that Phil does. I know Phil does it because he wants to cut out the begging segments, and he has the entire stream organized around cutting the part so that he has a time built in to beg and do other things like yell at chat and just be a toxic shithead so that it's not on camera for YouTube. I get that, but that's still, even that explanation is not enough to explain why he does what he does. What he does is just so stupid and counterproductive that it really does beggar belief. And then he goes out and bitches about how other people beat him to the punch uploading his content, when he's the person creating the content and streaming it in the first place. He's the one who makes all of this more complicated, because he just refuses to leave the original up. And if he just left the fucking original up, if he left the original up, for example, he could then turn around and with a clear conscience strike raw fill, because raw fill probably isn't transformative. I think raw fill has a good argument, and I would say if raw fill, just make Phil take you to court. Make him take you to court. Make him go through this mill to get it taken down, because he won't do it. It's too much work. He's too lazy. But at the end of the day, raw fill probably is infringing, but raw fill ultimately has a defense because Dave's own conduct creates the need for someone like raw fill. I mean, Dave wants to monetize the detractors. You know what the easiest fucking way to do that would be? Just take the streams, create a membership tier of $2 a month, and you get access to the archived live streams. You know people would pay that. Just to get access to it, to make the stuff that they want to make. Or they'd try to get gifted memberships or something that would make Dave money. But he refuses to do that because that would amount to giving the detractors a win. Even though it's a great foundation for doing all this other shit he wants to do, as far as declaring war on the detractors and being like LTG. But no, it's much easier just to whine on camera about it rather than doing fuck all about it.
Legal. It doesn't matter how anyone spins it. In the rule of law, it doesn't fly. You cannot live rebroadcast someone, period. So every single person who is live rebroadcasting anything I do, including right now, is violently breaking the law.
Well, breaking the law is, breaking the law implies some level of criminality. There are other ways that you might want to phrase that, Dave. There are other ways you might want to phrase that. This is a civil matter, and are they violating the law as to give rise to liability? As I said, I think raw fill, I think raw fill's got defenses, and I think raw fill could prevail over Dave, but I would not be comfortable advising raw fill. I would not be comfortable of my client's chances if I were raw fill's attorney. So yeah, this is one of those where Dave's got a case on some of this, but that he has got a case against some of them makes him think he's got an airtight. Not only does he have a case, he's got an airtight case. He refuses to acknowledge that there are potential issues, but beyond that, he thinks that applies to everyone. Which is absolutely not the case. It's absolutely not the case.
Explicitly outright showing disregard for the law. There is no established law or precedent that says it's okay. It's 100-
Dave. Okay, I know. I not to go too Shinko on you, Dave, but Shinko Floor has ranted about this for years, and I'm just going to echo him on this point. It's Dave. You don't know what the law is until you put it in front of a judge or a jury, depending upon who the finder of fact is. You don't know until you go have the litigation whether somebody's actually breaking the law. So if someone's actually liable, if you actually have a winning claim, you don't know until you go and argue, because the way our law is generally speaking set up is if someone has a good faith belief in what they are doing, if they think what they're doing is lawful, there's a bit of a bias in our law in favor of not immediately shutting them down, of not preemptively saying that's illegal, sir, and we're going to stop you. So if someone thinks that they have that restreaming you is fair use of your copyrighted material, if they have a good faith belief in that, the way our system is set up is to allow them to do that until you, as the rights holder, come in and say, I disagree with you on that is fair use of my content, because I think you're copyright infringing, and take them to court and have the court figure it out. That's the way the system is set up, Dave. So these kinds of just blanket assertions of it's absolutely 100% against the law and they should be shot at dawn for daring to restream my content is just fucking stupid, because that's not how the system works. That's not the assumptions that go into it. That's not the reality of the world. It's how things would work in the United States of Phil if such a hellhole actually existed.
100% wrong. They know that they're breaking the law, and they're only getting away with it because no one's suing them.
So, okay. I'm gonna spurg, and I do apologize to anybody who doesn't like the spurging, but this is Dave Burnell, Legal Beagle, and I am an attorney, and he infuriates me when he goes on these sprees, because one of my personal bugaboos these days is the imputation of bad faith. It's not merely enough that they're stealing his content. It's not merely that they're taking from him his money. It's that, in Dave's view that he just outlined, they know they are doing this and it's wrong. They know it's wrong. Every single person who's ever done a restream of it. That includes me. That includes me. I would argue that I have a fair use. That what I'm doing is fair use. I'd argue that it's still not copyright infringement because it goes to the public purposes for which copyright is supposed to serve. And I would argue that it's not infringement because it's not a substitute for the product of Dave, because I'm a tiny streamer on YouTube and and I talk over him and I pause him and I make it a much worse experience if you're actually trying to consume his content. Then, but I certainly don't think I'm breaking the law, and yet he just said I am. He's saying I'm doing all this to make a buck when, hopefully one day when I hit 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours and I actually can monetize, I have no interest in monetization. I don't need the money. I don't need the pennies. And mainly I want to spite this piece of shit because, for assuming that everyone's as greedy as he is. When this is just fun. It's just a way to have fun on the internet. And, it's a way to have fun on the internet, and again, to show him that he is wrong in his assumptions about who his detractors are and about what drives them. And also, look at that smug face. Look at that smug face. That's not quite Clarkson smug mode, but it is definitely living in the same neighborhood.
It's that simple.
It's really not. It's really not.
I should have the opportunity to at least broadcast my content first, get original views.
Dave, what is the live stream if it is not the original broadcast? People do view it. We have no idea what your fucking viewership is because you fucking private the stream. Oh my God, my brain. If I keep ranting about this, I'm going to have an aneurysm. Dave's already probably given me several at this point. Sorry about that. So I need a break. So make Dave small. Pop this over. What are we doing? Where are we at on the daily FAP? The daily FAP has been up for 9 minutes and it's 10 minutes long. Okay, well, if it's already up, this stream might be done by 12:30 my time at current rate. It's currently 11:25, given how ranty I'm getting about all of this. But back to the salt mines, I suppose. Back to the salt mines. The salt's supposed to come from Dave, though, not me. And Detractor Red says, "But guys, Dave puts bread on your table." Yeah. And oh yeah. Oh, Detractor Red, that's nothing. He's had 12-minute ones within recent memory, so I'm not worried about 10 minutes. No, if it's 12 minutes or longer, that's when I get concerned, because that means half of it's coping. I don't know. 10 minutes is just him being verbose.
Make money on it first, then everyone else has fair game to jump in and say, oh, now we're going to tear it apart. Now we're going to commentate over it. Now we're going to... They're not doing that. They're circumventing the original first. You can't go to a pay-per-view UFC fight and rebroadcast it live and comment over it while it's going on. That's illegal.
Well, Dave, what if I do it on a 15-minute delay? That gives 15 minutes to the original broadcast. That's one of the issues with the difference between live streaming and edited content. And again, no, you're not going to be able to do it in the UFC context because the facility staff isn't going to let you. And as part of the user agreement when you buy the tickets, which there absolutely is one, that is part of a contract. When you buy those tickets, it's part of a contract, is you agree you will not restream it. So you are breaching your contract with UFC when you do that. So again, it is different. It is different. There is no contract between you and your viewers on YouTube. You put the content out there and hope people watch it. And you don't say at the start of every stream, I do not authorize any rebroadcast of this. Why do you think the NFL always puts that in the commercial breaks, that the NFL does not authorize the rebroadcast of this? Precisely to put everyone on notice that it is not permitted, so that they can turn around and then when they do find people rebroadcasting, have a much better legal case that person knew they weren't allowed to do it and they did it anyway. So again, Dave, there are things that you could do if you want to be serious about this, but you are so lazy you're not.
It's the same thing with my streams. You cannot do it. You are outright breaking the law, 100%. And I don't give any permission to do that, nothing like that. Under fair use, if you want to, after the fact, do commentary.
Dave, you don't get to decide when fair use kicks in. And that's part of your problem is a live stream fair use? Is a restream fair use? That's a good question. I think you can make arguments on both sides. And I think you can make good arguments on both sides because of the distinct nature of live streaming. So, yep, but keep seething, keep seething.
Whatever, that's different. Outright stealing my content is always going to be illegal. You can't do it. So any channel out there that just copy pastes with no commentary and nothing, that's illegal. Any channel that rebroadcasts my live streams right now, that's illegal. And those channels need to go away. It's just a matter.
Did you hear that, guys? He wants to Thanos snap my channel. Wow. That sound you hear, that knocking, that's my knees quivering in terror, doob.
Of time.
Take a sip, you piece of shit, or whatever the Tevin
has nothing to do with the trademark. That's ludicrous. Whoever said that is a moron.
It does have nothing to do with trademark.
The trademark has to do with copyright.
Yep. Dave is actually correct on that point.
Whenever you upload a video or live broadcast a stream on YouTube, you already get granted a blanket copyright to your content.
It's not a blanket copyright. It's not a blanket copyright, Dave. It's a copyright. There's no... It is the copyright, Dave. There is no blanket. My brain hurts. Yes, Detractor Red, stealing unrecorded content is, that's a thing that people do, apparently. On YouTube, people steal unrecorded content all the time. Duh. But yeah, that he genuinely is salty that from the way he talks, he makes it sound like people are stealing his content and uploading and putting it on the internet before he does. When all he does is live stream. He literally the content goes to the internet the minute it is created. I try to imagine the look on the face of the poor judge who has to deal with that if it ever got that far, or if Dave actually ever tried to get an attorney trying to explain that to him, and the attorney's face just going through like 5 different sets of emotions concurrently of trying to process that, and it just every time the attorney tries to process it, it just another new face gets made as they move closer and closer to an aneurysm, because it just makes no sense. It is a logical contradiction.
And as for, he says, how much Wendy's are you getting for Kat and Jasper? None. Kat is not ordering Wendy's. She doesn't want it. And Jasper doesn't eat fast food. He eats cat food.
What about fast cat food, Dave? Also, it's food, Dave. Not fast food, not cat food. It's food. It's the same bundle of calories to a cat's digestive tract as to yours. Now, is there stuff that our digestive tracts are capable of handling that cats cannot? Absolutely. Are there some things that are better for cats' health than for us and vice versa? Absolutely. That's why we have specialized variants of food, like specialized mixes like cat food. But, the cat could eat whatever it wants. Whatever it thinks will give it nutrition. We'll give it nutrients to keep its body temperature at the same temperature. It will consume it. So Jasper absolutely can eat fast food. Again, Jasper can eat it. It's just a bad idea, usually, depending upon what it is. And cat, I don't know, Detractor Red. I am I don't know. I want to invest in divorce coin, but just the logical proposition deters me. I think we're going to get to the point where Kat discovers some iota of self-respect, that she gets tired of Dave and does go. But I think we're going to know it when it happens. She's not going to just disappear and then 6 months later Dave's going to say, oh yeah, guys, I got the divorce papers today. I have a big announcement for you guys. Guys, I'm sorry, my divorce is underway. My soulmate wasn't my soulmate. We just couldn't be together. And, we've been drifting apart. She moved out 6 months ago. That's not going to happen. We're going to see it live on screen. We're going to see it live on screen because there's going to be, she's going to come in brandishing a knife because she just snaps, or there's going to be something and he's going to come back in tears because she left him, or something. It's going to be it's going to go out with a roar, not a whimper.
Okay, so thanks for the tip. Big Boss did a $2 super chat. Do you have more or less trolls than in your early years? Well, if you mean
more
years, so we were talking way early on, like 2008 through let's say 2012. The first 4 years.
So this is when he's popular. This is when he's legitly on, when he actually has some clout and he's actually he can actually swing his big E penis around on YouTube because he is kind of a big deal on the platform. So yeah, of course he had less trolls back then. He was actually popular. But he still had plenty of trolls. Plenty of people who thought he was a piece of shit. And yes, Detractor Red live on screen. I don't know if she. I suppose like my happy ending to it is Tyrone walks in and announces Mr. Brunel, my name is Tyrone, and then hands him the divorce papers and pronounces he's been served. All while he's on camera. That's my fanfic ending to the divorce coin arc, because it would just be, it would be it would be May 1st times a billion. It would be a situation where I would have genuine sympathy for Dave, because that is an immensely traumatizing thing, especially if you don't know what's coming, and to have it happen on Raw Phil, to have Raw Phil and DDM with ready access to it, readily recording it, and then all of the clippers, Duty and Snort Hogan would have the whole thing out in minutes. It would be bad. It would the circus would come to town for the Snortex, but it really would be, it would be emotionally devastating for Dave to have that happen. And I would feel for him. That is something that it would be hilarious, but it really shouldn't happen to anyone, including the guy. But I still kind of want it to happen to him because he is kind of a piece of shit.
I had very few trolls. There were a few, but they were weirdos, like DSP Cult Leader and weirdo shit like that. No one.
Dave, how is that any different from the day? You still insist all of your detractors are weirdos. The only difference is that there's a hell of a lot more of them today, and you are much less relevant, and you cope much harder than you used to.
Really took them seriously. Everyone laughed at them. They were like a fringe thing. When This Is How You Don't Play began, that's when the dedicated troll following started, and that's when it started to exponentially increase. As of now, see, here's the thing: is when you say, do you have more or less trolls? Depends on what you mean by troll. I don't think that people who are laughing at me on social media are my trolls. They're just normal people laughing at me, as opposed to these dedicated.
They're detractors, Dave. They are, by every definition you used over the years, they are 100% detractors. And all detractors are bad, according to you. Every detractor is mentally ill. But now you're trying to lean. Now you think that's the thing that's going on here. He thinks he can get a little clout with these Zoomers on TikTok and Twitter by saying, "Oh shucks, they're just laughing at me and they're perfectly normal and not mentally ill at all." Unlike these retards over here like Raw Phil and Duty and Shub. Hell, he's terrified of my name. He won't even say it, which is where the meme came from in the first place, because going back to Alone in the Dark when he wouldn't say Shub-Stationaryrath because it sounds like a spicy word that has a spicy gamer word that has gotten him in trouble before. And once he refused to do that, it had to absolutely merge with the stationary meme.
Weirdos, like right now, there's a lot of dedicated weirdos, but the reason they're doing it is money. I don't know.
Again, Dave. Okay, on the big side of the spectrum, explain guys like Lightside Bill back in the day. Explain guys like Pop who would pull 1,200 people concurrent, would pull 1,200 concurrent viewers when playing Street Fighter, when you were doing SF6. Explain them, because Pop never monetized. Hell, Pop not only never monetized, he told people to donate to an actual charity and raised 20 grand for it. So no, Dave, and I admit I'm doing the thing that Dave does. I'm using the example of someone who didn't monetize. But there are tons of people on the platform who don't, who or they're too small to monetize. Like me, or Reap You Out. Guys like Reap You Out too. I mean, Reap You Out's got like 200 subs, and he makes awesome little silly Dave videos. Like what's DSP gonna say?
By the way, I'm not a bean counter. I don't sit here counting every single weirdo out there saying, oh, this guy's doing this guy's doing this guy's doing this.
Dave, you read your own fucking Kiwi Farms thread. You absolutely do. You might not know who I am, but if I had 1,000 subs, if I had 1,000 subs and could get ad revenue, you absolutely would know who I am, because you do keep track of people once they get to a certain size. I don't know what that size is, but I'm assuming it's the monetization thresholds.
This guy took this from me. This guy stole this. I don't do that. I just
you absolutely do.
Make content.
You
I don't even know who's out.
The only reason why you absolutely want to, you absolutely are inclined to, it's that you're too lazy, and the shitstorm that had happened if you actually struck Raw Phil and Duty. You know what would happen to you. and you know how toxic it would get. Dave, you would have to get rid of Kick. You would have to leave Kick entirely if that happened, because you don't have enough mods over on Kick. You would get nothing but torch pepes about justice for Raw Phil, and nothing but names about Dave is a copyright cuck and stuff like that. You'd get thousands. I mean, we're at 7,111 bans on Kick so far in what, 9 months? I mean, we'd get 100 bans a day if he nuked Raw Phil and Duty. If he took the LTG approach and actually just destroyed their channels by making copyright claims, he probably could win. He probably should win. So yeah, no, Dave, that you're lazy and thin-skinned is the problem here.
Out there right now, honestly. No, let's not be stupid. I'm tired of people being dumb. People talking shit and being like, oh, Phil just doesn't want to drive to get his food. I'm honestly...
Remember that just the other day, this piece of shit, when he was going on about the Wendy's, said, well, guys, since I can't get it delivered, it's a good thing that there's a Wendy's only a block away from me, so it'll be 10 minutes and it's not a problem to go get it. So why is it a problem to go get it then, Dave? To go get anything? Why was it a problem to go get the Krabby Patty? Might it? And is it stupid to harp on that? Abso-freaking-lutely. I agree with you. It's a stupid thing to harp on. But Dave, you're the one who's made food the heart of the content. You're the one who keeps telling your audience to get fucked about their reward, what you call their reward, for them giving you $1,500. So they told you what they wanted, and you told them, get fucked because I can't have it delivered. So yeah, when you say, well, I can just go pick up the thing from the place that would have given me what you wanted, and it's not a problem, they're going to ask why it was a problem when they wanted it. So no, but please tell me why they are the problem. You know, Detractor Red, I don't know the driver's license meme. Yeah, Cat wasn't there to drive him because he has no driver's license. I honestly don't know. I don't know the license meme. I assume it's related to the fact that he was whining about the Real ID implementation date and his driver's license must have expired or something, and he hasn't renewed it because he doesn't have a Real ID. We have no evidence. We have no evidence one way or the other. And I suppose I'm speaking out of turn because I don't know the exact theory, but if it is based on broadly what I've just outlined, we don't have the evidence one way or another because Dave's such a fucking unreliable narrator. There's shit that he says that is entirely true that it sounds like it's false or a lie just because he explains it so badly. Well, there's also tons of examples of stuff that's manifestly untrue that he tries his darndest to make sound reasonable and honest. So no, he's an unreliable narrator, and just because he says it isn't indicative of anything other than he said it, because in addition to being an unreliable narrator, he also might be a pathological liar.
Talking and entertaining with you. Do you want me to go on a 40-minute break during the stream to go in my car, drive, pick up the food, come back? I have done that, and people hated it. I actually did that.
So Wendy's is 10 minutes away, according to you, but this isn't about Takis, I don't think. So Dave, there is an answer to this. It's called a real life stream. You just go and use your fucking phone. That's what you do. You start up another stream. You start up another stream on DSP Reacts on your phone. You raid yourself. And then when you get back, you reverse raid yourself. That's what you do. It's not hard. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I assume it's just because whatever it is genuinely 10 miles away. That's what my assumption is. Or 5 miles away. Something like that. That it is some ways away. Because I'm assuming he's putting in the order ahead of time. One would hope.
Years and years ago, when we were doing DSP tries it live during streams, and people absolutely hated it. They were like, no, we don't want that. We want you to have it right away. And that's when I started ordering. So that would show up and be delivered and doesn't interrupt the content of the stream.
The content.
Like, think about how dumb what you're saying is. Firehouse subs is 30 minutes each way. So you want me to stop this stream to get a Firehouse sub, drive 30 minutes back. So you're sitting here for 90 minutes with your thumb up your butt watching highlight clips. That's what you want on the stream. What a dumb thing to say.
Do an IRL stream, Dave. Do an IRL stream.
Start the podcast with DSP tries it. You want me to eat a Firehouse sub at 11 in the morning for breakfast as DSP tries it, and then you want me to do a stream?
What? No, Dave. No, you didn't just say eating something at 11 o'clock is breakfast. I had to have heard that wrong.
I could start the podcast with DSP tries it. You want me to eat a Firehouse sub at 11 in the morning?
Dave, what time are you getting up every day that makes you think that 11 o'clock is an appropriate time for breakfast? And 2, you claim to be a college-educated male with a business degree who's a mature adult and isn't suffering from delusions of grandeur, who completed a very arduous educational process, and who could probably play the ocarina too. Duh. So, Dave, how the fuck do you think that a meal you have at 11 a.m. your time is breakfast? That's lunch. An early lunch, perhaps. At most, it's brunch. It sure as fuck isn't breakfast. Now, if you want to make a joke about about how you're doing breakfast for lunch, that's cute. That's cute. It's dumb, but cute. But yeah, it's not breakfast. It's not breakfast.
For breakfast, as DSP tries it, and then you want me to do a stream after. They're not even open that early, by the way. I wouldn't even be able to get it. Oh my God. People are so dumb, I swear to God, man.
Pot, kettle, etc.
I got a $2 tip.
Dead air. Dead air. Dead air.
It's an idiot. I'm just going to ignore them because they're a complete dunce. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant commentary.
That someone live broadcasting my stream right now, stealing my content, making money on it before I have a chance to make any money on it and get actual views on it, is exactly the same as me playing Death Stranding 2 on a stream that I'm stealing from Hideo Kojima. Despite the fact...
You are. By the logic you are invoking, you absolutely are. That does not mean that, Dave, you are absolutely correct. That person is absolutely correct. It is no different logically. In that the copyright functions exactly the same way. Also, Dave, if I am now, I'm a no life Nudnik detractor, yes, but I also do have YouTube Premium, so I have no idea if he has ads turned on, and I only ever but I've watched when I started doing this Reestream thing before I gave in because it was just too much of a bear to run multiple chats and try to keep them synced, and started using Raw Phil. I actually used him originally, so I don't know if he has ads turned on in his streams. From what he said in the past, he does. So, Dave, you're the one who's obsessed with ad revenue. So if you have advertising enabled on your streams, how the fuck are you not making money on it when it's airing? Yes, Dasher Pie, you are quite correct. The greed absolutely makes oinking sounds around these parts. The oink is massively strong.
That I have to buy the fucking game to play it on stream, meaning Kojima has already received financial compensation for said game. I paid
and
for
Dave, you playing it on camera is a substitute for other people buying the game. That's why it's copyright infringement. That's where the infringement comes in. Is you are creating a substitute for someone paying Hideo Kojima money to get the game and experience it themselves. That's where the infringement comes from.
The license to play the game. Oh yeah, I'm also
Dave, to play the game, not to broadcast it.
Own gameplay, commentary, and all of that to create a transformative work of art called a playthrough. This has all been pre-established.
Yes, Dave, and the Reestream that is pausing it, commenting upon it, asking chat for interactions, having interactions with chat, that is transformative too. And Dasher Pie, yep, premium. Dave shills premium to high heaven, and it's hilarious. But it's worth the money to me. It's worth the money to me. I watch primarily on TVs, and I'm running a family plan, so I get to deal with my parents too. And I know you can do ad blocks on TVs, on smart TVs, but I like to think I'm technically inclined, but I do not have enough hours in the day to bother with that nonsense. So yeah, it's easier to pay YouTube, and that also means content creators actually get some money, even if they are pieces of shit like Dave.
You're an idiot. Okay. But the difference is, if you're, let's say, a video game, you've already paid for it. Now, if you stole the video game, that's different.
Dave, that the issue isn't that, as said, the issue isn't that you paid for it. You have the ability to play it, but it's that you are broadcasting it and creating a substitute for someone else buying it and experiencing it. The better example that you were trying to use is it's like if I invite my friends over to my house to play it, to watch me play it, which, that's a fair use. That's a fair use probably. So, but yeah, it is exactly the same it's functionally identical from a copyright perspective, which is why creators are very gun shy about actually, fully enforcing what copyright law allows them when it comes to fair use, because, to infringement, it isn't about fair use. The actual offense is copyright liability. That's what creates liability, is copyright infringement. Fair use is one of the defenses to infringement. But the infringement is exactly the same, Dave. It's you are creating a substitute for someone buying the game by doing a playthrough and putting it on YouTube. And that's why it's hilarious that you are saying, you guys that's stupid, quit fucked. When I do it, it's okay. But when other people do it to you, that's the problem. Rules for me, but not for thee. Ree!
If you actually I robbed this video, I downloaded it off the internet and stole it from a Whereas site or something, right? That's different. That's not good at all. That's awful. Okay?
Thanks for showing your age there, Dave. Whereas
that person, that group, whatever, has received financial compensation for you to then use that game.
But they haven't authorized you to play it online. That's not within the scope of your license.
To do creative works with it. So
they also haven't authorized you to do creative works with it either. It is there for you to enjoy for non-commercial purposes. That is the scope of the license. If they were giving you the right to make money with it, they'd be charging you considerably more than if I am buying a game because I want to play it and enjoy it in my own home for my own enjoyment, and you want to buy the game so that you can use it to make content and make money for commercial purposes. They're gonna want to charge you more for that, Dave. That's how business works. Yeah. So, Dave, this is not the argument that you think it is.
In that regard, that's the coverage. No one has paid me to use my stream at all. The agreement that we have is that I live broadcast my content for free on the internet.
Agreement with whom, Dave? Agreement with whom? Because from your own telling of this is you put the content out there for free in the hope that people will watch it and give you money. You do not have a contract with and you repeatedly say you do not have a transactional relationship with your audience. Anybody who gives you money isn't buying something. They are just showing their support for you, and you don't owe them anything. So if what you're doing is not transactional, if what you're doing is non-transactional, Dave, then how the hell can you have some kind of enforceable agreement with not only your audience, but also your detractors? Because you've entered into no agreement with your detractors, I'm sure. Because your detractors, if they say, hey, Dave, I want to restream you. What's the contact information so that we can discuss entering into a contract? They're going to get banned because you're going to think that they're LARPing or bringing up detractor subjects. And you're going to tell them to quit fucked. And then you're going to go on a 5-minute diatribe about how detractors are the root of all evil. So, yeah, you don't have, no, you have an assumption. It's not an agreement. It's an assumption that if you do the content, they give you the monies. That's what it is. But it's not any kind of enforceable agreement. And Dasher Pie, you are... All right, so you are... you're a cheating scrub for looking up the endings of Hyrule Warriors. And please note the Dave laugh, sir. That is absolutely Dave talking and not me. Nothing wrong. If that's how you enjoy it, if looking up the ending beforehand is how you enjoy it, then power to you, sir. It's not how I usually play things, but sometimes you get to the point where you just stop caring, where you just want to know.
But then I receive views,
how are there still 8 minutes of this left?
I do not give anyone permission to actively steal and rebroadcast my content in its entirety like they're doing right now, providing an alternate means for someone to watch, and I get nothing from it. I do not provide that consent whatsoever. I actually completely condone it. I do not condone.
Okay, yeah, you completely condone it, and then you realize what you said. Okay.
Or I completely condemn it is what I meant to say. I completely condemn it. I don't agree with it at all. It shouldn't happen. It's messed up.
Then Dave, if it's messed up, then do something about it. You have, Dave, you know where Rawphil's at. Rawphil doesn't hide anything. Rawphil is right there. Rawphil is right there. Duty is right there. Snort Hogan is right there. Go sue him. Go sue him. Do it pro se. It's not hard. It's not hard. I'm not saying it's easy by any stretch of the imagination, because it's absolutely not. But the system has made great strides to accommodate pro se individuals, especially in this sphere. So, yeah, you can do it.
And another thing is people are like, well, are you going to sue? I retain the legal right at some point, at any point in the future, to sue said people for breaking the law and stealing my content. I could do it at any moment.
You can do it. Dave is correct. He can do it at any moment. I'm going to let him cook a little more before I get on my high horse again.
I could do it right now. I could do it 5 minutes from now. I could do it a day from now. I could do it a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It's my
okay. It's not your prerogative, Dave. I mean, to be fully transparent and use the English language correctly, it absolutely is your prerogative on when you try to sue him. But you are going to run into a statute of limitations problem, firstly. And two, you're going to run into a waiver problem, because if you know someone has been violating your copyright and you let them violate your copyright, if you let someone violate your copyright for a period of time in the knowledge that they are doing so and do not make an attempt to stop them, they have the ability to come into court and say, he knew I was doing it and he didn't stop me. He's waived his ability to claim that I've infringed, because his damages he could have prevented had he attempted to enforce his copyright, had he attempted to timely bring this action. So yes, if Dave could, I don't know off the top of my head what the statute of limitations for copyright infringement is, but for this particular stream, Dave could sue me in, let's say it's 5 years. Dave could sue me the day before the statute runs. So he could sue me on June 23rd, 2030. And if he says, I became aware of Mr. Stationaryrath's copyright infringement on June 25th, 2025, then I'm going to come in there and say, then why are we here today? He could have attempted recovery at any point. Any money I've made off of this stream, any damage he's incurred, have been aggravated by his failure to timely bring the suit. Because it's been 5 years. That's 5 years of, let's say I'm monetized. That's 5 years of money I've been making on the stream that had he timely brought the action, I wouldn't have made. That's 5 years worth of damages to him, because that's what revenue to me is. That's 5 years worth of damages that his own conduct in not bringing the suit allowed to happen. So yes, if it's a 10-year statute, he can bring the suit in 10 years. And then Rawphil's best defense is, if it is Rawphil or Duty, Dave knew exactly who I was and exactly what I was doing. He said, don't do it. But then he never tried to stop me. So the fact that he has damages resulting from my conduct is his problem, because he did nothing to enforce he did nothing as required by law to enforce his copyright.
Prerogative. That's how it works. When you commit a crime against me, I can choose whether or not to execute my right to sue the shit out of you
You
and
are-
take all of the money that you made.
You are
and
correct.
then some for damages, because I also should have made additional money when I originally broadcast it. And all those views you're getting right now are my...
But Dave, that's the problem, is when you decline to enforce your copyright, you do raise waiver. And it can get a little more complicated, for example, with this particular theory of, well, I'm telling you guys to knock it off so you guys are on notice. But you still need to bring the suit, Dave. You still need to bring a suit. Because if I'm sitting on the bench and this comes in front of me and Dave says, well, 5 years ago I told them to knock it off and they didn't knock it off. And so the damages that I have suffered over the last 5 years, I deserve all that money from them. I'm going to look at him and say, no, your hands are dirty under latches. You waive the ability to object because you didn't actually try to stop them. I've got a Nudnik in chat. His name is Koraz, but fine, because we've got this Nudnik here who needs to get fucked. I suppose we can go back and start the stream again. See, we've gone back in time, complete with the Tradedia Ubique Prestator unit patch. Welcome, Koraz. How's it hanging? Another familiar name I've seen around the Snortex. Watching his meltdown about the law because I'm a lawyer-style individual. I'm a lawyer-style individual who's been spazzing. And there's still like 6 minutes of this Snort Hogan clip left before the Daily Fap, but I will actually take the Daily Fap when it comes because it means my brain will stop hurting from Dave's misunderstandings of the law.
My views. Get it? So not only am I going to get all the money you made, I'm also going to take you to the fucking town and take your house and everything else too. It's all going to be mine. Whenever...
It's shooting fish in a barrel at this point. It's shooting fish in a barrel. But Dave doesn't understand that people are judgment proof, that they can be judgment proof. And that there's usually, for example, things like protections for homesteads. So even if you have a judgment against some people in some parts of the world, like in my corner of the world, it's if you own a piece of property that is up to 1 acre in an incorporated city or up to a quarter in the countryside, that's protected from levying. Doesn't matter what the judgment is unless you have consented to the lien. yeah, Dasher Pie. You have to put up with the lawyer stuff because I'm a lawyer, and these are the United States of Shub. See, Detractor, that's where you're wrong. It's the detractors actually own the house with all their illegal restreaming money, and they're into the whole ambiance of being a man-child in the basement, but really they're financially successful individuals who will make Phil totally rich with all the money he's going to take from them. You idiot, you get it?
Whenever I feel like it, I have that power. You get it? So let it be known, you keep committing crimes against me. See what's going to happen in the future. All it's going to be, it's going to take one asshole to piss me off. Let's put it that way.
Dave, if you haven't been pissed off already by people, what people are doing with your content, you're never going to get there. No. What you mean is you are looking for someone who's going to come in and give you the ability to sue somebody with a lawyer. You're looking for the day that a lawyer gets to see the games journalist memes and gets interested in the Snortex, and he's enough of a shyster that he will take your case, or he'll try to do the Ethan Klein thing and try to set up a trap that'll let him try to collect attorney's fees through the Copyright Act. That's what you're looking for. That's the whale you really want and you really need in your life. And Koraz is absolutely correct in his observation that Phil is a rules lawyer. That's why I would never want to play a tabletop game with him, because he would just be the worst. He'd be the worst rules lawyer of them all. And that he is a control freak of a Karen. Mr. Lion is in the house too. Who's he gonna sue? Duty, lol. But yes, he hasn't said who he's gonna sue. He's just gonna sue all of the detractors who are making money off him, and according to him. But who he's really talking about is Duty, Snort Hogan, Raw Phil, DDM is in that camp, but DDM DDM doesn't have the volume to do it. I mean, DDM's like getting 20 or 30 viewers at this point, which is just not worth the effort. But Dave might do it anyway, because why the hell not? If you're swinging your dick around to show the world how much of a man you are, why not threaten the channel that's got 30 concurrents on the Reestreams?
Right now, I like what I'm doing. I like streaming. I like making content. I'm having a good time doing it.
Lying to yourself, good.
Things are good. You understand? Like, everything's great right now. It doesn't even make sense for me to go down that route. All right? But at any moment, things could change, and I could change my mind. And I have the legal right to do that. 100%. So, let it be known. Let the statement be made. You commit a crime against Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil at
It's not a crime, Dave. It is a violation of the law, but that does not make it a crime. And you are the type of idiot that perpetrates this misunderstanding that a violation of the law is a crime, which it is not. It's a violation of the law. Crimes are something else entirely.
A may clap back and actually execute his right to get what's his. So you're dancing on a very dangerous line there. You are. You're really, you're playing with fire.
Good luck with that,
and by the way,
Dave.
don't listen to any of their bullshit already. This idiot LARPing over here. Are you fearful of providing discovery? Are you retarded?
Yes, he is. He absolutely is. He absolutely is. It's why he won't do anything. It's why even if he gets angry enough, and even if he finds an attorney, if the attorney is being competent, he's going to explain to him exactly what's going to happen in discovery, and Dave's going to chicken out because Dave's gonna want to sue, not just for the copyright infringement, but he's gonna want to sue for defamation and all of the slander, allegedly, because it's related to him being an e-beggar. It's related to WWE champions. It's related to him to wasting money. Anything financial, any kind of claim like that opens the door to discovery into his finances, which is what detractors want. That's the lever to find out everything. There will be no secrets left if he is stupid enough to do that.
Are you retarded? Can you answer that question for me? Why are you listening to anything that they're saying? Why would you even entertain it? Do you understand they have no fucking idea what any of them are talking about? None of them. They all act like they're smart. They're all the dumbest fucking people on this planet. They don't understand how the law works. They don't understand how the court case would go. They're all...
Funny thing is, Dave, is that I went to law school for 3 years. I've got 6 hours of Civ Pro, 6 hours of Crim Pro evidence, for 3 hours of evidence. More importantly, I was a practicing attorney for 13 years. I do kind of know how this kind of stuff goes, Dave. And yeah, discovery is not an automatic I win button like some trolls think. But if the right claims are made, it absolutely is. The law! And Dasher Pie, just for you, how about this one? Objection! Just imagine me on face cam pointing at the camera. But yes, a fair number of detractors think that Phil getting into any kind of lawsuit means that all the answers to WWE champions happen. That is not the case. It depends upon the nature of the lawsuit and whether that kind of financial information would be calculated to produce admissible evidence. But if Dave opened the door to his finances by trying to sue somebody for defamation, for saying that he's an e-beggar or that he wastes all his money on WWE champions, then absolutely that door opens. Because truth is an absolute defense. That's the best thing, is to any defamation claim, truth is an absolute defense. So whatever Dave accuses someone of slandering him about, whether it's WWE champions or his spending money or him being an e-beggar or whatever, trying to prove the truthfulness of that assertion is something that discovery can be used for. And that's why what Dave wants is Dave could maybe one day sue somebody for copyright infringement. What he wants to do is sue people for defamation. And he knows I don't think he knows, but I think he has an inkling of what would happen if he tried. I think. I don't think he's that stupid to think he would actually be a good idea to try to sue somebody for defamation.
Fucking morons, every single one of them. They all talk out of their asses constantly, but they act like they know something.
Fucking morons represent. I'm talking out of my ass with my law degree and my bar card. And what else was that, Dave? What else am I constantly doing?
Morons, every single one of them.
Uh-huh.
They all talk out of their asses constantly.
Yep.
But they act like they know something, and you're
Yep. Again, my passing the bar exam means I know nothing. Truthfully, I will concede that I know nothing about Washington law because I'm not admitted in the state of Washington. So there is a fair amount of stuff I'm not terribly knowledgeable about as it directly applies to Dave. But yeah, Dave, keep telling me how you know more than I do about this when you're the guy who got a business degree and then, never did anything with it.
You're ignorant and you believe them. And you think that they're smart. They're not. Unreal. I'm a former cop. And I don't like Diaz.
Ooh, bro side Phil shout out. Okay, Dave. Dave, if you're going to describe people like that, at least, give them their big ups. Well, and that's the thing. Koraz, is it's slander means libel. In modern statutory law, generally speaking, slander means libel because all of them are recategorized under defamation. So yeah, that's. And Dasher Pie, that's the thing that's the wonderful thing about law. You just need to go practice in the right place, and you can practice law in business casual. It's just a matter of finding the right place. There are like 1.5 million lawyers in the United States, or something like that, some large number. There's plenty of legal environments. If you seriously wanted to be an attorney, you can find a place that fits, and if not, you can start your own practice. No, what he thinks is that if Ethan's lawsuit goes through, that it is some sort of magic cloak that he can sue anyone and 100% win. He doesn't understand the complexities of it. Oh, you're absolutely right, Mr. Lyon. And that's the thing that Dave really doesn't get is that, especially with the Ethan Klein lawsuit, is that a big difference between that and him is that in the Ethan Klein lawsuit, that is a piece of edited content. And you can make an argument that there's a material difference in how they should be treated between a live stream and edited content. I don't know if that argument necessarily wins, but you can certainly make it. And I certainly think that it needs to be made if you are defending it. Also, the thing that Dave doesn't get is that Ethan Klein purposefully registered the content nuke with the Copyright Office to trigger some extra assets or tools that were available in the Copyright Act specifically for things that were registered. Which, yeah, he doesn't begin to understand. He doesn't begin to understand what's going on here. He doesn't begin to understand it. Oh. So yeah. Oh yeah, no, he also, I can't help but notice where I paused right now. He looks like he's working, like he's wanking a couple of dicks. Just saying, not a closeted gay man though.
This piece, so I know all this stuff about cops. Oh, by the way, I actually gave money to Super Crazy to sue you. So you're
yeah, Broside Phil can't get a shout out, but Super Crazy can. And yeah, Broside did do that, and Broside said he was an idiot for it. And yeah, I was cautiously optimistic when Super Crazy said he was going to be mounting that campaign to sue Dave. But once I actually watched his video, once I actually kind of waded into it and looked at it, it's like, not really. His case wasn't nearly as, he was doing the thing Dave was. He was doing the thing Dave was, where he was absolutely certain he was going to win, and his evidence didn't really show that. And yeah, it was, Super Crazy raised money, and and Broside was somebody who threw him some, but at least Broside admits he made a mistake, that it was stupid. Which, yeah, that's and Super Crazy, if he didn't refund the money, it's a piece of shit. But yeah. Yeah, Coraz, I avoided the Ravens Dolphin drama like the plague. I know it existed, and I know it revolved around allegations of lollies and pedophilia, but that's the extent of which I knew. The greatest thing that I observed was that it drove Aquateel from the Snortex, which I think was a shame because I liked her. I liked what she was doing because I'm down with the Yakuza Reeestream she was doing, but other than that, it's just I never liked Ravens Dolphins approach to detracting in his content, so I never watched him. So that he turned out to have drama associated with whatever the fuck weirdness he was involved in. Yeah. Good riddance to bad rubbish is kind of where I'm at with Ravens Dolphin, just because, like I said, I never found him entertaining. So if he did have shit going on, that's just fucked up. So see ya. I'm just kind of sad that it took Aquateel with him because I didn't know much about Aquateel, but I did watch her. Well, Corez, that's not true, and you know, because I've seen you on Vega streams. No, anybody who should be going to bed doesn't stream at 3 a.m. Vega, I was gonna say Vega does it because he doesn't need to go to bed.
You're a fucking idiot. Doesn't even matter if you're a former cop. You're actually one of the dumbest motherfuckers on earth.
Yep.
You gave money to a guy who's an internet troll, whose name is super crazy, who had no legal basis to sue me, to try to sue me.
He did. No, Super Crazy did. I don't think it was a good one. I don't think it prevails at trial, but he got a colorable claim, Dave. It just wasn't the slam dunk he was representing it to be.
You're actually the dumbest motherfucker I know.
Dave, you might want to be really careful here. You might want to be really careful here because we know who's in your chat. Again, yeah, Dave, we love Jade around these parts because he is the most wholesome part of your little sphere, of your orbit. But also we see what he types, and you're gonna honestly make the argument that Broside Phil is dumber than Jade. We've seen the shit that Slayer has you watch. Are you really gonna make the argument that Broside Phil is dumber than Slayer? Or we've seen the content Derek creates. You really gonna make the argument that BSP is worse in the intellect department than Derek? It didn't play him in Yep, Corez, I was ranting about that earlier. I was actually ranting about that earlier about how Dave. Yep, justice for Jade, because I was there. I was watching that night when Pop was restreaming that community night. That was something else. That was something else. I mean, Jade was practically begging to join, and he didn't know how. And Dave just did not give a fuck. He did not give a fuck. That was the worst of it. It wasn't even that Dave was so inept that he was trying and couldn't make it work. It was that Dave didn't even want to try.
Anything you could actually say in life has been negated by your incredible stupidity and actions. No one should ever listen to you. But that's the thing. These people actually get dumbass people on the internet to listen to them. And these people are so dumb, that gullible morons.
Have you ever actually watched a Broside stream? Like, just listen to him talk. Because, I mean, there's stuff I disagree with him. I don't agree with all of his takes, but he obviously does put some thought into it. And I don't agree with all of his takes about you, but, you know, different experiences. But the man's not stupid. You know, yeah, that he did it. Dave, if doing a stupid thing made you stupid forever, I mean, what about moving across country, all the way across country like you did, that you've said is a stupid thing? What about buying all the statues and wasting all that money that you could have used to pay off your condo in Connecticut? That was a stupid thing. What about not renting out your condo and continuing to pay the mortgage and the condo fees associated for like 4 years when you couldn't sell it? You know, and not even trying to rent it out, and you couldn't rent it out because the property manager wouldn't email you. That was fucking stupid. So Dave, you know, just because somebody does a stupid thing, if that's your position that they are stupid forever, well, congratulations, Pot, you're calling the kettle stupid. Yeah, and Korez absolutely. The reason why he didn't want to play Jade, I'm gonna I still maintain the reason he didn't want to play Jade is because Dave had a rare moment of self-awareness, because he knew that if he played Jade, he wouldn't be able to not be a sweaty tryhard. And he didn't know how Jade played, but he knew that if he tried to play Jade, he was going to get sweaty and beat the ever-loving shit out of him. And that because he knows enough about who Jade is that Jade's gameplay would not be good. And his ego couldn't take not being a sweaty tryhard. He couldn't take the idea of letting Jade win. And he's not good enough to try to throw the match gracefully. So he knew he'd look like an absolute asshole if he played Jade. He knew it, and that's why but he looked like an even bigger asshole in trying to avoid that. Dasher Pie, the phrase calling the pot calling the kettle black refers to the finish of older kettles in which everything was painted black due to thermal absorption. So the pot and the kettle would both be black. And using black, because the idiom means you're calling somebody something that you are. You're insulting them for a trait that you possess. So that's what the pot calling the kettle black means. It is insulting someone for possessing a trait that you possess. Oh, Koraz, I absolutely, yeah. Koraz with the Jade can beat Phil at Marvel Rivals. I think so. I legitimately think so. I mean, I legitimately think you could. I think there will be some interesting content that could be done. Oh my god! Well, the pot calling the kettle stationary. Dun dun dun. But I think there could actually be some good content of like Jade actually teaching things to Dave in Marvel Rivals, of them playing together and trying to teach Dave. I think it could be absolutely hilarious. It would be wholesome. It could be absolutely wholesome. Dave could actually look like a good guy if he did that. But again, he won't, because he hates his audience. He doesn't want to hate Jade. Dave is a piece of shit, but he does have something of a moral compass. And he knows he should not hate retards. Like the actually mentally retarded. I mean, the people who genuinely have brain issues. And that is absolutely, Jade is disabled both physically and mentally. And he knows he shouldn't hate that. But he absolutely does. He absolutely hates his entire audience. He hates the LARPers, and he hates the true fans even more because he knows how dented they are. And that's why he won't do anything with Jade. No matter how good the PR would be, no matter how much goodwill it might generate, because it would generate real goodwill. It would generate real goodwill if he did. I mean, doing shit that even detractors can't complain about. You know, and detractors would give him a day of not giving him shit if he did that. But exactly, Detractor Red. Dave manages to Dunning-Kruger himself into general intellect, which, yes, I am the smartest man in the room. Now, I don't know the most about this particular topic. I know the most about everything.
Big Boss, $5 super chat. It was great seeing you branch out and collaborate with other creators. Are there any future plans for more?
No.
People, I keep trying
there's
to explain
not.
this to people. They don't listen, right? The only real people who would ever want to collaborate with me would be people who already are in this like online harassment drama circle nonsense. Why?
The people in the sector, because you are a lol cow. So yes, the only people who would ever want to collaborate with you are lol cow or lol cow adjacent. That is absolutely correct.
Everyone knows that if you associate with Darkside Phil, that you're going to get harassed, you're going to end up on Kiwi farms, you're going to get fucked with, right?
Dave, everybody who gets 50,000 subs on YouTube ends up on Kiwi farms. There's a channel called History of Everything, who's this pretentious Australian git who I watch periodically because his chronicles of the Russian Navy are absolutely hilarious. But he's got like 75,000 subs, 80,000 subs, somewhere in there. He's pushing getting his play button. He's going to get it sooner or later. And he used it as a flex a couple of videos back that, thank you all of you Russian propaganda bots for the Kiwi Farms thread. It's wonderful reading. Which, no, Dave, that being up on Kiwi Farms means nothing more than that you piss people off on the internet.
Everyone knows that. And it's fucked up because it's not my fault. I have nothing to do with it, but it just happens, right? So anyone in their right mind It's not that they don't want to talk to me. I've actually had some really nice conversations behind the scenes with creators and with other people who were like, yeah, in another world, if things were different, we absolutely would collab with you and do all kinds of content.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, yes, Dave, because you bring nothing to the table. You're not. The only thing you bring is some notoriety as a lolcow. You don't bring anything to the actual collab. You don't have any skills. You're not an interesting on-air personality. All you do when you're on air with other people is you point at the thing and say, that thing happened. Duh. You point at the screen and go laugh. I mean, I watch Chain Together. I watch the Chain Together streams. I watched the Chain Together nonsense. You were a third wheel. You had no chemistry with either of them. They had to carry it because you were useless. Yeah, behind the scenes, I'm mashing X to gout. X to grout. Yes, I'm mashing X to grout because that damn tub is leaking and it needs to be grouted, which is why I'm mashing X. But
we can't, because the moment that we do, we're now enemy target number 1 just because we did something positive with you.
No, Dave. No. Okay. Yes, there are people in the Snortex who come on hot and heavy when it comes to Dave and collabs. That is absolutely a fact. And people do sometimes get negative ideas about the Snortex because of it. But the thing is that people come on hot and heavy about this because Dave comes off as this. He comes off with, well, guys, I'm just a guy who streams video games. I don't know why everybody hates me. And yeah, the people who go and put people on notice who you're going to collaborate with about what you've done on Twitter is to convey how much of an asshole you are, because you don't own that you're an asshole.
So why do you think I have to sit here and just do content by myself all the time, right?
You could do content with whoever you chose, Dave. Dave, you have an audience. You have mods who will do, you have people in your orbit who do shit for you for free. You could absolutely build up a group to do shit online with. You could collab with people in your sphere. You could work on sciencing out your overlays so that nobody can see who your co-players are, so that no one can harass them. It requires you to do work. That's the problem. It requires you to do work. And you don't think you're going to get an immediate financial payoff from that. That's what the problem is.
This is why. There's nothing that I can do about it because these people are weirdo fucks. So I just sit here and I do my own stuff and I don't bother anyone. And that's why. So
just remember, he doesn't bother everybody. Just remember, every time he goes off on a tangent talking about Wings or LTG or Phil Spencer or any game or Hideo Kojima, any game dev ever, he doesn't start shit, guys. He's 100% the victim.
There's been actually quite a few opportunities where I reached out to a few people and I had nice conversations about that.
And all of them told you to get fucked. So Dave, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? What does that tell you about how toxic your brand is? What does that tell you about things you need to fix? But see, you can't tell yourself that, because that would mean admitting you have a problem. So it's all the detractors' fault.
We had ideas of things you could do, but they're like, yeah, ultimately we're not going to do it because at any given moment, these crazy obsessed weirdos on the internet might come after us or our content or our channel or our, you know what I mean? And I get that.
Dave, the people you are reaching out to and you want to, the thing is, Dave, how many people do you think would want to have a conversation with, God, what's his name that he was talking about that they were trying to get into the Let's Chained stuff, who that's not just games or something like that. He's got like 4 million. He had like 4 million subs, and then he nuked his Twitter, and that's why Dave didn't do anything with him. I don't remember his fucking name. Mudahar, that's who it was. Dave, do you have any idea how many people would love the opportunity to just shoot the shit with Mudahar, who are in this sphere? That is something that not everyone gets to do. You had not only the ability to shoot the shit with Mudahar, but you have the ability to do content with him. That other shit that brewed up happened. the people that you can command, that you can get people's attention, and you can get meetings with people who you shouldn't be able to for what your actual numbers are. You could do interesting collabs. You could do stuff with people who are utterly uninterested in the Snortex, because Dave Mudahar had like 4 or 5 million subs. He does not give a shit what detractors are going to do, because detractors have a reach, have between all of their subs, between all the major detractor channels, there's maybe a play button between them. There's maybe 100,000 subs between all the detractor content creators who are worth mentioning. Maybe 100,000 subs. Guys who operate on the scale of Mudahar, or that some of the other people that the Kino boys could have opened doors to you for, they laugh at that. That's below their notice. I mean, fuck, Gundam by himself. Gundam is big enough that he doesn't need if the Snortex somehow pissed off Gundam or decided to wage war on Papa Gundam, the Snortex can do nothing to him. He's big enough that, you know, the people in this sphere can't touch him, you know, because he has much crazier Twitter stalkers to deal with. So no, Dave, this is you coping. This is you coping. And I suspect people probably told him what he wanted to hear, that they didn't want to do business with him, and they phrased it as, well, I just don't want the bad PR. And he has transmuted that into, they were just as scared of the detractors as I was, guys. Nah.
$1,000,000%, I understand that. I don't wish upon anyone the harassment that I've gotten, getting fully doxxed, getting family members and friends doxxed, and people getting harassed, and
just remember, someone super chatted him his address today. And it was not leaned. It was allowed to scroll off screen. It was there that long because there were no mods in YouTube.
You know, being hacked into, and fucking people, you know, impersonating me and socially engineering accounts and fucked up stuff. Can you imagine that?
And yes, the bank leaks were fucked up, Dave. Absolutely. Someone that was a gay op par excellence, but somebody got access to your bank information. That they didn't steal any money. As far as the evidence that has been provided that we've seen, no money was stolen other than you claiming it. And Dave, you are a unreliable narrator, if not an outright liar.
Right? So you get to that point, and it's like, well, I guess I can't really do anything.
Well, yes, Detractor Red. I had completely forgotten about that. That he didn't dox himself. It was he said, well, everybody knows my address anyway, so it's not a problem to show it, which is fine. And if that was why he didn't lean that guy who super chatted him, that's cool. But he freaks out whenever people do that, whenever people do things like that. So no, I don't. That was just his. The Switch 2 thing I always thought was his just justifying that he didn't want to do anything about it. He was being lazy. He didn't. He committed. He didn't realize he did it until he did it, and then once he did it, he just tried to play it cool rather than admit that he made an error.
Only content that I could be able to collab with is people who are already so fucked with that it doesn't matter.
So
they're all in drama circles.
So LOLcow Live, you're going on LOLcow Live then.
It sucks. Like, what could I collab on? I can't literally collab gameplay with anyone, because the moment that I do, those people get harassed. So no one who runs a legit gameplay channel or anything like that is ever going to want. So
Wings doesn't run a legit gameplay channel then, Dave? Seriously, the guy still plays video games on most of his streams. So you can't collab with Wings, because what Wings gets is way worse than what you get. You can't collab with Boogie, because Boogie does gameplay too. Come on, Dave, get the original LOLcow podcast group together for gaming sessions. It would be dumb. It would absolutely be dumb, and it would be absolute. The gameplay would be atrocious. Can you imagine Dave, Boogie, and Wings trying to play something? Wings would be the only one who's halfway competent. And if they tried to play something Wings was good at, Dave would try hard. He'd try hard and it'd be terrible, but he'd be in try hard resting gout face mode, and Boogie would he'd be whining the whole time about how he wasn't having any fun. and he'd otherwise just be a pussy about things. Yes, Koraz, yes, Dave does spend way too much time try-harding at Mario Kart, and tonight sucked because he was absolutely try-harding, but he wasn't getting salty. That's the problem, is when he's try-harding but not getting salty, that's the worst of it. That's the worst, because it's just him staring at the screen and occasionally saying, "See that thing that happened?" or grunting and going, "Wow," or "Whoa," or "See that?"
To cross over with DSP because they're going to get the short end of the stick in that one. You know what I'm saying? All any people ever want, let's do drama content. I'm not doing drama content. I don't want to do drama content.
Then you can't complain about not making money.
Time. It really is the lowest common denominator for the dumbest people on the planet. I'm not doing drama content. All right? So outside of that, that's it.
Again, Dave, we know who your audience is. We know at least some of who your audience is. We know that they are dumber than a bag of hammers. A bag of rocks. A bag of... they're not the sharpest crayons in the box. The brightest bulbs in the shed. Sharpest knives in the drawer. Take your pick. If drama is for the stupidest people on the planet, then your audience should love it. So you should do it. But Dave, you don't get to complain about money. You don't get to complain about anything. You don't get to complain about anything about how your business is doing if you refuse to do drama content, because you're a little drama llama yourself. You like it. You have your natural toxicity works well with it. I mean, you're so thin-skinned, you're going to get absolutely destroyed if you ever make a serious attempt at doing it professionally. But you could absolutely make a go of it, of doing more drama. You refuse to because of your weird... You have it in your head that you are better than drama content. When, again, you went on the King Snake arc. He thinks he's better than drama content, which is why he did it. He had an 8-month plan to lie to a pair of drama of farmers in the sector and get into their good graces so that he could make money off of them and then betray them. But he's above doing drama. That kind of nonsense would be rejected from a scripted reality TV show for being too insane, too trite.
So that's all that can really be done, So I hope you understand that. Big boss,
Big
I've actually
boss.
had people who I reached out to and we had great conversations, but no one's going to do it. No one's going to take that chance that some sicko fuck on the internet is now going to harass them and their family and everything associated with them and their business because they did a video with me,
I got the drip. Go.
You take that risk every time you turn the camera on, Dave. And once you get above a certain size, once you can make money doing it, you always risk that every time you turn the camera on. Okay, and it is 12:30 my time. So, I'm right on schedule and that I'm behind schedule. All right, daily FAP time. Much belated daily FAP time. It's a good thing I don't have to go to bed tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here. Welcome
I might be
vegan
tonight.
Tuesday, the 24th of June, 2025. A good variety streaming day. A day where we wrapped up some very difficult gameplay. And a first of 2 playthroughs we'll be completing this week. A day of hilarity and online fun. A day of DSP tries it, destroy my guts.
That's like that's 10 scats.
So, first of all, today, I did not do a podcast because, number one, I didn't feel like I had anything to talk about.
And yet you were there for like an hour?
We wanted to be sure that I was going to beat the Lies of P Overture DLC.
Barely
I didn't
did.
Even realize I was only like 10 minutes away from the final boss.
Yeah, Mountain Time style representing. And I'm even worse than a Mountain Time style. I'm a Mountain Time style in a state that's mainly on Central Time. So yeah, I am, there are a lot of counties in my state and there's like 4 of us on Mountain Time. So I don't care if I'm doxing myself. It's if somebody cares enough to look it up, it's cool. It's cool. But yes, Mountain Time style detractors do exist other than Indrid. Because I think she's a Mountain Time style as well. But yes, the scat was absolutely out of control tonight.
Of said DLC, but I'm glad that I gave myself as much time as I did to beat it. We'll talk about that in a moment. So, I actually ended up on stream a little late today. And people were wondering why. It's because I had a really bad start to my day. Basically, number one, as my wife was getting ready for work, Jasper Kitty got all hyper and started trying to wake me up at like 7.
Right idea, Mr. Lion, but not the right state. Right idea, wrong state. Oh, the joke will be on you, Koraz, because I don't drink. I'd be no fun as Dave because you could give me $100 and I'd laugh at you for asking me to do a shot because I don't do shots. Ha ha! Gwit filtered troll. Nah. I will work on that while the Daily Fap is going dash by because that is a wonderful question. I do need to update that.
I usually don't have to get up until around 8:39. So here he is. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Oh,
he's not your son, Dave. Just saying.
Tired. So I had to get up and I had a bunch of stuff I had to do. I needed to get a refill on some anti-inflammatory ointment for my hand because I have eczema. And
for my hand?
They changed the whole process. Oh, you can't just talk to someone anymore. You now have to have a video conference with a doctor for an anti-inflammatory cream. It's not like I'm trying to get like, opium or something like that. But so I had to do that. So basically today I had so much to do in the morning. And then on top of that, Jasper Kitty had come in here and made a big mess. I talked about this a little bit to the audience early on.
Riveting stuff, Dave. Riveting stuff.
Lies of P's Overture. And to be frank with everyone, I was already tired and not in a good mood from the stuff that had happened earlier. Me trying to beat the hardest boss in Lies of P and arguably.
So he was pissy. He was pissy because his cat woke him up. And that's why he couldn't beat the boss at the end of the game, Goob. I watched some of that. I hate to give Dave a little bit of credit. But the problem, I'm sorry, he was describing it as Millennia, and I was getting Millennia vibes off of some of the moves. I did kind of get that. It's mechanically not the same, but yeah. And Mr. Lion, yeah, no, I get it. There are multiple. It is a thing that happens in some places. In multiple states. That cross time zones that are that big. I'm further north. In Texas.
Hardest bosses in Soulsborne so far wasn't great timing. Let's put it that way. The final boss has 2 phases. The final boss, when going into phase 2 and getting a full-on second health bar, has an attack incredibly similar to Millennia's insane transformation from Elden Ring. In fact,
yes, it owned your ass repeatedly, Dave. It was kind of pathetic, actually.
To make a boss that was exactly the same, but in Lies of P.
It wasn't exactly the same, though.
I just didn't
like
it that much.
Wasn't exactly the same. It just there were vibes, though.
But instead, they bit off of their competition. Now I tried for over 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours.
Boss fight legit. I got pretty close. There was once or twice when in the second phase I got him down to maybe around half health, roughly. But I never really got to the end where it looked like I was going to win.
And then he summoned.
We were out of time, and the thing was
because the game
DSP tried.
The game must be beaten within the allocated time, or else people will be shot. Well, it is verboten that he go overtime. Yeah.
Is it the Takis menu from Wendy's? So I had to finish this thing.
No, you didn't, Dave.
Guys, we can either do an entire other stream. How many people are going to show up for an entire other stream of Lies of P just to see me keep fighting this boss?
Because you're gonna take up that entire stream too. Yeah. Well, Dashpie, that begs the question of just what is the Midwest? Because that gets into what is the difference between the Midwest and the Plains West? Because there absolutely is one. There absolutely is one. But yeah, Dave. So if you would have kept bashing your head against the wall, no, it would have been like Millennia. You would have went like 100 deaths trying to beat it before resorting to the summon. If you hadn't resorted to the summon, rather.
Oh, the game had a way out. How's the way out? Well, guess what?
The
legendary
summon.
Hunter is part of the story and is sitting right
and you're
there,
absolutely correct. Tractor Red, Wendy's, and food in general is more important than beating the boss.
The fight, yes, it definitely makes the fight easier. It still took me about 15 minutes to beat him, trying constantly with the co-op partner. And it was an epic, nail-biting finale when I actually did beat him.
So you got lucky. You won through RNG.
Food, and because we had time to spare, I went and did the post-game stuff. Like there was this girl puppet who you'd help throughout the DLC, and you could go see her and see her finale of her story. And there was a final like send-off for some of the characters. So we did that, and then the food arrived. So Lies of P Overture is done. My overall opinion, I'll probably... And
absolutely correct, Mr. Lion. That could have brought in viewers, but he doesn't want an audience that comes to watch him suck. And when he's such a hype beast that he can't organically draw in viewers, he can't organically build hype. He either has to be shilling it like it's a WWE promo, or he can do nothing for it. He has no middle ground when it comes to promotion. It's why the begging is so bad, because either he's full tilt begging, or he's not asking for money. He can't just casually say, "Hey guys, please support the stream," and move on. And yeah, Dasher Pie, I agree. He should be. He'd be happier if he did mukbangs. And I only got the second half of it. But I can imagine him being at it for 3 whole hours, or 4, and it just being like Millennia, but with less salt. That's the problem. He was pissed with Millennia. I mean, Millennia had his number until he figured out cheese combined with RNG. The salt never really flowed with this.
I'll talk more about it tomorrow on the podcast. Overall, it was pretty good.
Also, wait, Dave, what the fuck are you talking about? What's on tomorrow on the podcast?
Finale of her story, and there was a final like send-off for some of the characters. So we did that, and then the food arrived. So Lies of P Overture is done. My overall opinion, I'll probably talk more about it tomorrow on the podcast. Overall, it was pretty good. I would argue.
Why? Wait, what the fuck, Dave? Why are you offering your opinion now if you just said, guys, I'll talk about it tomorrow?
With the base game, what I really liked about it were the weapons. The weapons were all feeling kind of unique and interesting, and all had some nice, awesome attributes that made it feel different. Every time you got a new weapon, you level it up, you use it, made the game feel fresh. It never really got tired because of that. I think the last boss's boss design was great.
So remember, guys, he's gonna talk about this tomorrow morning, which is why he's talking about it now. And be glad for that, Dasher Pie, because he was insufferable. Yeah, I caught the second half of the boss fight, so I was there with you, and at the end, and then yeah, the food was just bad. The food was bad. Everything that's worth watching will be in Snort Brunel's Devour recounting of it. And an hour of rambling is just normal for the guy. I mean, if anything, it's on the short side.
I just didn't like that they copied Millennia with the way that they executed it. I'm okay with the boss being tough.
It wasn't.
I'm not okay with them actually.
The execution wasn't a copy of Millennia, Dave. It was. The execution wasn't. It definitely had vibes. It definitely felt aesthetically a bit. There were parts that felt similar. That looked similar, but the mechanics were not.
Copying directly from Elden Ring, which is exactly what it was. So
yeah, Korraz, he did. He had the Takis meal. He had the Takis meal.
Well, I don't want to say a lot of people.
Korraz, that's where all the scat came from tonight, because it destroyed his innards, according to him, and which is why he constantly talked about shitting all night, because he was cleaning out his innards from the Takis meal from Wendy's.
A few people were upset that I did the co-op to beat him. I don't care.
Okay, so if you think that I cheated by the definition of cheating that I established in Elden Ring, you can get fucked.
Why? Because I don't win a prize. I don't get a trophy. I don't get a title belt. People don't shower me in adornment and praise if I beat him legit. So why did you during Elden Ring say it was cheating to use summons? And why did you gatekeep and have a big head and just be a stuck-up prick about how you beat Millennia without the Mimic tier, and about how you beat Elden Ring without summoning once? Please explain this to me, Dave. How less than 2 years ago you were saying that, and now it's fine to summon. Without the summon, it probably would have taken a whole other stream. I would have done it. Don't get me wrong. I beat Millennia.
I had done it, Goop.
I could have done it, right? But who would have cared? Did you really want to see me do another stream of this game? People were outright telling me, get to the next game.
It'd be funny if you were bashing your head against the wall, Dave. Dave, shut up. If you were bashing your head against the wall, it would have been funny. It would have been funny. But only if you were bashing your head against the wall and were getting salty. If you were just bored like you were today, yeah, you should have summoned, because it was not good content when you're bored. When you're bored and are just looking at the screen as if glaring at it is going to cause the thing to die, it's not hot content.
In the future, I may do more of that as well, so that way we don't have lingering playthroughs going on for 17 extra streams because I'm being stubborn and stupid about it. Okay? DSP Tries It Taki's menu is live over on DSP Reacts right now.
Okay, for more food talk, Dave, you do all kinds of things out of stubbornness and stupidity, so why should beating your head against the boss be any different?
What I'm going to say is this. I did like some of the stuff. I didn't like some of the stuff. They screwed the order up. It wasn't officially a fair review because the order was wrong.
The order was wrong. As he goes into review bra mode, as guys, they gave me the wrong food, and the review therefore wasn't valid. So give me $1,500 to do it again.
You leave out components of what you're supposed to be getting in a new food item, then it's not an accurate representation of said food item, and there was a critical, important component completely missing. So if you want to see what I mean, you can check it out on at DSP Reacts right now on YouTube.
And no, with that setup, he could have just said what the critical component was. Would have been a word or two. But no, go watch the video for that. But after saying, I'm going to tell you guys about what I thought about the game tomorrow. No, we need a 90-second rant about the game. So, okay, Dave, keep doing what you're doing.
I hope you enjoyed the episode, but I was pretty disappointed because, man, they left out that thing that might have made it good. Yeah, by the way, it was also the first time I ever tried Taki's chips at all. So if you want to see me review them, I do that as well, because there's a bag of Takis that come with this combo.
So if he speaks this much, he could have just said what the fuck it was. But no, we got to shill over on DSP Reacts.
All right. Tonight on the lead stream, it was
the
Mario
pain.
Kart World, more Knockout Tour online multiplayer, more great fun where I made it so that people who contributed could pick the racers. So we had a good variety tonight. We started with Rosalina, we had Bowser Jr., then we had Daddy Bowser, or Bowser Sr., I guess you could say. Let's see.
Bowser Sr. Okay, Dave.
Baby Mario, Yoshi, and
Why are you
Drybo.
recounting variety? Dave, people play Mario Kart for the experience. They play it for the chaos. They play it because they might like a particular character and want to see that particular character doing things. This isn't a fighting game. And even then, variety isn't indicative of much. Not the variety you do, because you don't ever have any visual variety. Because you won't play sexy ladies.
Well, did I do well? I did. I can tell you right now, multiple top 8 finishes, but that's all I'm going to say because I don't want to spoil if I actually got a win tonight or not. I will say
he didn't.
There were some times distinctly.
Spoilers, he didn't. He didn't. He also complained about missing items 11 times. Yeah, Daddy Bow. Oh my God. I didn't need Dominatrix Bowser in my head, but it's there now. Thanks for that, Koraz. I can see why you are so beloved on these late night streams around the Snortex. You have such a way with words that is going to get you banned, I'm sure, in short order. I kid, but that's not an image that I wanted. But yeah, no, guys, just give me $10, give me 10 buckaroonies, and I'll play any character you want for 2 races. Total steal, guys.
Tonight, I was in the lead for a long time during the races. Like, I was in first place. But the problem with this game is you just can't maintain first place. It's impossible. Everyone's going to get either the blue shell or the lightning or the bullet bill or whatever, and they just catch up anyway.
That's the game, Dave.
How well you drive, it doesn't matter if you never make a mistake. You will still have to get lucky to win. It's frustrating.
That's the game.
There was one race. I was in first place. I'm about to qualify for the next part of the race. Blue shell.
Yes.
Everyone drives by me, eliminated instantly.
Yes.
But I was in first.
That was the closest he got to a win, incidentally, was when he got to the final segment and he finished 4th.
Anyway, It was a good time. Had a great time. People are People are agreeing that my Mario Kart World gameplay right now is some of their favorite. They like it because it's zany fun. I rage. I do a variety of gameplay.
That's the problem, Dave. Is no. You are great. It is great when you rage, but you didn't rage tonight. That's the problem. You were a little salty towards the end, but you were just being weird most of the stream.
They're loving it. All right. So I will keep this in the rotation every week, as long as people show up and engage in support with it. Well-supported day. Hit and exceeded goals on both streams. We're now at 32 out of 40. We did determine the new DSP Tries It will be I think it was like Grillo or Gino's Dill Pickles. There's a collaboration with this pickle company and Sonic restaurants. So that meal
more
is
food talk
oriented.
because
Burger, fries or tots, and a drink. It all comes out on the 30th. So this will be perfect. You figure it'll probably take us the week, right? If we do well, if like I'm hitting goals every day, that means we could do it on the day.
Okay, we need to go back because he's working. He's going to be working those stationary bananas again.
Fries or tots and a drink, and it all comes out on the 30th. So
work.
This will be perfect.
Double fist, Dave.
It'll probably take us the week, right? If we do well.
There we go. Look at him double fist those stationary bananas right there. But Dasher Pie, if it's any consolation, I'm in the same boat. I never played 8, and I'm probably it's going to be a long time before I play 9. I'm more interested in 9 than I ever was in 8, but it's gonna be a while because I'm not buying a Switch 2 just for Mario Kart, just for any first party title at this point. It's Nintendo has betrayed whatever good faith they had with me. They've burnt that bridge. And I say that, and I will probably change my tune when they announce the inevitable Fire Emblem title. But and Koraz continues to knock it out of the park. As long as you give me money, we will continue to enjoy Mario Kart. Precisely, Goop. Duh.
Like where I'm hitting goals every day, that means we could do it on the day of release, right? Which would be great to finally do on the day of release.
Give me the monies. Give me the monies to eat the foods that I want.
Monday. So let's see what happens, but people seem excited for it. Okay. Overall today, a great day. Great gameplay, great progress. A DSP Tries It, great support. Everything excellent. Tomorrow, let's have another one, right? Tomorrow there will be a podcast. I'll be talking about my final thoughts about Lies of P's DLC.
So he's gonna spend an hour and a half to 2 hours bloviating tomorrow when he spent an hour on a podcast, when today he spent an hour and a half to 2 hours bloviating when there wasn't a podcast. Yeah. I'm struggling to see how there's a difference, Dave.
And whatever topics you guys have, if there's game news to discuss, we'll talk about that. And then it's going to be the conclusion of Onimusha 2 Remastered on the first stream. I've definitely noticed that the attention for Onimusha 2 is way less than Onimusha 1. I don't know why. People told me that they like 2 better than 1. But not a lot of people are really showing up for Onimusha 2.
So
hopefully tomorrow.
Why should people show up and contribute and why should people show up and get hyped when you're telling them, well, nobody's excited, so don't be hype about it, Dave?
Great conclusion. And we'll keep that momentum going. Tomorrow night, Taxi Life, a driving simulator.
The Pain Train continues.
My second stream ever of it. You guys liked it last week. Hopefully people will show up, engage, and support with that. So we'll keep that in the rotation too. All right, everyone. So thank you so very much. Have a good night. See you tomorrow for the start of the second half of the week. Peace out and so long.
Oh God, you are nope. Nope. Okay, so that was a Reeestream of that was something, definitely something. Yeah, Koraz, the blueprints begging is bad. It is absolutely bad. I think the worst part of the blueprint stuff is just how transparent he is with the scam. He does not care when the game ends. He says he does. He says he wants it to be done, but he doesn't. Because he's found something. He's found a useful new tool. Or if he just says, guys, I don't care how long I play this. I'll keep playing this until it's done, so long as you give me $150 every stream. And so long as it meets it, he does not care because he's getting his $150. And in Blueprints, the chat's basically playing the game for him as it is. So he doesn't have to think. He doesn't have to do anything. He just gets handed money. So he will absolutely keep using this scam, and it's gonna migrate somewhere else. I'm not sure. He can't really migrate it to Mario Kart or Taxi Life because there's not an endpoint in either of them. It's less of the sword of Damocles hanging over it is smaller because every multiplayer game or every open-ended game eventually has to end. So, but on things that have an ending, he is in the process of mainstreaming the give me $150 or else, because that's what Blueprints is to at this point. It's just to give me money and I'll play it. And if you don't, okay, I'm not going to play it anymore. All right. So where are we going from here? Did Dave actually figure out what the hell he's doing on Thursday? He still hasn't figured out what the fuck he's doing on Thursday, because of course he hasn't, because he's intent on torturing me. All right. I will be back tomorrow for Taxi Life. Fun of fun. All right. And, well, I will just say that people in my chat have much stouter constitutions than I do when it comes to spicy things. Because my palate is like Dave's. I am milquetoast and mild and a little girly man when it comes to spicy things. So, props to all of you when it comes to the amount of heat you can take putting into your mouths. All right, so let's go check what Dasher Pie wanted, because I did do a count, and I have updated the Poor Unfortunate Souls counter. So let's go check out the band names from today. We have 8 new band names. We have DS Parody, which Dunsfelter was a little shithead in band, because that should be a chill little that should be a name, chill little name. A Jobless Phil, Low Class Villain. That's not bad. That's low key good. I like Low Class Villain, but it's still not the villain. I still want to see 50 sub 24-hour stream. Let's go. Cora says, yeah. Stupid. I already have 51. Gwit fucked. Yeah, no, monetization 500, monetization 24-hour stream that I'm not going to get monetized. No, I'm thinking of doing something longer on the 4th, Coraz. If you want something a little longer, I'm thinking about doing something on the 4th. BB1324, which is a reference that I don't get. Unbased Beta Real. Oh man, I liked Unbased Beta Real, because we have to mock how stupid a name Based Alpha Real was. Zombot 0630, which is somebody who is probably just annoying Dave. 108 Saint, and Pot of Prosperity. So, all right, everybody. Yep, I'm kicking off too. What I will say is of them, I think Low Class Villain is the low key best of them, but Pot of Prosperity is my favorite one because the greed is massively strong. The greed is massively strong, and I do like my occasional Yu-Gi-Oh reference. All right, then. So I'll be back same time tomorrow, and yeah, maybe I should put some thought into what I'm doing on Independence Day. I'm probably doing Liberty or Death or Metal Wolf Chaos because I've been ranting about them. That's what Dave should do. But yeah, I'm probably gonna do Liberty or Death with Dave in the background. Is probably what the plan's gonna be. So yeah, so I can be topical and play SRPG. Duh. Yeah. So, all right, everybody. Thank you for coming out tonight. It has been a hoot. It was a hoot. It started off. I was a little concerned when it started off, and I saw Vega and Robust Urban Garlic streaming at the same time. But yeah, it went longer than anticipated, but it was a lot of fun. So I hope folks come out again in the future, and we keep laughing at the guy. And so long as he doesn't talk about law, these things actually wind up in a reasonable amount of time. And the problem is that they, he keeps talking about law, so they don't wind up in a reasonable amount of time.